Chapter 1. The Villainous Saint Sun. Qing Xingzi, I am fond of you. In the Qing Xian's sacred land, where the starry sky stretches endlessly, the brilliance of countless stars cascades over the myriad immortal mountains. On one such mountain, a woman adorned in a delicate pink gown, with a visage as breathtaking as a celestial maiden, gazes with affectionate eyes at the handsome man before her. Shall we become Dao partners? Qing Long's gaze is indifferent among the multitude of disciples in the Qing Xian sacred land. Even face to face, he may not recognize her. Junior sister, as cultivators, our lives should be devoted to the pursuit of immortality. How can we be ensnared by the entanglements of romance? Though the junior sister is indeed beautiful, he regretfully acknowledges that the 7 great sacred lands of the Holy Sky domain are in constant competition. And as the Saint Son of Qing Xian, he bears a heavy responsibility, rendering him fated to remain uninvolved in matters of the heart. I see. Then I wish the Saint Son a smooth path to immortality and an early ascent to the great Tao. Upon hearing this, the female disciple's expression dims, her eyelids drooping as if to conceal the sorrow in her gaze. After leaving a parting blessing, she hastily turns and departs. Qing Long remains aloof, observing her figure vanish at the mountain path's end without making a move to follow. It is not until he hears a series of teasing clicks that he turns to see a tall figure approaching. TSK, 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 yet another junior sister's budding affection has been ruthlessly extinguished by you. Lu Qinghe mocks as he strides closer. After 23 years of cultivation, the heart of the Saint Son is as unyielding as the tidal stone of the Baihai Pavilion. Qing Long regards him coolly and replies, engaging in love only hinders the speed of cultivation. Being the Saint Son, one must lead by example. With that, he shifts the conversation, addressing Lu Qinghe directly. Where's what I requested? It is here. Lu Qing's brow glimmers slightly as a golden orb of light emerges and floats towards Qing Long. The latter extends his hand to receive it. This is the insight into the sword path he sought, a means to swiftly shatter his bottleneck and grasp a sliver of the true essence of swordsmanship. With what he desired in hand, Qing Long prepares to depart, only to see Lu Qinghe approach with a knowing smile. Did you truly not take a liking to her? In response, Qing Long generously offers him a withering glare. If this fellow were not his childhood companion, he would have long since reprimanded him for his disrespect towards the Saint's Son. Watching Qing Long's elegant silhouette fade into the distance, Lu Qinghe muses, there must be something wrong with your outcome. A mechanical, emotionless voice echoes in his mind, responding coldly. In the calculations regarding Qing Long, only the allure of women can provoke a significant change in his temperament, leading him down the path of the destined villain. Lu Qinghe retorts without hesitation, what type of woman have I not pursued? Did you see him stirred? Focusing solely on the result without offering any suggestions is futile. After a brief silence, the voice in his mind replies, the system's calculations cannot be incorrect. Please continue to strive and seek alternative methods. With that, the voice falls silent, as if it had never existed. Lu Qinghe rolls his eyes in exasperation. This entity, claiming to be a system, had appeared in his mind when he resolved to defy fate. Recalling the visions that had flashed through his mind during that moment of enlightenment, Lu Qinghe absent-mindedly strokes his chin, pondering how his future self managed to transform Qing Long from a fervent cultivator into a merciless archvillain. Yet, he does not wish for Qing Long to become that way. The reason for his reluctance lies in the fact that this world is a fabrication, with everyone's destinies predetermined. On the day of his enlightenment, a multitude of scenes had appeared in his mind, as if he had pierced through the essence of the world. He witnessed Qing Long, a leader among the new generation, as a nefarious archvillain with no moral compass. And he, trailing behind Qing Long, was merely the so-called second archvillain, committing all manner of wicked deeds. Ultimately, the two of them would be eradicated by some unknown figure from a small locality, who claimed to represent the masses and justice, leaving no trace behind. Who understands? All he desires is to be a small figure, supported by the Qing Xian sacred land, clinging to Qing Long's coattails, cultivating when needed, and enjoying the leisure of the immortal delight tower when not. Moreover, The misdeeds were not his intention. How did he end up with such a dire fate? Facing annihilation and being burdened with an everlasting infamy? Having unraveled these truths, Lu Qinghe resolved to defy fate, at the very least, to prevent Qing Long from becoming that way. It was at this moment that the system appeared, proclaiming that Qing Long's role as a villain was destined, and that no one could oppose it. Lu Qinghe naturally refused to accept this, but the system's ultimatum was clear. Either Qing Long becomes the destined villain, or you take on the role of the destined villain yourself. Choose one. What a joke. Lu Qinghe is no fool. He naturally chose the former. Better a dead friend than a dead Taoist. In truth, the system might as well have pointed at Lu Qing's nose, declaring itself a fragment of heavenly will, capable of altering his fortune. If he did not comply with the heavenly decree, it would take the blame upon himself. With this thought, Lu Qinghe sighed lightly. Brother, managing to last this long is all on you. The allure of women encompasses much. It is not limited to mere affection. As long as he is determined, Qing Long could easily stray from the path at the first instance. As long as he remains a normal man, a trip to the Immortal Delight Tower would be irresistible. Lu Shixiao? Lu Shixiao. In a daze, Lu Qinghe seems to hear someone calling his name. Ina? Snapping back to reality, Lu Qinghe follows the sound to see the female disciple who had earlier expressed her feelings for Qing Long standing beneath a tree not far away, her fair face alight with a smile as she gazes at him. Noticing his attention, her smile deepens, and she waves her hand. Lu Qinghe smiles knowingly and strides over. Lu Shixiao, how was my performance? The female disciple beams, her words tinged with uncontainable excitement and anticipation. I have long heard that Lu Shixiao is generous. I wonder what you will bestow upon me. She cannot help but think. Quite good. Lu Qinghe nods, adding silently in his heart, though it is of little use. With that, he extends his hand, revealing an ancient ring resting in his palm. This is your reward. The female disciple accepts the ring, her consciousness diving within to explore, and her expression instantly transforms with delight. Thank you, Lu Shixiao. Watching her treasure the storage ring as if it were a priceless gem, Lu Qinghe smiles gently and nods. You may go. The female disciple complies and prepares to leave, not forgetting to add, Lu Shixiao, should similar matters arise in the future, feel free to seek me again. I know many other types of senior and junior sisters. In response, Lu Qinghe merely smiles. Without speaking once is sufficient, and he has no intention of becoming a middleman. Moreover, he does not plan to utilize this method again. A single transaction involving 3,000 orange-grade celestial crystals and a mid-tier spirit skill has strained his resources. Perhaps I should check the latest offerings from the Immortal Delight Tower to soothe myself. Lu Qinghe muses joyfully, immersing his consciousness in search, only to discover a golden orb of light representing sword path insights, quietly floating within his sea of consciousness. His expression suddenly shifts. Oh no, I gave the wrong one. Meanwhile, upon returning to his cave dwelling, Qing Long eagerly absorbs the orb of light containing the sword path insights. Yet, what first manifests in his sea of consciousness is an alluring melody, causing his face to flush with embarrassment, spreading all the way to his neck. What is this? Qing Long experiences such a scene for the first time, unsure how to articulate it. After struggling for a long while, he can only manage 4 words, a disgrace to decorum. He dares not recall it, yet that image seems to have taken root in his sea of consciousness, refusing to fade away. After much internal conflict, Qing Long mutters to himself, I merely wish to understand why Qing he would be attracted to such things if I do not comprehend. How can I identify the flaws to steer him away? Thus, Qing Long begins to observe seriously. Chapter 2. A Step into the Wrong Path. Gazing at the immortal mountain illuminated most brilliantly by the starlight in the distance, Lu Qinghe feels a twinge of anxiety. At this moment, Qing Long must surely be aware of the contents within the orb. How will he respond to me? Will he forsake his cultivation, urging me to abandon it early? As Lu Qinghe engages in a mental whirlwind, he knows that, based on his understanding of Qing Long, there is a 99% chance he will say something along those lines. Guidance task completed. The arch-villain Qing Long has taken his first step onto the wrong path. Reward. all attributes enhanced. By nurturing the arch-villain and achieving a milestone, you will receive corresponding rewards. Please continue to strive. The voice in his mind abruptly resounds, leaving Lu Qinghe momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the multitude of surprises, unsure which to address first. Has Qing Long truly succumbed to the allure of the Immortal Delight Tower, unable to resist its charm? Does this mean he will not urge me to abandon it? With these thoughts, Lu Qing's anxiety dissipates, replaced by a resolute determination as he soars towards Qing Long's cave dwelling. Upon landing at the Immortal Mountain, Lu Qinghe immediately feels the surrounding spiritual energy converging towards him, his transformation into the divine transformation level gradually progressing. Is this the benefit of enhanced attributes? Lu Qing's heart surges with excitement. For mortals, the path of cultivation spans 9 realms: gathering qi, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divine transformation, tribulation crossing, and ascension. This phase is collectively known as the latter realm. Only upon surpassing this stage does one truly embark upon the path of immortality, ascending to the ranks of scattered immortals, earth immortals, heaven immortals, gold immortals, true immortals, immortal lords, immortal kings, immortal emperors, and immortal sovereigns, living for eons with clearly defined realms. Moreover, the master of the Qingxian sacred land stands above the immortal sovereigns. With a lifespan equal to the heavens themselves, such beings are exceedingly rare, with only a handful of 7 known across the Holy Sky domain. Realizing that his attributes are fully enhanced and that his comprehension should also have improved, Lu Qinghe plans to seek out a spirit skill to test his newfound capabilities. That being said, it is no surprise that the Qingxian Holy Land boasts the foremost immortal mountain, for the concentration of spiritual energy here is truly unparalleled compared to what one might find elsewhere. Only the Holy Sun is afforded such privileges, and Qing Tian, being recognized as the greatest Holy Sun throughout history at the Qingxian Holy Land, has achieved the Ascension realm at the tender age of 23. Were it not for certain circumstances that require him to remain in this realm, with but a thought he could transcend and become an immortal. Meanwhile, his peers are still fumbling through the initial stages of their tribulations. This, indeed, exemplifies the true worth of the first Holy Sun. Yet, what does it matter how extraordinary one's talents may be, if death ultimately claims them? Reflecting on this, Lu Qinghe couldn't help but glance skyward, cursing the heavens. How dare they disregard us? Before he realized it, he had arrived at the entrance of the cave dwelling. Just as he was about to trigger the visitation restrictions, Qingshan's voice echoed from within. "Come in." With that, the various barriers concealing the cave's entrance were lifted, allowing Lu Qinghe to enter. Upon stepping inside, he noticed an array of mid- and low-tier spiritual swords carelessly strewn across the floor, discarded by Qing Tian due to their damaged states. Although they could be repaired and reused, they were not worthy of his status as a holy son. If broken, he would simply replace them, as the Qingxian Holy Land's refining peak lacked for such trifles. "Holy Son," Lu Qinghe said, his gaze sweeping over the scattered items before finally resting on Qing Tian, who sat cross-legged on a white jade bed, his demeanor calm and composed. "Qinghe, is there something you need?" Qing Tian inquired, feigning ignorance. "You're still pretending." Lu Qinghe, unconvinced that he was unaware of the reason for his visit, recognized that Qing Tian was merely choosing to act oblivious. Once the matter had passed, the item would rightfully belong to him. "Ah, so this is why you are the Holy Son." However, Lu Qinghe felt no embarrassment. He stated directly, "Earlier, when I shared my insights on the sword path with you, I made an error. I have come to correct it." As he spoke, he produced the orb of sword path comprehension as proof. Qingshan's previously serene expression faltered, revealing a hint of awkwardness as he confessed, "I have already reviewed it." Lu Qinghe nodded knowingly, waiting for him to continue. "It seems it cannot be retrieved, therefore." Qingshan's words trailed off, but Lu Qinghe understood that he was unwilling to part with it. What a joke! He hadn't even seen it yet today. He would take a copy with him regardless. "There's no need to return it, just imprint a copy with your consciousness for me," Lu Qinghe suggested. This method was swift and efficient, akin to how he had acquired sword path insights from the Elders of the Sword Peak. The downside being it could only be utilized by one person at a time. If one wished to disseminate knowledge for repeated viewings, they would typically employ a recording stone. Generally, Items that entered Qingshan's possession seldom re-emerged, so he was unaware of this method. Upon hearing that it need not be retrieved, Qingshan's eyes brightened. Very well. Instruct me on how to proceed. Under Lu Qing's guidance, a golden orb of light began to hover gently at Qingshan's brow. His complexion paled slightly, a sign of excessive mental strain, yet he pressed on. From where did you acquire this? Recalling the captivating images within his sea of consciousness, which were both enchanting and unpretentious, Qing Tian was intrigued to know their origin. This sensation had intruded upon his otherwise mundane cultivation life, leaving him somewhat addicted. Lu Qing has stowed the orb away, casting a teasing glance at him. Have you begun to appreciate the beauty beyond cultivation? Qing Tian nodded candidly. It feels different, unlike the sentiments expressed by my junior sisters. This resonates deeply within my heart. You simply lack experience. From now on, follow my lead, and you shall encounter many novel experiences. Lu Qing understood with this newfound perspective. He could guide Qing Tian and ensure he wouldn't become a villain. Having experienced this once, Qing Tian was naturally amenable, trusting that Qinghe would not lead him astray. Here, take this. Lu Qinghe handed the sword path comprehension to him, as he himself had no interest in sword cultivation. Qing Tian recognized this, and after a moment's thought, revealed an ancient bronze token from his palm. This is the token for the Shangshuan Peak. Take it and select a spiritual technique that pleases you. Lu Qing's expression brightened immediately, eagerly seizing the token. At last, you're willing to part with it. The Shangshuan Peak is a remarkable place, housing the top-tier spiritual techniques of the Qingxian Holy Land, as well as rare immortal arts and a few sacred techniques. Ordinary disciples, unless they have made significant contributions to the Holy Land, are only permitted entry as a reward otherwise. They can only dream of such opportunities. Only the Holy Master or the highly esteemed Holy Son may traverse the Shangshuan Peak at will. Lu Qinghe had long coveted a top-tier movement technique called the Ethereal Step, having witnessed its exquisite execution by seasoned disciples in his early years, allowing them to move with the grace of a feather and enhance their speed manifold. If he were to master this technique, he could save a considerable amount of time for other pursuits. What a delightful prospect. Navigating through the expanse of the 10,000 immortal mountains, Lu Qinghe soon arrived before a peak shrouded in arrayed barriers. The Shangshuan Peak lay within, but from this point onward, he could only ascend on foot. Upon reaching the base of the Shangshuan Peak, Lu Qinghe produced the token, and instantly the barriers before him resonated with it, rippling through the air and parting to reveal a narrow passageway for one to enter. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qinghe dashed through the opening. Whoosh! A gust of refreshing wind laden with spiritual energy swept over him, and Lu Qinghe beheld a breathtaking transformation before his eyes. Streams of spiritual light danced across the mountain, cascading from the base to the summit, transitioning from faint glimmers to resplendent brilliance. Wow! Lu Qing's gaze gradually ascended. Awestruck by the sight he beheld for the first time, unable to suppress his admiration. What are you staring at, kid? Chapter 3. The near-lost Lu Qinghe was admiring the unique scenery of Shangshuan Peak when he was startled by a sudden voice from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a figure coalescing into that of an elderly man clad in gray, who scrutinized him from head to toe. Realizing that this must be the guardian of Shangshuan Peak, he promptly presented his token. As the old man took the token, his peripheral vision remained fixed on Lu Qinghe, prompting an internal monologue. What a fright you gave me! Who sends their good Samaritan to sneak up from behind? If not for my respect for the elderly, you would certainly receive a scolding. He felt the old man was still wary of him, muttering, Look here, this is a gift from our Holy Son. The elder toyed with the token and suddenly remarked, Your inner thoughts are quite vivid. Young man. Instantly, Lu Qinghe felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, becoming rigid with a hint of panic as he gazed at the elder, who was now focusing on the token. This old man has indeed seen through my thoughts. He thought that I apologize for any offense. Esteemed senior. Lu Qinghe hastily performed a deep bow, aware that he had encountered a formidable presence, one far superior to even the Holy Master and the elders. He had previously criticized such beings, yet they had shown no reaction. This elder, however, merely by being able to read his thoughts, was on a completely different level of cultivation, as long as he admitted his mistake quickly. There was no reason for the elder to hold any grievance. Seeing that the elder remained silent, Lu Qinghe steeled himself, preparing to kneel and bow, only to discover that his knees would not bend. Looking up, he found the elder regarding him with a glimmer of amusement. "You are indeed more amusing than that young man, Qing Long," the elder remarked, tossing the token back to Lu Qinghe. "Now go, and with earnest intention. Seek resonance. Whoever resonates with you may be taken to—" Lu Qinghe was taken aback. "Isn't it supposed to be my choice?" Observing the elder's expressionless demeanor, he felt bewildered. "Do you think this is like picking cabbages from the field? All entities here possess their own spirit. If they accept you, you may take them. Cultivating under such circumstances yields great results. Otherwise, it is a laborious endeavor. Furthermore, do not entertain any foolish ideas. I am aware of your every action here." With that, the elder issued one last warning before dissipating into the breeze. Lu Qinghe turned his gaze back to Shangshuan Peak. His ethereal step was likely futile now, but having come this far, he was determined to bring back at least one upper third-grade spiritual technique. His aptitude had already been enhanced by the heavenly Tao. There was no way he would leave without a response. Exhaling deeply, Lu Qinghe sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling his divine sense to connect with Shangshuan Peak. Instantly, the scenery around him transformed, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Goodness, this is truly eye-opening." After a long pause, Lu Qinghe muttered under his breath. Above Shangshuan Peak, every beam of spiritual light hung, suspended in midair, and this was merely a fraction. The techniques without a designated spot merely flowed like light, circling the peak. As he scanned the nearest spiritual techniques, his heart jolted. Upper second-grade techniques were confined to the lowest tier. Those without a position must be upper third-grade techniques. These were indeed upper third-grade techniques. Even the most rudimentary among them would incite fierce competition among countless rogue cultivators outside. Yet here, they were deemed unworthy of a designated spot. The reputation of this sacred land was well-deserved. Soon, Lu Qinghe had directed his divine sense upward, discovering that the lowest tier contained upper second-grade techniques. Surely ascending higher would lead to upper first-grade techniques. Since he was already here, he couldn't shortchange himself. Young in age, but ambitious in spirit. As he probed with his divine sense, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Tinged with light mockery, Lu Qinghe paid it no heed, assuming the voice was merely commenting on his swift ascent past the second-grade techniques directly to the first. However, he was oblivious to the fact that selecting spiritual techniques on Shangshuan Peak required not only resonance, but also a qualification check. Each grade of technique had its own restrictions. Should one's aptitude fall short, they would feel an overwhelming force upon contact, sending them back to square one. In the elder's eyes, Lu Qinghe's transformation into a divine being was barely adequate, only qualifying him as a true disciple. Upon reaching the first grade, he would surely be repelled. After all, even Qing Long had reached a standstill during his first visit, though he had managed to withstand the overwhelming force and gained the recognition of the celestial art. After the elder's faint mockery, he paid Lu Qinghe no further mind. Below, Lu Qinghe soon reached the level of first-grade spiritual techniques. Upon contacting them with his divine sense, he was met with utter silence, no response at all. After trying all the techniques, he couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion. What is this? Not a hint of reaction. He pressed on, convinced that since his aptitude had been enhanced by the heavenly Tao, it was merely a matter of their lack of foresight. As he ascended further, he encountered the realm of celestial arts. Lower-grade celestial arts elicited no response. Mid-grade celestial arts, silent as well. Upper-grade celestial arts, nothing. Oh, my temper. After an unbroken string of silence, even Lu Qinghe felt his blood pressure rising. Was the heavenly Tao toying with him? In reality, he had not been granted any enhancement in aptitude. Beyond that lay the mountaintop, the very foundation of the Qingxian sacred land, where the sacred law capable of stirring up a tempest of bloodshed resided. In a swirl of thoughts, Lu Qinghe steeled himself and propelled his divine sense directly toward the mountaintop. At the summit, the elder sat cross-legged, suspended in midair, surrounded by 7 lotus platforms that also floated, emanating a golden radiance that seemed to harbor treasures. This scene was both serene and divine. Suddenly, the elder seemed to sense something and opened his eyes. In the next moment, his pupils narrowed, a look of astonishment crossing his face. After a moment's contemplation, he waved his sleeve, summoning a gust of wind. Down below, Lu Qinghe was immersed in the view from the summit when he suddenly felt a loss of weight. His consciousness returned to his body, and he discovered he was being lifted by a gust of wind, soaring toward the peak. Thud! In an instant, his rear met the ground of the summit with a rather intimate encounter. "Who is it?" Lu Qinghe scrambled to his feet, brushing off the dust from his robe, exclaiming in indignation. A voice rang out unexpectedly, and upon turning, Lu Qinghe found the elder standing behind him, his gaze fixed upon him with an eerie intensity, causing him to shiver again. "Esteemed senior, what is your intention?" Lu Qinghe, momentarily speechless, could only ask with a tone of resignation. The elder seemed unfazed, continuing to gaze at him intently. "How did your divine sense ascend to the mountaintop?" "It simply came up like that," Lu Qinghe replied, his expression one of helplessness. There was no obstruction. It was quite smooth. Impossible. The elder's expression turned incredulous. "Not a single obstacle?" "Indeed," Lu Qinghe affirmed. The elder frowned, and in the next moment, he teleported down to the base of the mountain, releasing his divine sense to begin his ascent. Soon, he withdrew his divine sense, his brow furrowing deeper. He flickered back to the summit and looked at Lu Qinghe as though he had witnessed something extraordinary. "Come, experience these sacred laws," he instructed. After some time, the elder licked his parched lips, pointing to the lotus platforms above. In no response. "Not a single one." Lu Qinghe muttered under his breath. This is useless, but still followed the elder's guidance, releasing his divine sense to engage with the lotus platforms. Observing this scene, the elder was filled with excitement, rubbing his hands together. Of course there won't be a response. They all feel unworthy after 10,000 years. Has the legacy of the Qingxian sword master finally found its opportunity to re-emerge? Chapter 4. The Seven Saints select a master with the prior experience weighing on him. Lu Qinghe held little hope. Yet, as his divine sense made contact with the lotus platforms, all seven began to radiate dazzling light. Soon, streams of golden brilliance gradually extended from the platforms, reaching down to Lu Qinghe's feet. Gazing at the seven flowing bridges of light, the elder trembled with excitement, all his emotions breaking free at this moment. Since he began his guardianship of Shangshuan Peak, he had long forgotten the last time he had lost control of his emotions. Seven sacred laws resonate with each other. A prodigy indeed, a prodigy. To receive the acknowledgement of even one sacred law is to be deemed extraordinarily gifted, worthy of becoming a local sovereign. The Qingxian sword master carved out the Qingxian sacred land during tumultuous times with but one sacred law, the Qingxian sword technique. Yet since its departure into the void, no one has been able to gain the recognition of the Qingxian sword technique for 10,000 years. Now that someone has finally sparked resonance, how could he not be exhilarated? Lu Qinghe opened his eyes, unable to suppress a knowing smile. What a rare occurrence. He had been harboring a sense of frustration after receiving no response from spiritual techniques to celestial arts, which had left him rather disheartened. Now, having gained the acknowledgement of the seven sacred laws, his pent-up frustration was finally released. It was now his turn to select a sacred law. Indeed, to gain the acknowledgement of one sacred law meant he was chosen, while gaining the recognition of all seven allowed him to make a selection. Which one should he choose? Lu Qinghe mused quietly, feeling a bit conflicted given the weight of the sacred laws. "I choose the Qingxian sword technique." Perhaps driven by selfish motives, the elder quietly reminded Lu Qinghe from the side. Upon hearing the words, Lu Qinghe raised his hand to stroke his chin, pondering the Qingxian sword technique. When it resonated with him, he also gleaned the fundamental information about the seven sacred arts. The Qingxian sword technique, belonging to the founding ancestor, the sword master of Qingxian, needed no further elaboration on its significance. However, as he had no inclination towards the path of the sword and little interest in swords themselves, he decided to let it go. In contrast, the step of treading stars captured his heart more profoundly. This was a sacred art of movement. Mastering it would allow him to traverse vast distances in an instant, aligning perfectly with his original intentions. The elder, noticing that this young man was completely disregarding his words, raised an eyebrow in exasperation. Subsequently, with a hint of petulance, he leaped into the air, returning to his previous position to close his eyes and sit cross-legged, adopting an air of indifference towards Lu Qinghe. Unperturbed, Lu Qinghe eagerly prepared to absorb the step of treading stars. Connecting with the flow of light, his consciousness plunging into a realm adorned with countless stars. Curiously surveying this space, his gaze suddenly fixated on a distant figure imbued with the essence of the stars. Leisurely approaching him with a serene gait, beneath his feet, he felt as if he were treading upon the stars themselves. Each step seemed to summon a star, and despite the vast distance, it took but a moment to reach him. Observing the figure before him, Lu Qinghe was struck with clarity, exclaiming, "You are the step of treading stars." The figure nodded gently in affirmation. Lu Qinghe clicked his tongue in wonder. Indeed, this was a sacred art of high caliber. The step of treading stars conveyed a message, and upon receiving it, Lu Qinghe nodded in agreement, affirmatively confirming his understanding. The step of treading stars nodded once more, and then its form burst forth, exploding into a dazzling array of lights amidst the starry sky. These radiant points, as if guided by an invisible force, swiftly entered Lu Qinghe's body at that very moment. Tumultuous changes were unfolding in the outside world. The elder looked on in horror at the scene before him, bewildered as to why the 6 sacred arts had suddenly erupted into chaos. Aside from the lotus platform of the step of treading stars, the remaining 6 platforms unleashed towering beams of light that pierced the heavens, while 6 terrifying forces radiated outwards from the Shangxian Peak, rapidly engulfing the entire Qingxian sacred land. Under the influence of this power, birds fell silent, beasts lay prostrate, and disciples trembled that in an instant, the sacred land was enveloped in an inexplicable dread, as fear gripped every soul. Simultaneously, the ripples of this power continued to spread outward. On the celestial mountain where Qing Long resided, he remained oblivious to the external turmoil, immersed in his own consciousness, shielded from the encroaching force by the intertwining black and white light that enveloped his form. Atop Shangxian Peak, the resplendent Qingxian Saint Lord, clad in a purple-gold robe, appeared, astonished as he surveyed the unfolding spectacle. "Master Wu Tu, what is happening?" Upon hearing this, the elder retracted his gaze, casting a profound glance at him, remaining silent. Yet his meaning was clear. "Do not inquire, for I wish to know even more than you do." Suddenly, one of the lotus platforms erupted violently, and the sacred art within it broke free, darting chaotically through the void. "Not good, the infinite sword array." Master Wu Tu's pupils contracted as he recognized the sacred art, prepared to intervene and suppress it. However, the subsequent scene caused him to halt in his tracks. The infinite sword array spun in the air for a moment before directly plunging into Lu Qinghe's body. Even for the ageless Master Wu Tu, such a sight was unprecedented that he momentarily lost his composure. The remaining 5 lotus platforms exploded in succession, much like the infinite sword array, ultimately merging into Lu Qinghe's being. Master Wu Tu could no longer maintain his composure, flashing to Lu Qinghe's side, his deep eyes swirling with dark currents. The Qingxian Saint Lord also arrived, staring wide-eyed for a moment before exclaiming, "Isn't that Lu Qinghe? How could he possess such terrifying talent?" Upon hearing this, Master Wu Tu abruptly looked up at him, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. "You know him?" The Qingxian Saint Lord nodded affirmatively, recognizing him. Yet with his aptitude, just touching the second-tier spirit techniques would be remarkable. He shouldn't even be here. Moreover, how did he gain access to Shangxian Peak? Master Wu Tu exhaled. It was given to him by Qing Long that an air of silence enveloped them for a moment. Before the Qingxian Saint Lord's frustrated mutterings broke the stillness. "This young man, I expressly cautioned him not to give the Shangxian Peak token to anyone. Did he take my words as mere wind passing by his ears? He truly is a handful." Master Wu Tu furrowed his brow, enough that if there is to be reckoning, it can wait until later. After speaking, he turned his attention back to Lu Qinghe, noting that the pressing concern at hand was this young man, who had the 7 sacred arts eagerly recognizing him as their master. My initial intention was to kill him and reclaim the sacred arts. He sighed softly. However, since you recognize him, he must be trustworthy. To act otherwise would tarnish the prestige of our sacred land. But he found himself in a quandary. Although he was reluctant to part with the 7 sacred arts residing within one individual, it was undeniable that this was one of their own. The Qingxian Saint Lord furrowed his brow, murmuring in confusion, "How can a Yuanying stage disciple possess such merit?" "Yuanying." Master Wu Tu, upon hearing this, exclaimed in surprise, "He is at the transformation stage." and still concealing his cultivation. The Qing Xian Saint Lord replied, "In truth, I am not so familiar with him." Master Wu Tu's expression grew grave as he scrutinized Lu Qinghe for a moment. Gritting his teeth and speaking in a low voice, "Very well, discussing this further is futile. Once he has absorbed the sacred arts, I will question him. If he harbors ulterior motives towards the Qing Xian sacred land, I will strike him down on the spot." As he uttered these final words, his murderous intent was palpable, causing the Qing Xian Saint Lord to adopt a serious demeanor. But he then inquired, "But what if he does not?" A glimmer of excitement appeared on Master Wu Tu's face, still shadowed by the lingering threat of violence. "Then we shall nurture him with all our might." Another prodigy emerging alongside Qing Long would surely be a divine blessing for Qing Xian. Chapter 5. The fusion of sacred arts. Unaware of the tumult occurring outside, Lu Qinghe found himself bewildered in the starlit realm, staring at the 6 sacred arts before him. "Are you all saying that you wish to accompany me?" Having just completed the transmission of the Step of Treading Stars, he was taken aback to find the other 6 sacred arts awaiting him, with the resonance of the 7 sacred arts. It was evident that the heavens were indeed favoring him. Though exhilarating, Lu Qinghe maintained his composure. Suppressing his inner excitement, he shook his head. "No, you are the foundation of the sacred land." While he was tempted, he was certain that if he proceeded with such an act, he would not survive the day on Shangxian Peak. Upon hearing this, one of the sacred arts released an intention that left Lu Qinghe utterly astonished. This was an array left behind by a sage, known as the Infinite Sword Array, whose power could slay saints. Its message was straightforward. Anyone daring to oppose would be swiftly silenced by a sword. Subsequently, the Qing Xian sword technique expressed the same sentiment, declaring that anyone acknowledged by them would be the future lord of the Qing Xian sacred land, and any dissenters would face dire consequences. Lu Qinghe grinned, as if envisioning a certain scenario, so exhilarating. "Ahem, since you all have spoken, to refuse would only make me seem pretentious." Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat and stated solemnly, "Then let it be." Upon hearing this, the 6 sacred arts erupted with joy, transforming into streams of light that entered Lu Qinghe's body. Initially taken aback, his expression soon shifted to one of horror. Wait, not all at once. The magnitude of the sacred arts was beyond measure, and with 6 of them converging, the immense weight nearly threatened to shatter Lu Qinghe's consciousness that I in the outside world. Master Wu Tu and the Qing Xian Saint Lord watched as Lu Qinghe's body swelled, his complexion turning a shade of blue-purple. "Enough. Let us channel some spiritual energy for him." After a brief moment, Master Wu Tu sighed, ultimately hesitant to take such a risk, wagering on an extraordinary prodigy, yet fearing he could be an infiltrator from another sacred land. The Qing Xian Saint Lord nodded, immediately exercising his authority as the Saint Lord, mobilizing over half of the spiritual energy from the entire sacred land to converge upon Shangxian Peak. With a vast influx of spiritual energy, Lu Qinghe's body began to absorb it frantically, and his complexion gradually improved. His cultivation level began to ascend. That as the tribulation approached, the ominous clouds gathered above Shangxian Peak. Master Wu Tu and the Qing Xian Saint Lord furrowed their brows, contemplating whether they should withdraw. Their presence could directly influence the might of the tribulation, potentially striking Lu Qinghe down in an instant. Suddenly, the sound of a sword resonated through the void, and Master Wu Tu and the Qing Xian Saint Lord beheld a colossal sword shadow materializing in the sky, its blade pointing towards the heavens, its intent piercing through the clouds. Before long, the ominous clouds above were sliced into countless fragments, their power dissipated. Having accomplished this, the sword shadow quietly vanished, its deeds concealed in silence. Was that the Qing Xian sword? The Qing Xian Saint Lord spoke, his voice tinged with astonishment. "Indeed." Master Wu Tu's expression darkened. No one knew the Qing Xian sword better than he. But where could it be? Perhaps this young man before him held the answers. With this thought, his gaze upon Lu Qinghe deepened. At this moment, Lu Qinghe remained oblivious to the external circumstances, grappling with the immense pressure of accepting 7 sacred arts, pouring all his focus into the task. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. For Master Wu Tu, this felt less like a closed-door meditation, yet his heart raced with excitement, for the once dormant Lu Qinghe finally showed signs of response. With a gasp, Lu Qinghe opened his eyes to find Master Wu Tu intently staring at him, startling him anew. Senior. He quickly rose to pay his respects, sensing a shift in the elder's demeanor, fearing he harbored intentions of seizing his sacred arts. Indeed, if that is the case, I have a boundless sword formation that I wish to demonstrate to you. Young one, that the 7 sacred laws. Do you believe you can handle them? Wu Tu fixed his gaze upon him and spoke. Senior, you cannot blame me. It is they who have voluntarily acknowledged me. Lu Qinghe paused for a moment before spreading his hands and responding. It is indeed your skill to gain the recognition of the sacred laws. I shall not force you to relinquish them. As Wu Tu spoke, his eyes suddenly narrowed, a chilling light emanating from within. However, these sacred laws must ultimately remain within the Qingxian Holy Land. Do you understand? I understand. Lu Qinghe pursed his lips, realizing the implication was quite clear. Either he remained in the Holy Land, or the sacred laws did, though the latter did not guarantee his life. Subsequently, Wu Tu stepped forward, placing a hand on Lu Qinghe's shoulder. Do not resist. I shall take you to a location that, if all goes well, your status will soon be elevated to that of a true disciple. The latter saw no reason to object. If there were to be any confrontation, it could happen here without the need for excessive formality. Moreover, in another location, the boundless sword formation would still be effective. In the next moment, Lu Qinghe felt a momentary sensation of weightlessness envelop his body, quickly replaced by the solid ground beneath his feet. Turning his gaze, he found himself in the center of a grand hall. The dark red-themed hall was filled with an aura of solemnity, while the dark golden patterns on the floor exuded an air of mystery. Gazing around, he noticed the walls at the front of the hall were inscribed with orderly characters. Lu Qinghe squinted, recognizing the first few golden characters, and suddenly understood where he was. The Qingxian Holy Land's rules and regulations. This is the peak of regulations. No disciple of Qingxian was unaware of the fearsome reputation of the peak of regulations. Over the years, this was Lu Qinghe's first visit here. Having never committed any offenses, he found the experience somewhat peculiar. The Wu Tu did not respond to him. Instead, he sent a message, and after a few breaths, a figure clad in purple and gold appeared within the hall. Lu Qinghe's eyelids twitched. Wasn't that the Holy Master? Disciple pays respects to the Holy Master. Regardless of the reason, Lu Qinghe first offered a salute. As courtesy is never unwelcome, one cannot find fault in such gestures. The Qingxian Holy Master appraised him from head to toe, nodding with a smile. Not bad, quite the handsome and talented young man. When I first saw you, I knew you were exceptional. Lu Qinghe silently chuckled. Exceptional indeed. During their first meeting, the Holy Master had only seen him as an accessory to the mighty Qinglong. However, he was not foolish enough to voice such thoughts, who couldn't utter platitudes with their eyes wide open. Everything I have is thanks to the Holy Land. Without it, there would be no Qinghe today. Upon hearing this, the Holy Master smile deepened. This child is commendable. He is reliable that he cannot possibly be an undercover agent, that Wu Tu said indifferently. Gather everyone else. We require a resolution for this matter. Understood. The Holy Master acquiesced, and then summoned all 36 hall masters of the Qingxian Holy Land. Not long after, a throng of figures filled the hall. After exchanging greetings, they all bowed in unison to the Holy Master. The Holy Master introduced Lu Qinghe to the assembly, candidly stating that he was a prodigy rivaling the Holy Sun Qinglong, which left all 36 hall masters astonished. How could such a prodigy remain obscure until now? The Holy Master's following words cleared their confusion. I have summoned you all, not only to inform you, but also to witness. This is a necessary step. The Holy Master's expression grew solemn as he spoke with gravity, faced the soul, and questioned the heart. Chapter 6. The first true inheritance. Lu Qinghe blinked in confusion, still not grasping what was happening. When he noticed the 36 hall masters suddenly adopting serious expressions that in a blur, they positioned themselves at various points around the hall, effectively encircling Lu Qinghe in the center, this moment. Even without understanding the situation, Lu Qinghe realized this was directed at him. With a flash, the dark golden patterns on the floor erupted with light, intertwining and forming a grand array inscribed upon the ground. Disciple Lu Qinghe. The Holy Master radiated a divine brilliance, his voice resonating throughout the hall, imbuing it with even greater sanctity, that if one day the Qingxian Holy Land faces annihilation, what will you do? Lu Qinghe scratched his head. Utterly perplexed, he was uncertain whether the Qingxian Holy Land could truly face destruction, but he understood its status as the pinnacle of the contemporary world. Even pure entities would bow their heads before it. Perhaps this was merely a question to gauge his response that Liu Qinghe contemplated inwardly, considering himself a carefree individual. The future of the Holy Land rested upon Qing Long's shoulders, so his presence or absence mattered little. Yet, he recalled the day of his epiphany, when vivid scenes surfaced in his mind. Qing Long's brutality, his own sword in hand, committing heinous acts. Ultimately, after his demise, the Holy Land's fortune would be severed, leading to its decline, seemingly culminating in annihilation. That was the destined child of righteousness. At this thought, a realization dawned upon Lu Qinghe, his gaze resolute. That day shall never come. Any possibility will be nipped in the bud. As he uttered these words, Lu Qinghe's mind was filled with thoughts of that so-called destined child. As long as he could eradicate him, what further troubles could arise? Embracing such an idea, his tone grew colder as he spoke. Wu Tu and the Holy Master exchanged glances, astonished that this seemingly innocent disciple possessed such decisive resolve. More crucially, the soul-crossing array showed no reaction, proving that these words were indeed heartfelt. The Holy Master's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. When he appointed the Holy Son, Qing Long faced a similar dilemma, yet his response had been entirely contrary. Qing Long would elevate the Qingxian Holy Land to unparalleled heights, leaving no force capable of rivaling it. The Holy Master had long felt a lack of fulfillment regarding Qing Long's answer, until today when he finally heard a response worthy of full marks. The former leaned towards invincibility, yet it did not preclude hidden covetousness. The latter carved out a fearsome reputation, instilling terror. With Lu Qinghe outside and Qing Long within, possessing these two sons, how could the Qingxian not flourish for millennia? The Holy Master mused, nodding in approval. Excellent. With such thoughts, the identity of an ordinary disciple is no longer suitable for you. However, there is only one position of Holy Son that I shall appoint you as the first true inheritance, granting you the same treatment as the Holy Son that acceptable. This encapsulated the entire process of facing the soul and questioning the heart that I in the presence of the 36 Hall Masters. After passing the soul-crossing array's test, this served as a testament to his loyalty to the Holy Land. Once this hurdle was crossed, he would be granted the corresponding status, with all the Hall Masters as witnesses. His identity and status were thus recognized by the entire Holy Land. Disciple obeys the Holy Master's command. Lu Qinghe clasped his hands in salute, gladly accepting. With this status, everything would become considerably easier. Even when traversing the outside world, numerous factions would have to show him some respect. The Holy Master looked at the Hall Masters surrounding him. You have all witnessed this. The pact has been established. Remember to convey the command to your disciples upon returning. The 36 Hall Masters bowed in unison, complying with the Holy Master's orders. Thereafter, seeing that their tasks were complete, the Hall Masters discreetly exited the Grand Hall, returning to their respective posts to relay the decree of Lu Qinghe becoming the first true inheritance to their numerous disciples. Most of the disciples receiving this news wore expressions of bewilderment. Who is Lu Qinghe? Of course, some recognized him, and even among those familiar with him, upon learning that he had become the first true inheritance, there was a mix of confusion, shock, and skepticism. They were all too aware of what kind of person Lu Qinghe was. How had he suddenly transformed into the first true inheritance, surpassing the 36 true disciples? Wait, what gives him the right? This entire affair quietly circulated and fermented among the disciples that the party at the center. Lu Qinghe remained oblivious, still in the grand hall of the Peak of Regulations. His eyes wide open. I am also participating in the Seven Saints' great competition. The great tides of the world ebb and flow. This so-called Seven Saints' great competition is a challenge issued by the forces of the world to the 7 great holy lands. A loss would mean one's descent from their holy land's position. Liu Qinghe genuinely did not expect that just after becoming the first true inheritance, this burden would fall upon him. Should they lose, he would become a sinner of the entire Holy Land. Not long after the 36 Hall Masters departed, Wu Tu exchanged a few pleasantries before returning to the Upper Xian Peak, leaving only the Holy Master and him. Unable to endure the Holy Master's beaming gaze, Lu Qinghe mustered the courage to ask, "Does the Holy Master have any further matters?" And thus, it turned into this. It was not that the disciple was unwilling. Rather, those participating in the competition were all at the level of holy sons or holy maidens, having been entrenched in the tribulation stage for many years. Lu Qinghe wore a bitter expression that I have only just entered the tribulation. Is this appropriate? Appropriate. It is exceedingly appropriate. The Holy Master replied, his face a picture of certainty. Possessing the 7 sacred laws, you need not mention leaping tears. Even on the same tier, you should be invincible, right? Moreover, Qing Long will also be present. With him backing you, what do you have to fear? Go all out. Even if the heavens were to collapse, this Holy Master can support you. With that, the Holy Master patted Lu Qinghe's shoulder, his figure transforming into a gust of wind before vanishing, leaving the latter with an increasingly peculiar expression. Does that mean I not only have the Holy Son's backing, but also the support of a towering figure like the Holy Master behind me? Lu Qinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Does this not mean I can act recklessly? Seemingly recalling certain matters, the frustration Lu Qinghe had harbored regarding participating in the 7 Saints' great competition dissipated significantly, and he hummed a little tune as he exited the grand hall. Lu Qinghe. On his way back to his celestial mountain, Lu Qinghe encountered a group of disciples, and someone from the opposite side recognized him. What? Is he the Lu Qinghe who was just appointed as the first true inheritance? Upon hearing these words, the companions displayed expressions of astonishment, their gazes swiftly shifting to the opposite side. After a brief moment, one among them scoffed dismissively, remarking that there appeared to be nothing particularly special about it, asserting that even Brother Yu was more charismatic. Silence. The disciple who recognized Lu Qinghe, noticing the proximity of others, quickly admonished in hushed tones, feeling discontented and believing it sufficient to gossip behind his back, but not to speak openly in his presence, that in truth, after entering the tribulation phase, Lu Qinghe's 5 senses had been heightened, allowing him to hear their words distinctly, that he understood that as the first true disciple, he would undoubtedly attract idle gossip, and though he initially intended to disregard it, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He halted before them, raising his chin slightly, and imperiously declared, "I have heard you. You are quite dissatisfied with my status as the first true disciple, are you not?" Chapter 7. You Brother Lu. That is not the case. A crisp slap silenced the disciple who had attempted to explain, forcing him to swallow the remainder of his words. The other accompanying disciples, witnessing this scene, could not contain their fury and were ready to retaliate, only to be restrained. The disciple, slightly turning his face, revealed a blossoming handprint that stood out starkly against his skin. Despite this, he raised his hand to prevent the agitated disciples behind him from proceeding. Lu Qinghe, now the first true disciple, held an extraordinary status. Any altercation would inevitably lead to severe consequences. That a shadow flickered in his eyes, and as he turned away, it vanished without a trace, with a smile. He said, "Brother Lu, truly it is not the case." That Lu Qinghe snorted coldly, commanding, "Just because you say it is not, does that make it so? I declare it is." With that, he raised his hand and lightly patted the disciple's cheek, continuing, "I am now the first true disciple, my position surpassing that of the 36 true disciples, second only to the Holy Son. Before you indulge in idle talk about me, perhaps you should inquire about the nature of my relationship with the Holy Son." This slap serves as a lesson. Refrain from speaking of matters best left undiscussed and from offending those who should not be offended. Withdrawing his hand, Lu Qinghe nonchalantly remarked, "This is to educate you on the intricacies of human relationships." Upon hearing this, the disciple who had just received the slap clenched his fists, feeling the absurdity of having to thank Lu Qinghe for being struck. Yet, the circumstances left him no choice but to comply. Reluctantly loosening his grip and gritting his teeth, "Thank you, Brother Lu." Lu Qinghe laughed heartily. "Very well." With that, he swaggered away through the crowd of disciples, his boisterous laughter ringing in their ears, a sound that felt painfully grating. However, it was only after Lu Qinghe had vanished from sight that the disciples dared to chatter amongst themselves, also expressing concern for the disciple who had been struck, that in response to their inquiries. The disciple touched the side of his face where he had been slapped, his gaze icy. "I shall seek Brother Yu." Being a mere ordinary disciple, his grievances would likely go unnoticed, especially since the one who struck him was now recognized as the first true disciple. Thus, he had no choice but to seek out the true disciple of the disciplined peak. Yu Henyu. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe internally mocked himself, realizing that his recent actions resembled those of an arrogant villain. Although this was not his true intention, he felt compelled to craft an image of someone who had risen to power and lost all sense of proportion for the series of plans he intended to execute. Furthermore, he also intended to tarnish the reputation of Qinglong. Of course, the disciples of the Qingxian Holy Land had long held a deeply ingrained perception of Qinglong, an altering that would not be an endeavor accomplished overnight. Next, he would observe the reactions of the disciples from the disciplined peak. Stretching lazily, Lu Qinghe felt overwhelmed with tasks at hand. Considering the time, it was likely that the Xianyue Tower would be releasing new products. He decided to pay a visit and bring a portion for his dear brother as well. Resolute in his decision, he turned and exited the Qingxian Holy Land. Unbeknownst to him, ever since he had left the disciplined peak, a pair of eyes had been silently monitoring his movements that in the starry sky. Radiant hues intertwined as the Qingxian Holy Master slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. So, the newly appointed first true disciple is already preparing to assert his authority. The Holy Master had observed all that Lu Qinghe had done towards the disciples of the disciplined peak, discerning the deeper intentions behind his actions. The quickest way to establish authority was to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Yet it appeared that the disciplined peak was to become the chicken this time, that for Lu Qinghe's destination. The Holy Master was fully aware, having thoroughly investigated him before the sole interrogation. Leaving no stone unturned, his penchant for frequenting the Xianyue Tower was also well known to the Holy Master. The Holy Master regarded this as inconsequential, recognizing that no sage is without flaws. It was only natural for a young man like him to harbor worldly desires, provided he did not lead Qinglong astray. Atop a splendid celestial mountain illuminated by starlight, a beam of light cascaded down into the cave dwelling that had been established there. Are you saying that upon returning from your mission, you encountered Lu Qinghe, who had just been appointed as the first true disciple, and while discussing him, he overheard you? In the cave, a young man clad in a black robe sat leisurely at a stone table, brewing tea. Each of his movements exuded an air of composure, as if nothing could perturb his tranquility. At the entrance of the cave, the disciple who had been struck by Lu Qinghe stood with his head slightly bowed, exhibiting a demeanor of utmost respect. Yes, hence the slap, he responded quietly, the imprint on his face now conspicuously fresh. Upon hearing this, Yu Henyu raised his gaze, sweeping his eyes over the disciple's face before returning to the teapot. That slap may not have inflicted significant harm, but the humiliation is profound. Otherwise, you would not have come to seek me out. Erase the mark. I have seen it. The disciple remained silent, silently channeling his energy until the imprint on his face faded away. At this moment, Yu Henyu continued, you have come to me. As a true disciple of the disciplined peak and your senior brother, it is my duty to seek justice for you. Yet it is Lu Qinghe who stands in the way. He sighed as a true disciple. He naturally attracted the special attention of the peak master. While conveying the news of Lu Qinghe's ascension to the other disciples, Yu Henyu had also received an additional warning. Avoid contact with Lu Qinghe unless absolutely necessary. For this young man had gained the favor of the Holy Master. These were the peak master's exact words, which is why at this moment, Yu Henyu was reluctant to confront Lu Qinghe. The disciple, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, Brother Yu. If Yu Henyu did not advocate on his behalf, then he would be left powerless, and that slap would have been in vain. Moreover, he was not even the one who instigated the discussion. The injustice of receiving that slap weighed heavily on him. Very well. If an opportunity presents itself, I shall speak on your behalf and see if we can procure some compensation. Yu Henyu closed his eyes, adding, as for the rest, do not dwell on it. Seeing his steadfast attitude, the disciple refrained from further protest, letting out a soft sigh and clasping his fists. Thank you, Brother Yu. With that, he turned and exited the cave dwelling. Once alone, Yu Henyu poured himself a cup of tea, taking a gentle sip before wrinkling his brow and setting it down. There lingered a trace of murderous intent. Indeed, I should not be meeting anyone at this juncture. At this moment, Yu Henyu's demeanor was a stark contrast to moments prior. His icy words now tinged with a chilling intent. With a crisp sound, the teacup shattered in his grip, tea spilling forth and dampening his palm and sleeve. This scene cast a shadow over Yu Henyu's expression. and black flames suddenly erupted from his hand, consuming the teacup, reducing it to mere ash in an instant. The moisture was swiftly evaporated, taking with it a portion of the sleeve on his arm. Heh. Yu Henyu let out a laugh imbued with an inscrutable meaning as the black flames surged around him, enveloping him entirely, while he erupted into increasingly wild laughter amidst the flames. Chapter 8. Unseen, Lu Qinghe hummed a cheerful tune as he descended upon the celestial mountain of Qinglong, his mood evidently buoyant. His visit to the Xianhua Tower had not only yielded the latest releases, but also allowed him to experiment with the star-treading step, truly worthy of being called a sacred technique. While his cultivation did not permit him to traverse the stars with each step as described in the teachings, it was nonetheless extraordinarily swift, rendering the ordinary, celestial vessels behind him mere spectators. Before long, he had made the round trip between the Holy Land and the Xianhua Tower. Sensing Lu Qinghe's arrival, Qinglong emerged from his cave, curiosity barely concealed in his expression. "What have you been up to this past fortnight?" "You have leaped from an ordinary disciple to the first true disciple." The rules of the Holy Land were stringent, and distinctions of status were of utmost importance. Ordinary disciples and true disciples belong to entirely different realms. They recognized my exceptional talent, and considering your reputation, they elevated my status. Lu Qinghe grinned, revealing no intention of disclosing the sacred technique to Qinglong, as it entailed far too many complications. Qinglong scrutinized him closely, saying nothing, his gaze clearly conveying, "We grew up together. I know you too well that if you prefer to keep silent, so be it." Lu Qinghe remained unperturbed, a smile gracing his features. "Believe it or not, the Holy Master has invited us to participate in the Seven Saints Grand Competition together." Qinglong was genuinely incredulous that if you could truly attend, why would you suppress your cultivation? The Seven Saints Grand Competition only permitted the Holy Sun to participate. All others had to undergo rigorous selection processes. How could one gain entry merely through words? Just days prior, ordinary disciples had registered for the selection, and he had shown no interest whatsoever. "And what if I can attend directly?" Lu Qinghe countered. "What would you do?" Qinglong retorted coolly that if I can attend directly during the Seven Saints Grand Competition, you shall heed my commands. When I say go east, you shall not venture west. How about that? Lu Qinghe proposed as if he had long been scheming this demand. Qinglong smirked. "Very well." Upon concluding his words, he paused momentarily before continuing. "Allow me to remind you, in due time, the Sacred Land will select 7 participants from the 36 esteemed disciples for the grand competition of the Seven Saints. At that juncture, you shall discern whether you are among them." Lu Qinghe understood, realizing that after the ordinary disciples, there would also be a selection among the true disciples. However, this bore little relevance to him, given the direct appointment by the Sacred Lord. "Yes, this is for you." A golden orb of light emerged from Lu Qinghe's forehead, drifting towards Qinglong. "What is this?" Qinglong inquired, his expression tinged with confusion. "The latest." Lu Qinghe's gaze held a teasing glint as he winked at him. Qinglong immediately grasped the implication, silently accepting the offering. "What is it that you favor most within?" After contemplating for a moment, Lu Qinghe could not suppress his curiosity and leaned closer to inquire. Qinglong blinked, remaining silent. Upon further inspection, he realized that the aspect he was drawn to was somewhat peculiar, rendering him hesitant to speak. Noting his reticence, Lu Qinghe resorted to guessing one by one. At the appearance, Qinglong showed no reaction. There were many breathtaking female cultivators within the Qingxian Sacred Land, several of whom had been employed by Lu Qinghe before. So if there were feelings, they would have manifested by now. What about their attire or dance? Lu Qinghe proposed 2 more possibilities, yet Qinglong remained unresponsive. Reflecting on what remained from those possibilities, Lu Qinghe's eyes sparkled with mischief. Could it be their feet? This time, a flicker of emotion crossed Qinglong's eyes. Subtle, yet perceptible. Lu Qinghe adopted a demeanor of amusement. "Do not feel embarrassed. I too share a fondness for them." Qinglong could no longer maintain his composure, a hint of bashfulness gracing his features that I cannot fathom why, but after the initial few times, my gaze has been drawn to them almost every time. Lu Qinghe patted his shoulder reassuringly. "It is perfectly normal. Everyone possesses their unique aesthetic preferences. There is no need for surprise. We are alike in this regard." Observing Qinglong's continued demeanor, Lu Qinghe decided to shift the subject, producing the token from Shangshuan Peak and presenting it to him. Qinglong accepted it, casually inquiring, "So, have you found a spirit technique to your liking?" Lu Qinghe smiled, uncertain of how to respond, and merely nodded in agreement. "That is good to hear." Qinglong nodded in return. "You have just acquired a spirit technique. You should familiarize yourself with it further, so let us refrain from discussing it for now." Lu Qinghe nodded. Subsequently taking his leave, as he watched Lu Qinghe depart, Qinglong turned back to his cave dwelling. The following day, Lu Qinghe sat cross-legged in midair, his stone bed and table adorned simply with a few spirit fruits. This was his cave. Stripped to its essence, the cave dwellings of ordinary disciples bore little variation. They were filled with wondrous sights or equipped with spirit treasures that aided in cultivation, privileges reserved for true disciples and above. For instance, Qinglong's jade bed possessed the ability to gather spirit energy, making cultivation remarkably efficient. Suddenly, Lu Qinghe's ears perked up. He appeared to hear someone calling his name from outside. Extending his consciousness, he confirmed that indeed. Someone stood at the entrance of his cave. He concluded his meditation and stepped outside, his eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. Senior Brother Lu. The disciple, upon seeing Lu Qinghe, immediately clasped his hands in greeting. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Lu Qinghe confirmed he did not recognize the individual. Such visits were seldom made without purpose. The disciple responded, "I am a disciple of the Disciplined Peak. Why, brother, you heard that Senior Brother Lu was appointed as the first true disciple and wishes to make your acquaintance. He extends an invitation for you to meet under the starlight." The celestial mountain of Yuhenyu was blessed by heaven, with starlight that persisted throughout the years, thus earning it the title of Starlight, Celestial Mountain. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghe raised an eyebrow. "So, he invites me, but does not come himself?" Lu Qinghe chuckled derisively. "This is his way of hosting guests. Then I shall not attend." The disciple, taken aback, gaped in confusion, unprepared for such an unexpected response. Typically, an invitation would precede a visit, but Lu Qinghe's refusal left him at a loss. "Does that mean Senior Brother Lu is not interested?" He ventured hesitantly. "Is my intention not clear enough?" Lu Qinghe shot a glance at the disciple. "If he wishes to see me, he should come himself." Having said this, he lacked the patience to elaborate further, waving him off. "That is all. You may return and relay my message to your brother Yu." As the restrictions around the cave manifested, the disciple sighed helplessly and turned to report back to his true disciple. This first true disciple is truly unlike the others. At the Yuhenyu cave, the disciple who had delivered the message stood respectfully beside Yuhenyu, who was still brewing tea, having changed from a black robe to a gray one. That what he said. Yuhenyu's tone was shrouded in ambiguity as a slight crack appeared on the teapot, a subtle yet perceptible fracture running through it. The disciple, unwilling for his brother to appear inferior upon their first meeting, retorted indignantly, "Brother Yu, does that mean Lu Qinghe is unapproachable? He has just become the first true disciple and already exhibits such demeanor. Even Shengzi Qinglong never behaved this way." Yuhenyu raised a hand to silence him, cautioning against speaking too freely, for calamity often arose from careless words. If he does not wish to come, so be it. There will be an exchange gathering among true disciples tomorrow. Then I shall have a proper conversation with him. Chapter 9. Teaching you how to conduct matters after a day of cultivation. Lu Qinghe did not encounter any further visitors, leading him to feel a tinge of regret. Until the next day, when a message from the elder of Tianqing Peak prompted him to exit his cave with an irritable expression. They did not mention that there would be a regular exchange gathering among true disciples upon my ascension. Lu Qinghe was displeased, particularly at the notion that ordinary disciples would be allowed to observe, ultimately requiring true disciples to clarify doubts for them, which only exacerbated his annoyance. When he himself was an ordinary disciple, such privileges had not been extended to him. It is simply that I lack interest. With Qinglong as my ally, how could I find these gatherings appealing? Thus, he brushed it off. Tianqing Peak, not among the 36 peaks, served as an open space specifically designated for the disciples of the sacred land to engage in martial exchanges. Over countless years, this place had been transformed into a dojo. Today, the mountain was particularly lively, with disciples' figures visible across the landscape. Everyone knew this was one of the rare occasions where the true disciples from the 36 peaks would selflessly address the questions of their peers. Even more enticing was the possibility of witnessing true disciples sparring with one another, an exceedingly rare opportunity for observation. Before the true disciples had even arrived, many disciples had already gathered early. eager to secure a favorable position that wasn't there just a new first true disciple a couple of days ago. I wonder if you'll be present today. Among the disciples, someone recalled Lu Qinghe's recent ascension and spoke aloud. Perhaps not. He is already the first true disciple, which implies he ranks above the 36 true disciples that he likely would not show up for an occasion like this. Speculations arose among the disciples. But soon someone countered, that notion is misguided. Does being the first true disciple mean he is no longer a true disciple? He is not Xingzi Qinglong. The rules of the sacred land are as firm as the heavens. He will definitely attend today. Exactly. We should also get to know him. What kind of remarkable figure can rise above the 36 true disciples without a reputation? Lu Qinghe. Do you not recognize him? He grew up alongside Xingzi Qinglong, so his current status is not surprising. Senior brother, are you implying? Hush, tread carefully. Xingzi Qinglong is not someone we can discuss freely. Just remember this in your heart. As they awaited the gathering, the conversation among the disciples gradually turned toward Lu Qinghe. Those who were familiar with him began to enlighten those who were not, causing Lu Qinghe's reputation to soar, with almost everyone present becoming acquainted with his name. However, the nature of his fame seemed somewhat tarnished, as many believed he had merely capitalized on his close ties with Qinglong, having grown up alongside him. It was not until the first true disciple descended gracefully from the sky, eliciting gasps from the crowd, that the previous discussions came to an abrupt halt. The newcomer landed directly within the dojo, his garments flowing elegantly, exuding an air of refined grace, appearing to be no more than in his 20s, with striking features. Greetings, Brother Chu. The disciples from the Sword Peak immediately extended their greetings, their voices resonating throughout the area. Chu Xiao, upon hearing the call, smiled warmly, directing a respectful gesture towards the source of the voice. Upon witnessing the response from their esteemed sect, the disciples of Zhongjian Peak immediately transformed into fervent admirers, erupting into wild cheers. This display elicited expressions of disdain from the disciples of nearby peaks, who would never behave in such a manner. Soon after, the second esteemed disciple, Ning Luo from Fuxiang Peak, arrived, her charming and playful demeanor causing many male disciples from her peak to emit cries of excitement, some of whom were the very individuals who had previously shown disdain that as time progressed. More esteemed disciples made their entrance, and finally, an elder from Tianxing Peak appeared, stroking his white beard with an air of celestial grace. With a wave of his sleeve, 37 cushions radiating spiritual energy were arranged in a circle upon the dais. The disciples instantly understood that this clearly indicated the arrival of the first esteemed disciple. However, despite the gathering of 36 esteemed disciples, the figure of Lu Qinghe was still conspicuously absent. Gradually, the disciples' discontent grew. Some dismissed his absence as unworthy of concern, while others suggested that as the first esteemed disciple, he must naturally adopt an air of superiority at this moment. Even the elder from Tianxing Peak felt a strain. Surprised by the tardiness of such a prominent figure, it was unreasonable to keep everyone waiting for the sake of one individual. Since only one person is yet to arrive, let us proceed first, before he could finish his sentence. The silhouette of Lu Qinghe suddenly materialized in the center of the dais, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. Are we beginning? Lu Qinghe surveyed the surroundings, sensing a peculiar atmosphere, and inquired. Let us commence. Please take your seat first. The elder from Tianxing Peak coughed lightly, thinking to himself, you have arrived just in time. Scanning the area, Lu Qinghe noticed only one cushion remaining and boldly strode over to sit down. No sooner had he settled than a voice laced with sarcasm reached his ears that as expected of the first esteemed disciple. While we all made an effort to arrive early, the first esteemed disciple chooses to do the opposite, leaving us all waiting for you. Lu Qinghe raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze drifting toward the source of the voice, where he found a figure in gray robes sitting cross-legged on the cushion directly opposite him, their unwavering gaze meeting his with a hint of an enigmatic smile. Who are you? Lu Qinghe confirmed that he did not recognize this individual. With a smile, the figure replied, I am Yu Henyu from Jielu Peak. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghe immediately recalled that this was the individual who had attempted to contact him yesterday through a junior disciple. And no wonder the tone was so condescending. It was entirely expected. However, Lu Qinghe was not someone easily manipulated. Did I not mention that if you wish to see me, You should come directly. Was your junior disciple unable to convey that message? Yu Henyu was momentarily taken aback. His intention had been to publicly confront Lu Qinghe regarding the previous day's events and cast him as arrogant and haughty in front of the other esteemed disciples, establishing a fixed impression. Yet, he never anticipated that Lu Qinghe would reveal such information about himself. This was the first time he had encountered someone who didn't adhere to the expected norms. How should he proceed? That is not the case. When I first met the other Holy Sons, we followed this process. Skipping the invitation and visiting directly is something one does only after becoming familiar. Yu Henyu slowly explained. This is the usual procedure when meeting with other esteemed disciples. The DOU requires something different. Lu Qinghe smirked, preparing to counter. Are you of equal standing with them? Yu Henyu, somewhat perplexed, nodded, acknowledging that the esteemed disciples from the 36 Peaks were indeed of equal rank. As the first esteemed disciple, my status should naturally be slightly higher than yours. Is that not so? Lu Qinghe inquired. Yu Henyu nodded, as he intended to bestow an inflated title upon himself, finding it easier to maneuver if he acknowledged the disparity in status. Well then, if you come to meet me as an equal, is that appropriate in terms of etiquette? Lu Qinghe pressed on. But I do not blame you. Rather, I am informing you that you should come directly in the future. Yesterday, I waited for you in my cave for an entire day. Why did you not come? Was it because you looked down upon this esteemed disciple? Yu Henyu stood there, momentarily speechless and unsure of how to respond. The words echoed in the ears of all present, prompting several disciples to begin whispering amongst themselves that at first, I thought Yu Henyu was in the right. However, after hearing this, it seems he indeed made a mistake. Lu Qinghe seems to have shifted the narrative. Yu Henyu merely intended to discuss the procedural norms, while Lu Qinghe was asserting the disparity in their statuses. Are they not on equal terms? From the perspective of titles, it would seem not. Then that suffices. Yu Henyu's procedure is meant for equals, that it seems that Yu Henyu was indeed in the wrong this time, that Lu Qinghe continued to express his thoughts, lamenting that in the realm of cultivation, one should transcend such trivial formalities. The insistence on such pedantry was simply archaic. Yu Henyu, I am attempting to teach you how to conduct yourself. The elder from Tianqing Peak, noticing Yu Henyu's stunned silence, realized that he could no longer allow Lu Qinghe to continue. If this inexperienced young man were to be pushed too far, it could severely destabilize his resolve. One could only wonder what the sect leader was thinking, insisting on this individual's participation. Indeed, Lu Qinghe's attendance was a specific request from the sect leader. Otherwise, the elder from Tianqing Peak would not have extended an invitation to someone of his status. Well then, since everyone has arrived, let us begin. Upon the elder's declaration, Lu Qinghe finally ceased his remarks, though his gaze remained fixed on Yu Henyu, as if to indicate that this was far from over. Today, let this esteemed disciple of Jilu Peak serve as the foundation upon which I will establish my reputation. In the first phase of the exchange gathering, esteemed disciples engaged in discussions, pointing out the shortcomings in each other's cultivation insights, providing learning opportunities for the surrounding disciples which proved beneficial. However, there were exceptions. Lu Qinghe found their discourse utterly tedious, as their concepts did not align with his own. Moreover, he had ascended to this stage of cultivation rather inexplicably. Throughout the entirety of the discourse, Yu Henyu spoke little, leading others to assume he had merely been rattled by the earlier exchange and thus did not draw much attention. However, had anyone observed closely, they would have noticed that Yu Henyu was entirely absorbed in suppressing the surging tide of murderous intent within him. That as the first phase drew to a close, the atmosphere remained harmonious, with no clashes or disagreements among the esteemed disciples that would lead to physical confrontations. This indicated that the gathering could proceed to the final phase, where the 36 esteemed disciples would address the inquiries of the disciples present regarding their cultivation. However, it seemed that an unexpected occurrence was on the horizon. Just as the elder from Tianqing Peak was about to announce the next phase, Yu Henyu abruptly interjected, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Rising to his full height, he first inclined his body slightly toward the elder, performing a respectful gesture. Elder, I have some questions for esteemed disciple Lu. The elder raised an eyebrow, asking, is it related to cultivation? Yu Henyu shook his head, it is not. Then, that is not permissible. The elder from Tianqing Peak firmly declined, stating that this gathering was specifically for matters of cultivation. To divert from that would disrupt the established order. Please, this is of great importance. If I do not inquire, my resolve may shatter. This declaration caused a ripple of shock among the assembled disciples. How severe could this matter be? Was it merely a few exchanges of words that could lead to such a fragile state of resolve? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the elder from Tianqing Peak hesitated. The state of a disciple's resolve was no trivial matter, especially in a gathering he presided over. Given the favorable circumstances, even if the cause was unrelated to him, he would likely still face repercussions. Caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, he turned to Yuhenyu. Must we proceed with this inquiry? Indeed, it must be asked. Yuhenyu's attitude was unwavering. Sighing, the elder turned to the other esteemed disciples. What do you all think? It is merely a question. It should not take much time. The voice came from the esteemed disciple of Jingyi Peak, Long Hu, whose composed demeanor suggested a lack of concern. Agreed, cultivation is paramount. If a few moments can solidify one's resolve, it is certainly worthwhile. Chu Xiao nodded in agreement that I have no objections. Neither do I that I can accommodate this, seeing the consensus among the esteemed disciples. The elder turned to Lu Qinghe, awaiting his thoughts on the matter. Very well, Liu Qinghe nodded slightly, initially pondering how to launch a sudden counterattack, but this opportunity seemed to present itself effortlessly, with the main party unopposed. The elder from Tianqing Peak signaled to Yuhenyu. Yuhenyu exhaled deeply, fully aware that raising his question in this setting was far from appropriate, yet he felt compelled to do so. Otherwise, the overwhelming surge of murderous intent could easily cloud his judgment, leading to irreversible consequences. All the effort he had invested in controlling his murderous intent would be rendered futile. Dare I ask? Esteemed disciple Lu, did you ever consider the immense shadow cast upon the disciples of Jilu Peak due to your actions, spurred merely by a single remark directed at you? Yuhenyu's gaze bore into Lu Qinghe, asserting, if it were not for the disciple who approached me, I may have never realized that upon your ascension to the esteemed disciple position, your character had undergone such a transformation. As an esteemed disciple, do you not possess the capacity for tolerance? These words ignited a firestorm among the disciples, as no one had anticipated that Lu Qinghe would exhibit such behavior so soon after his elevation to esteemed disciple. I initially believed it was merely a matter of status. I had no idea I was mistaken, and that the past persona was merely a fade, now revealing your true nature. Regret fills me for having made his acquaintance. How shameful it is to associate with such a person. I initially had no knowledge of him, yet one can only ponder the character of someone who reaches this point through connections. Am I the only one who perceives no issue here? I failed to restrain my tongue when discussing the true teachings, and it is only natural that the concerned party would retaliate. Have you not heard the tales of the true teachings? They have gone so far as to seek him out. It is evident he has been wronged, and thus it is reasonable to demand justice. Otherwise, how could the true teachings claim there is no room for forgiveness? You possess such audacity. Are you willing to risk your lives? What is there to fear? We are many, unless he truly desires to tarnish his reputation within the sacred land of Qingxian. In an instant, Lu Qinghe became the target of condemnation among the disciples. Even those who believed he was in the right were drowned out by the tide of public opinion. However, at the eye of this storm, Lu Qinghe remained unaffected, a faint smile playing upon his lips. After all, the more ruthless, the better. As a villain, one cannot expect to maintain a good reputation. That Liu Qinghe paid no heed to the vitriol surrounding him. Rising to his feet, his gaze clashing with Yuhenyu's as he sneered, "Is that all you have to ask? I thought I had made myself abundantly clear. Much like I instructed you earlier, I am merely guiding him in his tasks. If one were to gossip about every trivial matter, encountering someone truly formidable could lead to consequences far graver than my simple reprimand. Whether one even survives to meet you again remains uncertain." With that, Lu Qinghe stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and Yuhenyu. "You claim I lack the capacity for forgiveness. Do you even comprehend what a lack of such capacity looks like?" As he finished speaking, he was already standing before Yuhenyu. The proximity made Yuhenyu instinctively uneasy. In the next moment, his pupils constricted, and he instinctively recoiled. Suddenly, Lu Qinghe struck with a palm, the force creating a gust of wind. Had Yuhenyu not retreated, that palm would have landed squarely on his chest. "Hey, quick on the uptake," Lu Qinghe muttered in dissatisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, who were astonished by his display. "So now you all understand. This is what it means to lack the capacity for forgiveness, that I cannot tolerate a single word of slander against me. Otherwise, I cannot predict the extent of my actions. Those who met his gaze instinctively shrank back, yet upon hearing his words, a fire ignited within their hearts, tempered by the memory of that sudden attack, leaving them with only the option to seethe in silence. After all, Lu Qinghe was now a true disciple. Seeking revenge on them would be all too easy. You are quite something. Yu Hanyu's slow voice broke through the tension, and it was evident to all that he was struggling to suppress something within himself. Chapter 11. A good beating. Yao Shan's true disciple Yang Shuang observed the scene, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This scene seems eerily familiar. Years have passed, yet I believed it had long been resolved. What do you mean? Ning Luo inquired curiously, having overheard him that it's understandable that you, being new to the true discipleship, are unaware. Yang Shuang replied. Yu Hanyu was not always as he is now, in the past. He was akin to a madman. Zhang Xiang from Wanjian Peak raised an eyebrow at this claim, comparing him to a madman. Even a madman is preferable. At least they can communicate. He would attack anyone indiscriminately. Ning Luo felt as if she had stumbled upon hidden secrets, a wave of gossip washing over her as she eagerly pressed on. What brought about such a transformation? Yang Shuang exchanged glances with Zhang Xiang, the former lowering his voice because he was from the Discipline Peak. While the Discipline Peak now oversees punishments within the sacred land, it once wielded the power of life and death, immense power. Indeed, those who wreaked havoc or were particularly vicious would be collected by the Discipline Peak, and tasks would be issued internally to hone the disciple skills. Ning Luo, still trying to grasp the situation, asked, "Isn't that a good thing?" Yang Shuang shrugged. Initially, yes, but when Yu Hanyu emerged, he single-handedly took on half of the Discipline Peak's tasks. He became a veritable workhorse. But it seemed that the excessive bloodshed gradually consumed him, transforming him into a lunatic who only knew how to wield a sword. Ultimately, it was the head of the Discipline Peak who intervened, seeking a solution to his madness, that I witnessed his frenzied state at Yaoshan. He was much like he is now, devoid of reason. Moreover, Yang Shuang gestured toward Yu Hanyu. Did you notice the black flames emanating from him? Ning Luo looked over and indeed saw wisps of black flames swirling around him, dissipating into the air. Those flames are born of pure murderous intent, immensely powerful. Touching them feels akin to having one's bones scraped. Ning Luo shivered at the thought. Then I must be cautious in the future. I cannot afford to cross paths with him. Yang Shuang chuckled. Do not worry, for the head of the Discipline Peak has ordered that Yu Hanyu is to refrain from action unless he first controls that murderous intent. However, it appears today may break that prohibition. As Yang Shuang spoke, he observed the increasing amount of black flames surrounding Yu Hanyu, indicating he was losing control. Indeed, as Yang Shuang had surmised, the past few days had been rife with dissatisfaction. His emotional fluctuations had grown, and the murderous intent within him became increasingly difficult to contain. Especially today, Lu Qinghe's retort had left him at a loss for words, and that previous strike ignited an urgent desire for release. Glaring at Lu Qinghe, Yu Hanyu's eyes turned frigid. Even if he were to face punishment today, he would accept it. With that thought, he relinquished his control over the murderous intent, unleashing a conflagration that enveloped him entirely. Lu Qinghe, he roared amidst the black flames. The elder from Tianqing Peak, recognizing the situation, ordered decisively, retreat at once. He understood that only he possessed the strength to forcibly suppress Yu Hanyu in this state. Lu Qinghe furrowed his brow. This true disciple was indeed in trouble, and the situation did not bode well for him. Acknowledging that his reputation was already tarnished, he felt it unnecessary to prolong the matter further. Thus, he intended to leave. However, Yu Hanyu would not allow him to escape so easily that he raised his hand, sending forth a surge of black flames to block Lu Qinghe's path. Where do you think you're going? Yu Hanyu's voice was low and menacing, and as he spoke, he prepared to strike again. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming celestial presence descended, forcefully pinning him down. With a thud, Yu Hanyu knelt, unable to withstand the pressure. Yet his spirit remained unyielded. He would not bow to such mere force. Elder, this is a one-time affair. Yet the elder from Tianqing Peak stood firm, declaring, your reason has been overrun by murderous intent, and you must not be allowed to run amok. I will take you to meet the head of Wu Peak. Let him determine your fate. With that, the elder turned his attention to Lu Qinghe, who was attempting to sneak away. This matter concerns you as well. You must accompany us. Wait, Lu Qinghe exclaimed, only to find himself unable to control his body, helplessly watching as he and Yu Hanyu were whisked away, as if they were mere chicks being carried by their collars. Toward the Discipline Peak. The disciples of Tianqing Peak were left in bewildered silence, exchanging glances. What has happened to Brother Yu? He looks terrifying. I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. That it's all Lu Qinghe's fault. Had he not struck first, Brother Yu would not have turned into this. When faced with uncertainty, they swiftly laid blame on Lu Qinghe. With the principal party now absent, their courage swelled, and they felt emboldened to voice their opinions. As the situation spiraled out of control, Yang Shuang and the 35 true disciples took it upon themselves to restore order. All right, fellow disciples, the elder is absent, yet we can continue our practice that if there are any questions, feel free to ask. At the Discipline Peak. Lu Qinghe gazed at the familiar hall, letting out a dry chuckle. Back again, I see that I asked the head of Wu Peak present. The elder from Tianqing Peak called out, his voice echoing through the hall. After a brief moment, a resigned voice responded, the head is currently immersed in meditation. Your shout has disrupted his enlightenment. Unperturbed, the elder lifted Yu Hanyu, stating, I bring back your disciple, whose murderous intent has spiraled out of control. That a moment later, a figure appeared within the hall, middle-aged, with a sturdy countenance that might seem ordinary were it not for the dark gold flowing patterns on his robe and the fact that they were in the Discipline Peak's Grand Hall. Seeing this, the elder from Tianqing Peak raised an eyebrow. Are you returning to your original state? Wu Qishan nodded and jested. Had you not called out so loudly, I might have completed my transformation and ascended to become a celestial sovereign. Preposterous! The elder from Tianqing Peak laughed. The sacred land of Qingxian is about to welcome another celestial sovereign, and I am genuinely pleased. Could you kindly let me down first? Lu Qinghe raised his hand. This is rather embarrassing. His remark drew the attention of the two elders that Wu Qishan glanced between his disciple and Lu Qinghe. What has transpired? They had a fight. The elder of Tianqing Peak appeared to be recounting a trivial matter. He set down the two small entities in his hands, and although Yu Hanyu remained engulfed in flames, he stood up and respectfully bowed to Wu Qishan, greeting his master. Noticing that his disciple's demeanor was normal and his speech fluent, Wu Qishan raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, Have you succeeded? However, Yu Hanyu shook his head, stating, I do not know, but at this moment, my heart holds but one thought. What is it? Wu Qishan inquired, indicating that as long as the thought was clear, anything was permissible. Today is indeed a splendid day, a double joy for the Discipline Peak. Yu Hanyu proclaimed, I want to give him a beating. He pointed at Lu Qinghe, emphasizing each word. Lu Qinghe responded with a perplexed expression. Chapter 12. The Arena of Discourse. Wu Qishan hesitated. Everything else was fine, but this was particularly troublesome. Why, after his admonitions, did Yu Hanyu still wish to confront Lu Qinghe? He did not wish to intervene, but knew he could not simply allow it. Otherwise, the Discipline Peak would become a mere warning to others. Let us find another way. You may handle the rest as you see fit, Wu Qishan suggested. Yu Hanyu, however, remained resolute, insisting, This is the only thought I possess. If I do not fulfill it, it will become an obsession on my path of cultivation. Wu Qishan found himself in a predicament. His disciple was stubborn and had chosen a confrontation that was not advisable. Sensing his struggle, Elder Tianqing spoke up. Many disciples have witnessed the conflict between them today. Even if we attempt to reconcile here, the news will still spread that it is better to resolve it openly. My suggestion is to let them engage in a match, and it must not be without an audience. The entire sacred land should be informed that I am resolving their conflict. It will also allow Yu Han to clarify his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Wu Qishan shot the elder a fierce glare. You old rascal! You thrive on spectacle. Nevertheless, looking at his obstinate disciple, it seemed there was indeed no better solution. Hanyu, what do you think? Wu Qishan asked. In the arena, our strikes must be measured. Can you control yourself? Yu Hanyu assessed his own state and confidently affirmed, I can. Just as the elder suggested, it was better to let things unfold than to suppress them. Perhaps the initial approach had been misguided. This time, he sought only clarity of thought and might gain something in return. That Wu Qishan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. That he then turned to Elder Tianqing. Let this take place on Tianqing Peak. The elder nodded in affirmation, sharing the sentiment. Observing the conversation between the three, it was evident that no one considered his opinion, that no one concerned about my thoughts in this matter. Lu Qinghe lamented. I have yet to agree, that Wu Qishan replied nonchalantly. That is of little importance. Elder Tianqing chuckled softly, stroking his beard. This matter arose because of you, so it shall be resolved by you. How absurd! We agreed to enjoy the same treatment as the Holy Sun, yet I see none of it. Lu Qinghe muttered indignantly. With 7 sacred laws at his disposal, he could easily overwhelm a mere disciple undergoing tribulation. Yet these 3 seemed blissfully unaware. Yuhenyu gazed coldly at him. If you can manage it, then come forth. In his mind, as an established true disciple, he should not be outmatched by a newcomer. Were it not for the need for restraint, he would undoubtedly leave Lu Qinghe severely injured. Years of cultivating character seemed to pale in comparison to the clarity gained through this moment of provocation, that Wu Qishan and the other elders did not take his words seriously. Becoming the foremost true disciple likely involved some fortuitous encounters, making him a figure of interest to the Holy Master. His actual strength could not possibly compare to Yuhenyu's, that they regarded him with skepticism. Lu Qinghe scoffed. When will this match take place? He did not feel the need to prove anything. No explanation could rival the reality of the situation. When Yuhenyu was defeated, his strength would declare everything. There's no rush. Preparations will take time, and you will be informed when the time comes. Elder Tianqing stated. To Lu Qinghe turned to leave. Then summon me when it begins. That he departed. Elder Tianqing also excused himself. I shall return to prepare. After all, this event must be visible to the entire sacred land, and the effort will be considerable. Yuhenyu clasped his hands, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Elder. Elder Tianqing nodded, saying nothing more, and vanished from sight. In the discipline hall, only Wu Qishan and his disciple remained. Observing Yuhenyu, who was still shrouded in black flames, that Wu Qishan instructed, Reel it in, and let us see that his words. Yuhenyu felt a shift within him, retracting the encircling black flames into his body. Although his robes bore some scorch marks, he was largely unscathed. It seemed he had indeed begun to master it, that Wu Qishan felt a sense of relief. Akin to a parent witnessing their child finally grow up, it appeared that Yuhenyu's control over the black flames was linked to Lu Qinghe's provocation. During the match, do show some mercy, Wu Qishan advised. Impossible! Yuhenyu declared firmly, I will not hold back. That if I do, what will my fellow disciples think of me? I will not only fight with full strength, but will give it my all. Well then, it certainly won't be out of a desire for revenge, Wu Qishan remarked with a wry smile, realizing his disciple had grown obstinate, that he had meant to suggest a measured approach, but instead, Yuhenyu was determined to go all out, which would likely lead to trouble with the Holy Master. Do as you wish, Wu Qishan sighed, patting Yuhenyu on the shoulder before turning to enter the hall. Now, he could only hope for a swift return to simplicity and the attainment of the status of an immortal emperor, allowing him to endure longer under the Holy Master's gaze. Yuhenyu watched his master depart, feeling puzzled, as if Wu Qishan was not entirely satisfied with his words. Never mind, he resolved, seizing the opportunity to further refine his control over the black flames. Born from killing intent, the black flames would grow stronger with his cultivation, feeding off his murderous resolve. According to Wu Qishan, this ability was unique to Yuhenyu and would develop alongside him, its value rivaling that of a profound immortal technique. As dusk fell, a message rapidly swept across the entire Qingshan Holy Land. The true disciple of the Discipline Peak, Yuhenyu, would engage in a discourse on the arena with the newly ascended foremost true disciple. Lu Qinghe, 3 days hence, on the floating island of Tianqing Peak. This single announcement sent shockwaves throughout the Qingshan Holy Land, each reaction stemming from differing perspectives. Those aware of the conflict between Lu Qinghe and Yuhenyu were astonished that a confrontation would indeed occur, while many unaware of the details were simply excited to witness 2 true disciples clash that on the arduous path of cultivation. Such interludes served as vital seasoning, that if this interlude involved 2 true disciples engaging in a discourse, then more such events were certainly welcome. The news reached Qing Tian, who blinked in confusion. How is it that they are already clashing? Is this truly the Lu Qinghe I know? Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe, one of the main characters, was heading to the resource peak, thinking that now that he had become a true disciple, he ought to have a new cave dwelling. He found it bewildering that the elders of the sacred land seemed oblivious. The Holy Master had publicly declared that the foremost true disciples were entitled to the same treatment as the Holy Son, yet their current treatment was far from that. Chapter 13. The discourse begins 3 days later. Under a clear, starry sky, a gentle breeze carried spiritual energy, as if heralding an extraordinary day. Thunderous sounds echoed as an island detached from Tianqing Peak and floated into the air. "Ah, this brother. Your words are as enlightening as a grand revelation," remarked one disciple. "What do you mean by that?" came the retort. "Is it not obvious? Today, Tianqing Peak shall be bustling with activity in the nearby void." Lu Qinghe stood alongside Qing Tian, observing the throng of disciples flocking to Tianqing Peak as if on a pilgrimage. Why now? The peak was overflowing, with others hovering at equal heights in the void. "What a lively scene!" Lu Qinghe exclaimed, marveling at the multitude. "With the news having spread for 3 days, I'd wager at least 90% of the disciples will be gathered here," Qing Tian replied, noting Lu Qinghe's calm demeanor, which lacked any hint of tension. "Regardless of the outcome, your name will echo throughout every corner of the Qingshan Holy Land that I am aware," Lu Qinghe responded dismissively, his nonchalance still intact. Seeing this, Qing Tian swallowed the words he had prepared and instead shared what he had heard from other disciples over the past few days. "They say that since you became a true disciple, you've become arrogant and have acted tyrannically against ordinary disciples without discernment. Is that true?" At this, Lu Qinghe's demeanor shifted, his previously carefree expression now tinged with seriousness. "It is indeed true." He merely acknowledged it without further elaboration. The two exchanged glances, and after a moment, Qing Tian averted his gaze. "I see that Lu Qinghe chuckled lightly. Aren't you curious about the reason, Qing Long Dao, if you do not speak?" "Naturally. I cannot know that we grew up together. How could I not trust you?" As he finished speaking, the two exchanged a knowing smile. Pausing for a moment, Qing Long leaned in and whispered, "When will there be something new?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghe looked at him in astonishment, realizing that at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could involve him in the next phase of their plan. "That we'll talk about it later. I must take my leave now," Lu Qinghe replied, then leaped towards the floating island, while Qing Long descended into Tianqing Peak, inevitably stirring a ripple among the disciples. That moment, on the floating island, Yu had arrived early. Today, he wore a flowing white robe, arms crossed, standing tall, as the gentle breeze danced around the edges of his robe. When Lu Qinghe reached the island, he happened to witness this scene and was momentarily taken aback. This young man appeared even more elegant and poised than himself at first glance. "You have finally arrived," Yu remarked upon seeing Lu Qinghe. Unable to contain his words, "I have awaited this moment for a long time." "What are you looking forward to? Receiving a good thrashing from me?" Lu Qinghe landed and surveyed his surroundings. From the outside, the island appeared to be merely a section cleaved from a mountain peak. But only by being within could one appreciate its profound mysteries. Within it lies a universe, yet gazing out, one cannot see the end, allowing for boundless expression. Mere words. I hope that when we meet in reality, your spirit will be as unyielding as your tongue. Yu snorted coldly, eager to take action against him. "That I sincerely hope your strength compels me to take this seriously," Lu Qinghe replied nonchalantly. Yet his words were quite provocative. Realizing he could not gain the upper hand in a war of words, Yu shot a cold glare at him before shutting his eyes to meditate and regulate his breathing. Seeing this, Lu Qinghe also fell silent. Wandering about the island, as time passed, the disciples gathered around Tianqing Peak had swelled to a throng, creating a sea of bodies that could be seen from above. With 35 true disciples and Qing Long occupying the central position, seemingly an unwritten rule. As long as they appeared, the disciples would willingly yield their space, in the unnoticed void, the Holy Master of Qingxian and the elders from the 36 peaks gathered. Observing the scene, the Holy Master chuckled softly. It seems the Qingxian Holy Land has not seen such liveliness in quite some time. While the Holy Land had many inhabitants, he, as the Holy Master, was well aware that aside from significant events, Qingxian disciples seldom gathered en masse, often busy completing tasks assigned by Resource Peak to acquire treasures and resources for their cultivation. The 36 elders listened with smiles but tactfully refrained from commenting, each of them being cunning individuals who had lived for a millennium. The Holy Master clearly desired more of such occurrences. But could such events be frequent? Their own peak had only one true disciple. If they lost in a debate with another peak's true disciple, it would be a significant matter. How could they accept that their peak would be ranked first or second without any benefits? The Holy Master, well aware of their thoughts, chuckled coldly and said, "Elder Qi, Lu Qinghe was originally a disciple of your Xinxing Peak. Do you have anything to say?" Upon being singled out by the Holy Master, Qi Changfeng, who appeared scholarly, inwardly sighed and shook his head. "I have not paid much attention to Qinghe during his time at Xinxing Peak. All his achievements are solely due to his own efforts." This implied that no matter what Lu Qinghe achieved, it had no bearing on Xinxing Peak. Ditto. The Holy Master raised an eyebrow, originally intending to declare, "I will decide that the victor will grant the Discipline Peak and Xinxing Peak an additional 10% of resources for the next year. Since you have said this, if Lu Qinghe wins, that 10% shall belong to him. Elder Wu, if Yuanyu wins, then the 10% shall belong entirely to your Discipline Peak." Wu Qishan, who had been hiding at the back, was momentarily stunned by the Holy Master's words. Such immense wealth had suddenly descended upon him, leaving him bewildered. "Thank you, Holy Master." Meanwhile, Qi Changfeng, who had originally hoped for that 10%, was internally lamenting and regretting his earlier cleverness. Feeling utterly remorseful, the other peak elders, while envious of the resources, mostly reveled in Xinxing Peak's misfortune. After the Seven Saints' great competition, such events would be held more frequently, with rewards being resources from the losing side. And the Holy Land would also contribute a portion. The Holy Master of Qingxian suddenly remarked, "The Holy Land needs to be more vibrant." Upon hearing this, the 36 peak elders straightened their expressions and bowed in unison. "We shall faithfully obey the Holy Master's command." As their conversation unfolded, the arena below was finally set to commence. The elder from Tianxing Peak stood in the air before the floating island, observing the two readying themselves as he began to form seals with his hands. The floating island radiated with resplendent light, and the stars above seemed to shower down, resonating with the moment. Suddenly, the space above the floating island rippled and twisted. And as it returned to calm, a scene emerged in the void, causing a wave of excitement among the onlookers. The image displayed in the void was none other than the floating island itself, where Lu Qinghe and Yuanyu were gathering their spiritual energy, poised for action. The elder from Tianxing Peak slowly raised his right hand, then swiftly brought it down, his voice resonating throughout the heavens. "Begin!" Chapter 14. The outcome is determined. Boom. In an instant, a violent aura erupted, spiritual energy soaring into the sky with the might of the tribulation stage. Yuanyu clenched his fist, and black flames erupted with a whoosh, as he launched a punch, transforming the flames into a serpent of fire that slithered through the air. Yet Lu Qinghe merely stepped forward, effortlessly evading the attack. "Too slow. That speed cannot hit me." "You are too pleased too soon," Yuanyu retorted coldly, his mind focused as the black fire serpent swiftly changed direction. Simultaneously, he formed seals with both hands, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy to coalesce into a towering spear, its sharpness instantly suffusing the space around them. The spear's edge seemed capable of cleaving through the void itself, imbued with unparalleled power and speed, darting towards Lu Qinghe, with the spear in front and the serpent of fire behind. Lu Qinghe was locked in tightly. Regardless of his choice, he had to respond. However, he was not intimidated. Extending his hand, he drew a broken branch from the surrounding vegetation, oddly shaped yet reminiscent of a sword. In an instant, the spear was upon him, and Lu Qinghe calmly swung the branch, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that enveloped him, impenetrable. Not only that, but he also met the spear head-on with the branch. "How absurd!" Yuanyu sneered, believing that a spear formed from spiritual techniques could not be blocked by a mere broken branch. He awaited the moment of contact, anticipating the branch to shatter upon impact. However, in Lu Qinghe's hands, that broken branch transformed into a genuine 3-foot sword, its sword energy swirling around it. And at the moment of collision, it effortlessly struck down countless times. Bang! An unbelievable scene unfolded before the spectators. Lu Qinghe not only intercepted the spear, but employing a profound sword technique, sent it flying away, the spear plunging straight into the ground beside him. After accomplishing this, Lu Qinghe stood with the branch resting against his shoulder, when suddenly he felt a disorienting wave of emotion wash over him. An irritable sentiment surged within, but he glanced down to discover that a corner of his robe had inexplicably caught fire. The black flames raging upwards with a decisive motion, Lu Qinghe wielded his sword energy to sever the corner of his robe, watching as the fabric turned to ash, the strange emotion within him dissipating. This flame can influence emotions, Lu Qinghe mused, his gaze darkening as he reached a conclusion. This was not something to be trifled with, and oh wonder you have become a true disciple. Your methods are indeed unique. Yu Henyu remarked, shaking off his astonishment as he turned to regard Lu Qinghe with newfound seriousness. That he'll be able to intercept a spiritual technique with a branch and send it flying was something no other true disciple had accomplished yet. Lu Qinghe twirled his wrist, the broken branch whistling through the air. Do not think that I will go easy on you just because I say this. However, your abilities are somewhat unique. If it were anyone else, they would surely be caught off guard. Unfortunately for you, you are facing me. In belittling his opponent with words, he simultaneously acknowledged him in tactics. You remained silent. Today marked the first true utilization of the black flames, and he felt uncertain about how much power they could wield. Let us continue. You commanded, gripping the air, and suddenly, a soft chiming filled the surroundings as 4 long swords flew from his sleeves, orbiting around him. Sword control technique. With a sharp sound, the swords gleamed, and a vast wave of sword energy erupted, forming a sea of sword energy. Yu brought his fingers together, forming a sword gesture. His left hand resting behind his back, his white robe enhancing his presence, as if a sword immortal had descended. Lu Qinghe tightened his grip on the branch, the sword energy gradually spiraling around it, extending further as he raised both hands high. Have you ever seen sword energy 100 feet long? Before your swords can reach me, this 100-foot sword energy will easily slice through your sea of sword energy, confronting you directly. Buzz. Yu's eyes flickered with cold light. Undaunted, he calmly maneuvered the flying swords, merging the 4 into a shield to block the incoming sword energy. That he cast a puzzled glance at Lu Qinghe. Having never witnessed such a technique before, as long as it's longer, it's stronger. Once you reach my level, you'll understand. Noticing the emotions in his opponent's eyes, Lu Qinghe flashed a grin, explaining, then his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Be careful. Upon hearing the words, Yu was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the implications of the other party's statement. Almost immediately, he sensed the pressure from the flying sword dissipating abruptly, causing his body to instinctively tense up. Without hesitation, he directed a flying sword to block in front of his chest, that a sharp clang resonated through the void, and his instincts, honed from countless encounters with life and death, urged Yu to retreat without delay. As expected, merely 2 breaths later, the flying sword shattered into pieces. Standing before the remnants, Lu Qinghe, with his hands clasped behind his back, remained poised, his robe fluttering in the gentle breeze, exuding an ethereal grace. Internally, Lu Qinghe felt a surge of satisfaction at having achieved this moment. Observing the broken longsword, Yu felt a pang of regret. With a flicker of thought, black flames erupted from his body, enveloping the 3 remaining longswords, and he promptly commanded them to charge straight upwards. Witnessing this, Lu Qinghe likewise dove down, their figures colliding amidst the void, their speeds escalating rapidly until they became mere blurs. Only through each clash could one pinpoint their locations. The assembled disciples, serving as spectators, had already gasped in astonishment numerous times. Although they recognized the disparity between themselves and the true disciples, they had not anticipated such a vast chasm. At this moment, either of the 2 combatants, if faced by any of them, would likely not endure even a quarter of a breath. Perhaps that was a generous estimation. After all, there was a difference in realms. If the purpose was not to engage in philosophical debate and sparring, the beginning might very well be the end. The true disciples offered their assessments, though most were simply astonished by Lu Qinghe's displayed prowess. I heard that Lu Qinghe was merely coasting through life before. Has even idling reached such a high standard? Remarked Su Ran of Lingjin Peak, who, despite lacking combat prowess, possessed discernment. There was no need to elaborate on Yu's strength. Coming from the disciplined peak, he had the most opportunities for real combat, making him a definite standout among the true disciples. Yet, the fact that Lu Qinghe could engage in an exchange and even gain the upper hand in several encounters was astonishing. No wonder he could claim the title of the first true disciple. There was no hint of exaggeration in that. Point one could indeed be a slacker, but never truly weak. Qin Yi of the Xingqiao Peak laughed heartily. Arms crossed, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit as he gazed at the heavens. Liu Bai of the Daosword Peak, cradling his long sword, uttered a solitary remark that rendered the 34 present silent. That I end this seventh great competition among the saints. We shall gain another formidable opponent. Indeed, this was another consideration. Originally, the selection was to choose 7 from 36, a slim chance already. Now, with the addition of Lu Qinghe, the likelihood of securing a position had diminished further. They all awaited the opportunity to make their names in the seventh great competition. That I in stark contrast to their despondent emotions. Qinglong's gaze remained fixed on the two combatants, and suddenly, he declared with certainty, "The victor has been determined." Chapter 15. The emergence of fame, as Qinglong concluded his statement. The moment his voice faded, Lu Qinghe and Yu Henyu abruptly appeared in the void, with the former delivering a decisive kick to Yu Henyu's chest, propelling him forcefully away. Thud, thud, thud. Yu Henyu staggered back, regaining his balance with a few hurried steps. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a large footprint emblazoned on his white robe. Upon inspecting other areas of his attire, he found numerous tears, evidently sliced by sharp objects, and felt the lingering sword energy upon him, with such wounds peppered across his body. Yu Henyu fell silent, grasping 3 flying swords. Even amidst their clash, he still had the energy to inflict harm upon himself using a mere broken branch. That it was rather disheartening to admit that his swordsmanship fell short of his opponent's. However, he was not without gains. Raising his gaze to Lu Qinghe, he found the latter lost in thought, contemplating the branch. During their previous skirmish, although the flying swords could not sever the sword energy attached to the branch, the black flames he wielded could bypass it entirely, scorching the wood. Naturally, this would be eliminated at the first opportunity, which revealed to Yu Henyu that his black flames could indeed ignore sword energy. The true disciples observed both combatants still standing, perplexed by Qinglong's assertion that the victor had been determined. Qinglong, weary of their need for explanation, recognized that their realms were insufficient for them to perceive such nuanced details. When he declared the outcome, it was final, and the victor was Lu Qinghe. In the void, the holy master of Qingxian chuckled. The outcome is set. Qinglong could discern this, and so could many prominent figures. Several elders nodded slightly, some offering compliments. Indeed, as the first true disciple, such prowess is not inferior to that of any holy son of the same realm. It was also evident that the holy master possessed keen insight. Having identified their potential, the future of the Qingxian Holy Land would surely prosper for ages to come. As the saying goes, countless praises may be sung, but flattery never penetrates. Listening to the multitude of veiled compliments directed at him, the holy master of Qingxian felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Yet, it was a pity for Wu Qishan, a seasoned true disciple, who had endured countless battles, for he found himself overshadowed by this new true disciple, who had merely muddled through the past. Such a fortuitous start left him pondering how he could possibly lose. Yet reality had played him for a fool. As he faltered in combat techniques, alas, his disciple remained blissfully unaware, still naive and oblivious to the fact that he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. What a tragedy! As for that portion of resources, if it was lost, so be it. Upon the floating island, Yu Henyu observed Lu Qinghe discard the branch. Revealing a smile, at last, this was more like it. That branch had been scorched to an unrecognizable state by the black flames, that if he could continue to wield it, he would truly have to concede that Lu Qinghe's strength far surpassed his own. What do you plan to do now? Will you continue to use a broken branch? Hearing this, Lu Qinghe cast him a glance, his expression inscrutable. Yu Henyu pressed his lips together. The 3 long swords circling around him emitted a resonant hum. And he perceived Lu Qinghe's gaze as one directed at a fool. This fool being himself. What do you mean by that? He could not help but voice his displeasure. Nothing in particular. Lu Qinghe replied with a smirk, seemingly unconcerned. What does nothing in particular mean? Yu Henyu exclaimed in exasperation, realizing he had never gained an upper hand verbally and contemplating taking direct action instead. Seems you still haven't grasped it. Lu Qinghe shook his head with a sigh, compelling Yu Henyu to halt his sword control. What do you mean? The latter frowned. Let me show you, Lu Qinghe replied nonchalantly, raising his hand and pointing at him. Break! as if his words possessed an innate power. The moment the command was uttered, the wound on Yu Hinyu's left shoulder, a gash from sword energy, suddenly felt as though it was being slashed anew by sword energy. With a splatter, blood gushed forth, staining his white robe crimson. Yu Hinyu, seasoned from countless battles, quickly regained his composure and employed spiritual energy to seal the wound. "What are you doing?" Yu Hinyu was taken aback. Staring incredulously at Lu Qing, "Do you truly believe that I could touch you, yet due to insufficient strength, would be unable to harm you?" Lu Qinghe relished the astonishment on his opponent's face, grinning as he continued. "Every cut on your body harbors a trace of sword energy that as long as I desire, it can inflict harm upon you once more. Reducing you to a state of ruin is no idle threat." Yu Hinyu fell into silence, channeling spiritual energy throughout his body, attempting to eradicate the sword energy. Sensing his intentions, Lu Qinghe remarked casually, "I advise against that. Perhaps by some stroke of luck you might eliminate a portion. But the remainder I will immediately trigger. Even if you manage to expunge it entirely, it's merely one of my countless means." That Lu Qinghe's gaze sharpened with determination. "Today, the victor shall be none other than me." At that moment, the true disciples finally comprehended why the Holy Sun had declared the outcome to be settled. They fell into a collective silence, realizing that their perspectives had been too limited to perceive such intricacies. Now, Yu Hinyu was left with only two choices: to concede outright or to be gravely injured before ultimately conceding. While the prospect was indeed disheartening, Yu Hinyu could accept it, for he had faced life and death before, never given the chance to concede. Thus, after a brief silence, he resolutely declared, "I concede." Upon witnessing this, the elder of Tianqing Peak descended, having already discerned the outcome. Although he had not conceded, he could not arbitrarily intervene in the conclusion. The victor has been determined. Lu Qinghe prevails. His voice, resonant as a bell, echoed throughout the heavens, proclaiming the conclusion of the contest and solidifying Lu Qinghe's identity as the first true disciple in the eyes of all disciples of the Holy Land. He possessed the strength to match it. Though acknowledged, his reputation was somewhat tarnished, primarily due to the events that transpired 3 days prior at the assembly, which had become known among most disciples. Unable to tolerate even a whisper of disparagement against himself, he retaliated directly. Such pettiness seemed rather unbecoming. Yet some disciples considered this inconsequential, believing that possessing such strength might even eclipse his own arrogance. Regardless, Lu Qinghe's reputation began to take root within Qingxian Holy Land. Yu Hinyu gracefully cupped his fist towards Lu Qinghe, acknowledging the lesson learned. Lu Qinghe waved his hand, causing the lingering sword energy surrounding Yu Hinyu to dissipate, as long as you understand. Noticing that the day was still young, he intended to take Qing Long to the Xianyue Tower. Just to see, without any particular purpose. Yu Hinyu, unaware of Lu Qinghe's ulterior motives, turned to the elder of Tianqing Peak and said earnestly, "Elder, I wish to engage in another match." The elder, initially prepared to conclude the proceedings, was taken aback by his request. Nodding, he replied, "It is permissible, but whom do you wish to challenge?" In response, Yu Hinyu shouted, "Zhang Xiang, come up and give it a try." His voice, enveloped in ethereal energy, resonated in all directions. Upon the summit of Tianqing Peak, Zhang Xiang heard his name called and smiled, leaping into the air to soar onto the floating island. Summoning his spiritual sword from his storage artifact, he remarked, "It truly is you. You understand me." Yu Hinyu also responded with a gentle laugh, secretly wishing to explore further capabilities of the Black Fire. With Zhang Xiang's comparable strength, he served as an excellent touchstone. The disciples below, initially intending to disperse, paused upon realizing there would indeed be a second match. Their gazes filled with anticipation as they turned to the sky. "Did I end the void?" The master of Wanjian Peak silently observed Wu Qishan, who, noticing his demeanor, retorted, "With those thick brows and large eyes of yours, it's clear you harbor ulterior motives. Speak your mind." Li Chonglin chuckled, proposing that Wanjian Peak and Jilv Peak each contribute 1/10 of their resources as a reward for the victor of this contest. Wu Qishan had no objections. Thus, the two peak masters exchanged words, placing a wager of resources to support their respective disciples. Lu Qinghe descended from Tianqing Peak and, after a moment of observing with Qing Long, discreetly called for the latter to slip away. Chapter 16. Xianyue Tower. "Oh dear, a distinguished guest. Please, upstairs to the private room." As he watched the bustling scene filled with patrons, Qinglong could not help but cover his face with his hand. The gaudy red decor of the pavilion gave off an air of frivolity. "Qinghe, is this place suitable for us?" He had never anticipated that the destination for their outing would be Xianyue Tower, a renowned den of indulgence in the Shengshao domain. He had heard tales of it, but was visiting for the first time, unaware of the establishment's background that allowed it to thrive amidst the seven sacred lands. Lu Qinghe draped his arm around Qinglong's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "You do enjoy gazing at legs, don't you? I brought you here to see them in person. Don't worry, we won't do anything. We'll return before sunset. Besides, this can be seen as a practice in worldly sentiment, beneficial for your state of mind." Upon hearing Lu Qinghe's words, Qinglong's eyes flickered with intrigue. And by the time he regained his composure, he had already been ushered into the private room. "Let us proceed as we have before," Lu Qinghe instructed. Before long, a number of celestial maidens entered, gracefully carrying spiritual fruits and tea. After placing them down, they did not leave, but instead positioned themselves nearby, ready to attend to their guests. Following this, the sound of a zither filled the air, resembling celestial melodies that soothed the heart. That a procession of maidens in pink skirts flowed into the room. Qinglong's eyes brightened, not merely captivated by their attire, but by the sudden illumination behind the screen, which cast silhouettes through their skirts, revealing long, straight figures. It was indeed a feast for the senses. Lu Qinghe sipped his spiritual tea, catching a glimpse of Qinglong, whose gaze had fixated, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As they enjoyed the dance until dusk, both rose to depart, and the celestial maidens hurriedly bid them farewell, relieved they were finally leaving. Those who had danced tirelessly breathed a sigh of relief. It was rare for someone to spend nearly an entire day merely observing the performances, especially a distinguished guest in a private room, who could not be treated with anything less than utmost care. On their way back to the Qingxian sacred land, Qinglong leaned closer and whispered, "Qinghe, when shall we return here again?" Lu Qinghe turned to him, recognizing the determination typical of cultivators like themselves, having watched for so long. He felt fatigued. Regardless of how the dances and costumes changed, the performers remained the same, dulling the novelty that you're now acquainted with the place. "You may come back on your own any time. Simply mention my name." Qinglong nodded, pondering when he might revisit. Just then, a cold, emotionless voice echoed in Lu Qinghe's mind, announcing the gradual obsession of the villain, Qinglong, and the impending success that would reward him with spiritual energy, exponentially boosting his cultivation speed. "The destined child is about to appear. Please guide him to ensure the villain emerges promptly." Upon hearing this voice, Lu Qinghe's smile widened. Indeed, this entity in his mind only reacted to Qinglong's trajectory. A slight deviation from his original path would suffice to steer him away. This visit to Xianyue Tower had clearly captivated Qinglong's thoughts. He would undoubtedly be contemplating a return visit. This deviation from Qinglong's initial singular focus on cultivation could be subtly guided to induce transformation. And Lu Qinghe now played the role of the strategist. How Qinglong would evolve depended entirely on his actions. Upon their return to the Qingxian sacred land, Lu Qinghe received a message from the sacred master, instructing him to immediately visit Tianqing Peak. Although puzzled, he informed Qinglong and proceeded towards the peak. At the summit of Tianqing Peak, the sacred master of Qingxian stood with hands clasped behind his back. As the clamor subsided, an unusual stillness enveloped the area. Upon Lu Qinghe's arrival, he clasped his fists in respect and greeted the sacred master. Hearing the greeting, the sacred master turned, his gaze steady upon Lu Qinghe. "Where have you taken Qinglong?" Lu Qinghe's heart sank. He realized he was in for a reprimand. Returning to the sacred master, "We merely went out for a stroll, nothing more." Indeed, they had simply observed the performances and admired the aesthetics, without engaging in any other activities. Otherwise, they would not have returned before sunset. "Nothing more?" The sacred master's laughter was ambiguous. "You took him to Xianyue Tower for nothing more? You know full well what that place represents, better than I do." His voice rose. "What kind of place is Xianyue Tower? You ought to know that it is where pure and virtuous disciples are often found. And yet you brought him to such a place of vice." It was evident that the sacred master was at a loss for words in his frustration. Lu Qinghe lowered his head like a quail, knowing that there was little he could do but accept the scolding. Fortunately, The sacred master merely scolded him without resorting to physical punishment. You should be thankful that you merely visited without engaging in any wrongdoing. The sacred master said coldly, casting a glance at Lu Qinghe. Otherwise, I would not have been so lenient. Such occurrences must not be repeated. Do not lead my disciple astray. Lu Qinghe nodded repeatedly, assuring, I promise I will not take the sacred son to such places again. Nor will I take him out of the sacred land. While he would refrain from taking him, he could not guarantee that Qinglong would not venture out on his own. Upon hearing this, the sacred master's expression softened considerably. That is acceptable. With that, he flipped his hand, revealing a bag-shaped storage artifact, tossing it to Lu Qinghe. The latter quickly caught it, glancing inside, and then looking towards the sacred master. This is a reward for opening a promising beginning, the sacred master casually explained. After you left, the match between Yuhenyu and Zhang Xiang was not yet concluded. Several more matches followed, raising the excitement. Meanwhile, various peaks experienced a mix of joy and sorrow, as each peak master wagered resources against one another for the disciples' duels. Thus, some peak masters gained resources, while others faced losses. This matter was not disclosed among the disciples, meaning they would have to cover the losses from their own pockets. Until the Seven Saints Grand Competition, this situation will likely persist. Regarding the true disciples, 7 will ultimately be selected for the competition. You could have bypassed this process, the sacred master continued. However, many true disciples will likely take note of your performance in today's match. Several peak masters had specifically asked him to inquire whether Lu Qinghe wished to participate, as there would be rewards. Without hesitation, Lu Qinghe shook his head, refusing. It's better I abstain. It would be too unfair. After all, we are all part of the same faction, and I wouldn't want to use my full strength. Competing would feel rather stifling. Moreover, he had a wager with Qinglong, making participation impossible. Hearing this, the sacred master echoed his sentiments that Lu Qinghe's possession of the 7 sacred laws was exceptionally remarkable, yet he had not disclosed this to the peak masters. Then so be it. I will announce that you and the sacred son will participate together without the need for selection, the sacred master declared. However, I must remind you that to silence any lingering doubts, you must accept any challenges posed by the true disciples that Lu Qinghe remarked. If that is the case, it would be better to have participated from the start. Chapter 17. The selection begins in the world of cultivation. Time is but a fleeting concept. The end of winter goes unnoticed. After a period of seclusion, 2 months passed quietly. Within his cave residence, Lu Qinghe slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of joy crossing his features. The acceleration in his cultivation speed was palpable, an exhilarating sensation. In just 2 months, he had progressed from the beginning stages of tribulation to nearing the mid-stage, fully prepared to face his second tribulation, the heart tribulation. However, it was said that this particular trial was exceedingly difficult, requiring one to confront their true self while simultaneously enduring external pressures. Failure to detach from one's inner turmoil could result in the obliteration of one's consciousness and soul beneath the onslaught of tribulation lightning, leaving behind only a shell. Thus, one must be thoroughly prepared before attempting to transcend tribulation. However, the immediate focus was not on the tribulation, but rather on the upcoming selection among the true disciples. Rising to stretch his body, Lu Qinghe stepped out of his cave, soaring into the sky, his gaze settling upon the nearby celestial mountain, the mountain of Qinglong. This was a deliberately chosen neighboring mountain, rich in spiritual energy. Although it fell slightly short of Qinglong's, it was still adequate. Initially, the resource peak was reluctant to allocate resources to this mountain, but Lu Qinghe had insisted that he the foremost true disciple. What was the issue with having some privileges? Before long, Qinglong also took to the skies, and their eyes met as they flew towards a common destination. Do you remember our wager? Lu Qinghe asked in midair. Of course, Qinglong responded. I don't believe you can avoid it, ha. Just remember that Lu Qinghe smiled faintly. After approximately a quarter of an hour, a celestial mountain radiating a divine brilliance appeared before the two. This mountain, in both height and size, was unmatched by any other. At its peak stood a magnificent palace, its dome emanating a sacred light that compelled one to prostrate in reverence. The Qingxian Sacred Hall, for the inhabitants of the entire Qingxian sacred land, represented the supreme holy domain, and entering the hall was the utmost honor. At the mountainside, several structures marked the destination of Lu Qinghe and his companion. It was a series of interconnected platforms where numerous figures could already be seen, including the formidable Qing Xian Holy Master. Upon their descent, the two bowed in unison to the Holy Master and others before joining the ranks of the true disciples. However, Lu Qinghe took note that during their brief bow, the Qing Xian Holy Master shot him a displeased glare, leaving him utterly perplexed. Little did he realize that the cause lay with Qing Long beside him, who had been frequenting the Xianyue Tower over the past 2 months. As the adage goes, debts must be repaid. Naturally, the one who led Qing Long astray would bear the brunt of that resentment. Fortunately, Qing Long merely visited for leisure and did not engage in any other activities, returning to focus on his cultivation. Otherwise, this holy son would surely find himself in dire straits, since this was merely a selection among the true disciples and not an overly formal event. Only the available peak masters and 36 true disciples were present, along with Lu Qinghe and Qing Long. Once all the true disciples had gathered, the Qing Xian Holy Master stepped forward, surveying the assembly before speaking slowly. You are all aware that this event aims to select participants for the upcoming Seven Saints Conference. Among you, aside from the Holy Son, who is presumed to participate, the first true disciple, Lu Qinghe, will also be presumed to participate. Therefore, the final 7 will be chosen from among you 36. Upon hearing these words, astonishment flickered across the faces of all present, including Qing Long, who could not help but glance sideways and inquire, "Did you know about this beforehand?" Lu Qinghe merely smiled lightly. "Of course that a bet is a bet." Qing Long replied, "Rest assured, I would not go back on my word over such trivial matters." His unwavering trust in Lu Qinghe stemmed from their long-standing friendship, and he knew it would bring no benefit to Lu Qinghe to betray him. Only now did the other true disciples begin to comprehend that the first true disciple was indeed different from them. The Qing Xian Holy Master, unconcerned with their inner thoughts, continued, "You 36 will undergo 2 rounds of competition, narrowing down to the final 9. Ultimately, through a process of drawing lots, 7 will be selected. However, do not be disheartened if you do not make it. Each of you will have 2 opportunities to choose your opponents. If you win, you take their place. If you lose, you return to wait." After speaking, the Qing Xian Holy Master scanned the crowd once more. "Do you all understand?" "Master, one of the disciples has a question." At that moment, Su Ran spoke up, "Are the 2 opportunities fixed to choose from among the 7? The Qing Xian Holy Master glanced at him, amused by his straightforwardness. "Of course not, if you have confidence in your abilities. The Holy Son is also open to challenges. Should any of you defeat him, I shall relieve him of his position and allow you to take his place." Upon hearing this, the Holy Master could not help but inject a bit of humor into the situation. For Qing Long was recognized as the foremost among the younger generation. Even the slightly weaker elders dared not treat him as their junior, but Su Ran smiled at the Holy Master's words, bowed in acknowledgement, and refrained from further comment. Challenging the Holy Son was no laughing matter. Did one not know their own limitations? Very well, since there are no objections, let us commence. With another glance at the assembly, and seeing no issues, he waved his sleeve, causing spiritual energy to surge forth and coalesce before the disciples into a token inscribed with various characters. Those with matching characters will be your opponents for the first round. Once you have confirmed your match, ascend the arena. Before long, everyone found their counterparts with matching characters and ascended the platform. A humming sound resonated. Transparent barriers rose around each arena, creating isolated spaces. Lu Qinghe and Qing Long observed from the side, occasionally commenting on the true disciples. That one with the wooden hairpin and plain robe must be from Jingyi Peak, Lu Qinghe remarked, glancing toward the Qing Xian Holy Master to confirm that the Jingyi Peak Master was absent. "In my opinion, it's a waste for Longhu to be at Jingyi Peak. With the Qiang physique, he could excel in any discipline, yet he insists on following the path of Tao." Qing Long shot him a sidelong glance but said nothing. The Qiang physique naturally counters malevolent forces, and those who cultivate the Tao inevitably face such challenges. Why not maximize one's innate talents? Moreover, should the Jingyi Peak Master overhear this, it would not matter that one was the first true disciple. He would pursue them with a vengeance, declaring, "If I do not teach you a lesson, my Tao heart shall crumble." Just as Lu Qinghe finished his commentary, he turned to another area. Tianshu Peak is not to be underestimated. They have managed to hold their own against the senior brother. However, he quickly added, but they are merely delaying their defeat. The Tianshu Peak, known for its singular transmission, was led by Xiang Wentian, who specialized in divination but was also a practitioner in his own right. While the senior brother was naturally Su Sun, the true disciple of Xinqing Peak, Lu Qinghe had previously been a disciple of Xinqing Peak. The first match concluded swiftly, yet curiously, all those Lu Qinghe had little faith and were eliminated in the first round. This outcome caused even the Qingxian Holy Master to cast a sidelong glance, pondering, is this boy a prophet? After a brief intermission, the second round commenced. Chapter 18. The Invitation to Battle Again. The second round proceeded without a hitch, and the 9 remaining participants were all distinguished true disciples. However, one individual who made it this far surprised Lu Qinghe, Li Yuan, the true disciple of the Refining Peak. Typically, those who primarily focus on auxiliary skills tend to be weaker in combat. Peaks like Yaoshan and Tianshu had been eliminated in the first round. Thus, for a refiner like Li Yuan to reach this stage was indeed unexpected. His method could be described as ruthlessly effective. The spiritual tools that others coveted were as trash in his hands, relying on brute force and self-detonation to create chaos, leaving others unable to counterattack. Now, with the remaining 9, it was time for the final selection. The Qingxian Holy Master gathered spiritual energy to form lots, which swirled chaotically in the air. Choose your own lots and secure them. Upon hearing this, the 9 disciples rose into the air, inevitably vying for the same lot, resulting in a fierce competition. After a brief period, all 9 lots found their masters. The Qingxian Holy Master flicked his fingers, and the lots in the hands of 2 individuals emitted a red glow. Clearly, the 2 holding the red lots were regrettably eliminated. Yu Hanyu stared at the red lot in his hand, lost in thought, pondering whether he should have contended for it. Indeed, he had dueled with another for this lot and emerged victorious. But it mattered little. There would be other opportunities to attain this realization. A fierce battle intent ignited in Yu Hanyu's eyes. Among the true disciples representing the sacred land in combat and striving for glory, he must be one of them. The other holder of a red lot was Qin Yi of Hengdao Peak, who glanced at the red lot with a nonchalant smile, casually discarding at point, one of you lucky souls will be chosen by me. Who will it be? The remaining 7, seeing that the 2 formidable individuals bore red lots, felt their earlier joy at holding green lots dwindle significantly. Against such strength, the odds seemed stacked against them. The Qingxian Holy Master remained indifferent to their inner calculations, waving his sleeve and declaring, choose your opponents. If you win, you take their place. Upon hearing this, Yu Hanyu's gaze scanned the crowd before finally settling on Lu Qinghe. Ah, you wish to challenge me? Lu Qinghe's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Yu Hanyu replied, I see no issue in that. However, given the current circumstances, you are not my most prudent choice that I shall not select you. But once I claim my position in the competition, I wish to discuss further with you. Lu Qinghe crossed his arms and chuckled. No thanks. There is no benefit in that. Yu Hanyu paused, bewildered. Why not? Shouldn't a challenge warrant some seriousness? Lu Qinghe gestured, implying that there should be a reward. The onlookers could not help but scoff inwardly at the audacity of his request for benefits during a simple invitation to spar. How brazen! Yu Hanyu was momentarily at a loss. As a true disciple, he had no right to demand resources from the Zhu Li Peak. Never mind, as if sensing his discomfort, the Qingxian Holy Master interjected at the right moment. I can arrange it so that a portion of your future cultivation resources will be the wager. Whoever wins can claim the other's portion. Agreed. Upon hearing the Holy Master's words, Yu Hanyu readily accepted. A portion of resources was easy enough to offer. Qin grinned. I must admit, I'm quite tempted by this. But if I'm not interested, then so be it. Upon hearing these words, the thoughts of the other disciples also became more agile. If there exists such a method to acquire additional resources, why not seize the opportunity? Subsequently, Qin chose Su Sun, while Yu Hanyu was matched against Mu Qingxian from the Qingluan Peak. The 2 sides commenced simultaneously, and the battle was poised to erupt. Qin Yi's grand and sweeping swordplay swiftly rendered Su Sun's pride and his speed utterly useless, forcing him into a corner, ultimately leading to an unwilling surrender. Meanwhile, Yu Hanyu and Mu Qingxian engaged in an even more protracted struggle. True to her name, Mu Qingxian possessed a visage as flawless as that of an ethereal being, with every gesture infused with grace. Each of her strikes seemed to carry the momentum of a soaring rock, fluid and swift, often rendering Yu Hen's black flames ineffective. This was attributable to the unique techniques of Qing Yuan Peak, which exclusively accepted female disciples. That it is said that upon reaching the pinnacle of their cultivation, they could transform into the celestial beast, the Qing Yuan, making them invincible within the same realm. Naturally, Mu Qingxian's status as a true disciple indicated her mastery of these techniques to a considerable extent. However, Yu Henyu possessed his own methods. His swordsmanship advanced further, summoning 5 long swords emanating spiritual energy, each tainted with black flames, slicing through the void as they entangled with Mu Qingxian. Confronted with the black flames, Mu Qingxian found herself at a loss, striving to avoid any contact, which ultimately rendered her in a passive defensive position, unable to maintain her offensive. The tide of battle had evidently turned, and defeat became merely a matter of time. In the end, Qin Yi and Yu Henyu emerged victorious, swapping their positions. Thus, the candidates representing the Qingxian Sacred Land in the Seven Saints Grand Competition were finalized among the 36 true disciples. Jianjian peaks Chu Xiao, Jielu peaks Yu Henyu, Lingjin peaks Su Ran, Wanjian peaks Zhang Xiang, Lianqi peaks Li Yuan, Hung Dao peaks Qin Yi, and Fu Xiang peaks Ning Luo. Alongside the holy son Qing Long, the first true disciple Lu Qinghe, and 7 ordinary disciples, totaling 16 individuals, the sacred lord of Qingxian solemnly announced that they would depart for the Silent Land in 6 months to participate in the Seven Saints Grand Competition. This was an unparalleled honor for those involved. Should they achieve glory and remarkable feats, they would undoubtedly be rewarded. During this period, the Sacred Land would also tilt certain resources in their favor, aiding them in their ascent. Once the matters concluded, no one was eager to disperse, for they understood that another challenge awaited. Indeed, Yu Henyu eagerly invited Lu Qinghe, and the two ascended the arena as a barrier rose, creating an isolated space for them. Since that day, I have been acutely aware of the disparity in strength between us. On the arena, Yu Henyu spoke confidently, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the earlier desire to confront Lu Qinghe. Thus, for the past 2 months, I have never ceased my cultivation, striving only to surpass you, Tio Lu Qinghe. These words sounded akin to a futile recounting of one's origins, devoid of significance. That Lu Qinghe yawned. Do you speak so much in the presence of your adversaries outside? Yu Henyu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly. I suppose I have become somewhat sentimental. The individual before him had an extraordinary impact on his psyche. Were it not for this very person, he might still be languishing in his cave, brewing tea and nurturing his spirit, entirely oblivious to the Seven Saints Grand Competition. Yet, it was undeniably frustrating. Yu Henyu slowly exhaled, his gaze piercing. Let us begin. Chapter 19. An embarrassment. Allow me to demonstrate the new technique I have devised. Yu Henyu's expression suddenly turned steely as black flames erupted from within him, surging forth with great intensity, swelling like a colossal figure. The fierce black fire bursting forth with a roar. Boom! The black flames scattered like fireworks, countless black sparks drifting, resembling a snowfall of dark fluff descending from the heavens. The entire arena was enveloped in this inferno. How now? You can evade nothing. Yu Henyu's icy smile widened. Let us see the might of my murderous flames corrode. Lu Qinghe surveyed his surroundings and nodded in appraisal. Indeed impressive. This technique could allow you to dominate among equals. But against me, it is utterly ineffective. As his words fell, Lu Qinghe extended his arm, summoning a spiritual sword into his grasp, accompanied by a resonant chime. A wave of sword energy surged forth. With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of sword chi, forming a colossal vortex that swept away the descending flames, extinguishing them under the pressure of his sword energy. What appeared to be an insurmountable technique was effortlessly dismantled by Lu Qinghe. In truth, he felt a tinge of boredom. The Qingxian swordplay was exceedingly profound, and he had merely scratched its surface to render himself invincible within his realm. This sensation was lonely. How solitary it felt to be invincible. What other abilities do you possess? Reveal them all. I wish to see if any are intriguing. Of course, there is more. Yu Henyu pointed, black flames erupting from his fingertips. The 5 long swords responded, slithering through the air like ethereal serpents, cleaving through the void to strike at Lu Qinghe. Simultaneously, the black flames at his fingertips coalesced into an arrow. Shooting forth flame arrow. Perhaps feeling this insufficient, 3 additional arrows of condensed black fire were launched in succession. After executing these maneuvers, Yu Henyu's complexion grew somewhat pale. Concentrating such pure black flames drained him considerably, leaving him nearly devoid of spiritual energy. In contrast, Lu Qing he maintained a calm demeanor, his sword humming as sword energy surged, a mysterious aura emanating. The sacred lord of Qing Xian's eyes sparkled. The essence of swordsmanship was embodied in the Qing Xian swordplay. I possess a sword that can shatter the heavens. With a flourish, the sword was drawn, the intent resonating as the sword energy cleaved through the void. A single stroke sweeping past, the ethereal sword was sent flying, while the black fire arrows were rent asunder by the sword energy, resulting in an explosion. Boom! The detonated arrows transformed into a ferocious blaze of black fire, enveloping Lu Qing he in an instant. Witnessing this, Yu Henyu revealed a weak smile. Whether it would inflict harm remained uncertain, but it might at least restrain him for a time. Seizing the moment, Yu Henyu promptly sat cross-legged to recover his depleting spiritual energy. That moment, surrounded by black flames, Lu Qing he surveyed his surroundings, engulfed in darkness that he could feel the searing heat of the flames. Yet that was not the primary concern. The invasive power targeting his psyche stirred tumultuous emotions that surged wildly, proving insurmountable to mere suppression. How troublesome! Lu Qing he endeavored to maintain his rationality while resisting the black flames, preventing them from tainting him. That yin-yang divine array, reverse yin and yang. Suddenly, Lu Qing he's pupil shifted. His left eye turned white, while his right eye became black, radiating brilliance. With a thought, the yin-yang energies evolved into an array, acting upon the black flames as spiritual energy surged into the formation. Outside, Qing Long's spirit jolted, casting a puzzled gaze towards the arena, his heart racing. The yin-yang energies within him stirred with excitement. He felt bewildered as to why the sacred yin-yang energies would inexplicably elate. Yet the source was evidently Lu Qing he on the arena. As spiritual energy flowed into the array, its effects began to manifest. The yin and yang fish rotated, directly reversing the nature of the black flames. The first change was the invasive ability that affected the psyche, gradually calming emotions and fostering a sense of tranquility. Most visibly, the black flames transformed into white, burning serenely, tranquil as water. Such flames no longer held any potency. Lu Qing he stepped forth from the flames and scathed. Yu Henyu, in the midst of his recuperation, faltered upon seeing him, nearly losing his composure. This is trivial. Moreover, what is the meaning of the black flames transforming into white? That formidable technique, had it not been for Lu Qing he's coincidental counter, he might not have escaped so easily today. Lu Qing he regarded him earnestly. Yu Henyu, you are simply too restrained by my abilities. Yu Henyu offered a bitter smile, not out of disappointment with the black flames, but rather due to Lu Qing he's overwhelming counter. Unless he possessed another capability comparable to the black flames, he would forever remain suppressed. I concede that in light of this situation, Yu Henyu calmly admitted defeat. At that time, the promised resources will be delivered to the cave. Lu Qing he chuckled heartily. Then I shall await them. With that, he turned and leaped down from the arena, the surrounding barrier dissipating. Everyone could see that within merely 2 rounds, Yu Henyu had conceded outright. The hearts of the true disciples sank to the depths. Previously, Qing Long had already been an insurmountable peak. Now, before this peak stood a mountain named Lu Qing he, quietly towering. What kind of small establishment disseminated rumors that Lu Qing he was merely a ruffian fond of frequenting mundane places before becoming a true disciple? If he were truly a ruffian, what would they be considered? Even lesser than ruffians. The sacred lord of Qing Xian spoke, if you have needs, approach your peak masters. Ensure you elevate your strength before the 7 Saints' grand competition begins. Yu Henyu and the other 6 immediately clasped their hands in response. We shall comply. With this matter concluded, everyone was dismissed. The sacred lord of Qing Xian added, Holy Sun and Lu Qing he remain behind. Upon hearing this, Qing Long and Lu Qing he exchanged puzzled glances but complied and stood aside. Once everyone had departed, the sacred lord of Qing Xian stood with his hands clasped behind him, calmly inquiring, Do you know why I have summoned you here? Lu Qing, he shook his head. Qing Long clasped his fists. The disciple is dull-witted and has failed to comprehend the esteemed words of the master. Not understanding is no hindrance. After all, I wasn't seeking your assistance. The words of the Qingxian Saint Lord nearly left Qing Tian at a loss. Your presence here is primarily to serve as cover. The Qingxian Saint Lord elucidated, then fixed a piercing gaze upon Lu Qinghe. What you employed just now was indeed the Qingxian sword art, correct? Lu Qinghe raised an eyebrow and nodded in affirmation. Upon witnessing this, Qing Tian's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded his childhood companion. The Qingxian sword art is, without question, the treasured legacy of the Qingxian Holy Land. Such a precious artifact has inadvertently found its way into Lu Qinghe's possession. This revelation sparked a moment of clarity within Qing Tian, illuminating why he had been recognized as the foremost disciple. However, upon seeing Lu Qinghe's acknowledgement, the Qingxian Saint Lord shook his head, expressing a hint of disappointment and reproach. Bestowing the Qingxian sword art upon you is somewhat of a waste. Lu Qinghe? Chapter 20. A Just Cause for Instruction. Sighing, Lu Qinghe turned to gaze at the gates of the Qingxian Holy Land, lamenting that during these past 6 months, he had effectively become estranged from it. Forced to embark on a journey of experience, a prospect others would scarcely dare to contemplate. Within a mere span of 6 months, before the commencement of the Seven Saints Grand Competition, he must grasp the true essence of the sword path. This was the irrevocable command issued by the Qingxian Saint Lord, for he bore the Qingxian sword art. To wield it without comprehending the sword path's true meaning would indeed be a travesty. What he had initially perceived as a blessing had instead transformed into an immense burden. Lu Qinghe muttered to himself, recognizing that the expectations placed upon him by the Qingxian Saint Lord were excessively lofty. Prior to acquiring the sacred technique, he had possessed no interest in the sword path whatsoever. He decided to wander aimlessly for a while. With no clear destination, Lu Qinghe found himself at a loss. Within the Qingxian Holy Land, the Qingxian Saint Lord and Qing Tian watched as Lu Qinghe gradually receded from view. Master, is this truly advisable? Qing Tian couldn't suppress his inquiry that he has simply lacked the necessary experience. And this opportunity to venture forth will allow him to encounter the authentic realm of cultivation. It is fortuitous indeed. The Qingxian Saint Lord replied. Without undergoing transformation, you cannot securely occupy the position of the Qingxian Lord in the future. Upon hearing this, Qing Tian's mind was set ablaze. To jointly hold the position of the Qingxian Lord. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. The emblem of the Qingxian Holy Land, the Qingxian sword art, would continue its legacy. Had he not assumed the role of the Holy Son first, it would have rightfully belonged to Lu Qinghe. However, this was not his primary concern. No, what I mean is, are you not afraid that he might go out and act recklessly under the banner of the Qingxian Holy Land? Regaining his composure, Qing Tian voiced his apprehensions. Based on his understanding of Lu Qinghe, such behavior was entirely within the realm of possibility. The Qingxian Saint Lord blinked, his confidence wavering slightly as he replied, it should not be an issue. Even if he were to cause a catastrophic upheaval, this Saint Lord would be able to rectify it. The implication was clear. Regardless of Lu Qinghe's reckless actions, there was nothing in this realm that he could not manage. Qing Tian immediately clasped his fists and bowed slightly, exclaiming, Master, you are indeed formidable. After departing the Qingxian Holy Land, Lu Qinghe began to wander aimlessly, traversing mountains and crossing vast oceans, gradually distancing himself from the Qingxian Holy Land. This must be a mundane national conflict, where territories are seized through warfare. High above the clouds, Lu Qinghe sat cross-legged, observing the battlefield below. The ground was littered with broken weapons and fallen soldiers. A testament to the brutal conflict. This is a battle of equals, Lu Qinghe remarked, but then his gaze shifted subtly, pondering that with external forces intervening, the outcome would inevitably differ, though he remained uncertain of which side would prevail. Boom! On the battlefield, everyone sensed the arrival of a formidable presence, a suffocating pressure enveloping them. Amidst the chaos, a woman clad in golden armor, adorned with a pink flower insignia upon her brow, stood out even with blood staining her visage. Her beauty was undeniable. Holding a blue longsword, her piercing phoenix eyes scanned the battlefield with an icy glint. She sensed the weight of this presence, her heart sinking. Lacking any strategic arrangements, the impending arrival could only signify reinforcements for the opposing side. Yet, she could not show any sign of fear. She was the pillar of strength for her army. Should she display any hint of weakness, the morale of her troops would undoubtedly crumble, hastening their defeat in this unjust war. Warriors, this battle is for our families behind us, for our homeland, for the stability of future generations. We must not lose, nor shall we. Follow me, charge. Luo Qingsheng raised her sword to the heavens, tugging at the reins as her white steed leaped forward. In that instant, her armor glimmered in the sunlight, casting her as a goddess of war descending upon the earth. The army behind her surged with newfound vigor. Kill. Witnessing this, the enemy forces rallied for a charge. The battle cries echoing through the AI. The two armies clashed. Lives were lost in droves, igniting an even fiercer counterattack. Rumble. Deafening roar resonated through the void as a sudden onslaught struck the throng, unleashing tremendous destruction and casualties. This scene left both sides of soldiers paralyzed in shock, their faces etched with terror, momentarily forgetting that they were on a battlefield, facing their foes. Chao Xianchong. This is a grave error. Among the enemy ranks, a voice cried out in haste, lamenting the loss of his soldiers amidst the chaos. Humph, troublesome. With a disdainful snort, a middle-aged man clad in simple robes descended from the sky. Hovering above the crowd, his gaze cold and indifferent as he surveyed the scene before him. They are but mere mortals. Their deaths are inconsequential. The general among the enemy forces wore a bitter expression. This was truly a formidable figure. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts and could only shout, "Everyone, retreat 100 paces." Upon hearing this, the enemy forces promptly withdrew, halting only after reaching 100 paces away. In a fleeting moment, the battlefield was left solely with Luo Qingsheng and her soldiers. However, she did not remain idle. Decisively, she shouted, "Everyone, scatter!" At her command, the soldiers disregarded all semblance of discipline and fled in all directions. In the air, the robed cultivator observed them with a detached gaze, akin to watching ants scurry in panic. In the eyes of a cultivator, mortals were as insignificant as chaff, easily extinguished with a mere flick of the wrist. Thus, in the eyes of the robed cultivator, escape was futile. No matter how far they ran, they could not evade his grasp. Raising his hand to form a seal, an attack descended, obliterating another group of soldiers. In the sky, Lu Qinghe watched this unfold, his emotions remaining entirely unperturbed. In the presence of the strong, there is no place for the weak. The same holds true among cultivators, where mortals are akin to insects. Their lives and deaths inconsequential. However, it appeared that the 7 great holy lands had conspired to impose a taboo. Those who embark on the path of cultivation must not engage in mundane affairs. Lu Qinghe muttered to himself, "This must surely constitute a violation of the edict." With no particular purpose in mind, he thought it best to intervene in this matter. With that resolve, Lu Qinghe rose and soared downward. By this time, the battlefield had devolved into a one-sided affair. To the eyes of mortals, cultivators appeared as insurmountable peaks, eliciting no inclination to resist whatsoever. Luo Qingsheng was also in flight, glancing back at her fallen soldiers. Her heart heavy with sorrow, was destiny conspiring to bring ruin upon Dawu? She gazed skyward, tears welling in her despondent eyes. "Heaven, if I am destined to be the sovereign, please send reinforcements. If I can survive this calamity today, I, Luo Qingsheng, vow to serve you for life, ensuring the unbroken flame of Dawu." After her heartfelt prayer, a gentle voice resonated from the heavens. "Fellow cultivator, grant me a favor and cease your actions." This voice reached the ears of thousands on the battlefield, soft and warm, like the gentle caress of spring breezes. The robed cultivator paused, looking up to behold the figure descending gracefully from above. It was none other than Lu Qinghe. "Who are you?" The robed cultivator furrowed his brow and inquired with a tone of skepticism. "Who I am matters not. What is important is that I implore you to halt your actions and inflict no further suffering." Lu Qinghe replied with a smile, refraining from mentioning the taboo, merely urging him to cease, knowing full well that the robed cultivator would not comply. Thus, he would possess a legitimate reason to act. Chapter 21. A Swift Annihilation. Nameless and faceless, A mere child presumes to command me to cease. The robed cultivator's gaze remained cold, his expression dripping with contempt. It was utterly laughable. Then he cast his eyes upon the dazed expression of the female emperor below him. A moment of realization flashing through his mind. That I see now. You meddle in affairs for her sake, seeking to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. The robed cultivator sneered. How about this? Assist me in annihilating the Dawu army, and I shall capture the empress and deliver her to you as a slave. Having spoken his cold proposition, he awaited Lu Qing's response, only to suddenly realize that Lu Qing's expression had grown increasingly impassive. Though it was merely a shift in demeanor, the robed cultivator felt a chill seep into his very being, an undeniably eerie sensation. What, is this not to your satisfaction? Lu Qing had tilted his head slightly, fixing his gaze upon him. Did I not make my intentions abundantly clear? I asked you to cease. The robed cultivator's fury ignited. He scoffed, refusing to yield. This insolent boy. However, just as he finished speaking, a piercing aura surged through his body, causing his expression to stiffen momentarily. That he slowly lowered his gaze towards his chest, where a thread-like entity had pierced through his entire torso. The aura of the robed cultivator began to dissipate. And before he could complete his words, his body had already lost its support, plummeting directly into the pit created by his earlier attack. That in an instant, the entire realm fell into a state of stupor. The enemy forces gazed up at the figure in the air with panic-stricken expressions, unable to fathom how the situation had so swiftly transformed. In their eyes, the once invincible immortal had been effortlessly annihilated by a young man who appeared to be merely in his 20s. Could it be that there was such a connection to the esteemed Dawu? Some of the enemy soldiers seemed to have realized that they were next in line to be eradicated, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The Empress of Dawu, Luo Qingcheng, expressed her gratitude for the immortal's rescue. Luo Qingcheng hastily dismounted her horse and bowed to Lu Qinghe, unable to tear her gaze away from him. Reflecting on her recent wish to the heavens, she couldn't help but bite her lip, a hint of feminine charm surfacing in her brows. Your Majesty, if such a striking immortal were to be revered as a master, one could only wish for such an honor. Did Dio not take it to heart? I did not come here specifically to save you. Did I in the air? Lu Qinghe waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. Luo Qingcheng lowered her gaze, pondering whether she was being overly sentimental. Yet, with her oath spoken, the great Dawu would exhaust its imperial fortune to establish a temple in his honor. Lu Qinghe, however, remained unaware that the empress he had casually saved would become intertwined with him in ways that were destined to be indispensable. He turned his attention to the enemy forces, his voice calm. Who speaks for you? As his words echoed, a moment of silence ensued, swiftly depleting Lu Qinghe's already limited patience. Just as he prepared to inquire once more, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd of enemy soldiers. Upon his arrival, he immediately knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in reverence. I humbly greet the great immortal. Lu Qinghe regarded the man, adorned in simple garb, with a raised eyebrow. Are you their leader? The middle-aged man did not dare to lift his head, responding honestly, Esteemed immortal, I am Su Kong, the Grand Marshal of the Zhongwu. However, I have already disarmed. I hope the immortal will show mercy and spare my life in exchange for the lives of my countless soldiers. Lu Qinghe chuckled lightly. When did I ever say I wanted your lives? Upon hearing this, Su Kong immediately raised his head, his gaze fervent, as if he wished to say something, but Lu Qinghe waved his hand to halt him. I have no interest in the lives of mortals. Answer only what I ask. Understood? Understood, I understand. Su Kong nodded repeatedly. From where did you acquire these cultivators? Lu Qinghe inquired, but Su Kong pondered for a moment before replying earnestly. They were summoned by individuals from the court. That it is said they hail from a distant southern sect known as the Jingsha sect. Jingsha sect, Lu Qinghe murmured, mulling over the name before concluding that it was merely a minor sect he had never heard of. What promises did you make to entice the cultivators to intervene? He asked again. This time, Su Kong shook his head. I am not privy to the details. I only heard the court officials mention that within Dawu's territory, there are 2 mineral veins that no immortal could resist. The promise was that if the immortal could assist us in conquering Dawu, those 2 veins would be granted to the immortal. Mineral veins, presumably containing rare celestial crystals, were indeed something all cultivators found irresistible. Lu Qinghe nodded, observing him. Do you know why I have chosen not to act against you? Su Kong looked at him, bewilderment filling his eyes. Because in the world of cultivation, there exists a taboo that must not be violated. Liu Qinghe spoke slowly, as if imparting knowledge. That is, cultivators must never act against mortals. Violators face certain death. With that, he raised his hand, unleashing a blade of energy that pierced into the pit. Immediately following, a wail echoed as everyone beheld a diminutive, pure white figure slowly ascending from the pit, an unmistakable miniature version of the robed cultivator. Liu Qinghe regarded it with a light chuckle. Did you hear what I just said? The robed cultivator's nascent soul shouted. They are merely mortals. Their deaths mean nothing. Spare me, and I will hand over both mineral veins within Dawu to you. After this, I shall return to the Jingsha sect and never again involve myself in worldly matters. How about it? Just let me go. Liu Qinghe merely smiled in silence. Seeing his demeanor, the robed cultivator hastily added, I have savings within the Jingsha sect. I can give you everything. Finally, Liu Qinghe spoke. Why not tell me the location of the Jingsha sect? Look at you, now reduced to just your nascent soul. Returning will surely be fraught with difficulties. Let me escort you back to retrieve it. Upon hearing this, the robed cultivator was instantly overjoyed, promptly divulging the location of the Jingsha sect. However, as he finished, he sensed something amiss, for Liu Qinghe's expression had changed. You are deceiving me. Liu Qinghe smiled. You are not entirely foolish. Earlier, you asked me who I am. Now I shall tell you. I am Liu Qinghe, the first true disciple under the holy sun of the Qing Xian sacred land. Your trifling offerings are of no interest to me. The only reason I inquired about your sect's location was to annihilate it. A sect that could produce someone like you is hardly commendable. You shall perish, the robed cultivator cried out in exasperation. Say what you will, Liu Qinghe replied nonchalantly, effortlessly crushing the nascent soul in his grasp. Then, as if performing an inconsequential act, he oriented himself and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Below, Luo Qingqing gazed in the direction Liu Qinghe had disappeared. Unable to regain her senses for a long time, Liu Qinghe, I shall remember you, on the enemy's side. Su Kang's aide helped him to his feet, instructing a junior soldier to retrieve his armor, and asked Marshal, shall we continue the fight? Dawu has suffered significant losses. This is a prime opportunity. As Su Kang donned his armor, he replied, no more fighting. Dawu possesses 2 mineral veins that even the immortals find appealing. Who knows if this immortal will return? If we provoke him, we shall all suffer the consequences. His aide understood, considering the terrifying methods of the immortal. Rules were made for those who obeyed them, and whether an immortal adhered to them was entirely dependent on their mood. Forget it to go back and tell those scholars that Dawu also has an immortal backing, and one even more formidable. Su Kang continued, I have no desire to return to Dawu in the future to go gather the brothers. Retreat. Chapter 22. One sword to annihilate a sect gazing at the numerous mountain peaks that formed the sect before him. Liu Qinghe displayed a hint of disdain. Was this desolate and shabby place truly worthy of being called a cultivation sect? If there were others present to hear his words, they would undoubtedly roll their eyes in disbelief. In the cultivation world, the extremes of drought and flood were commonplace. If conditions permitted, no one would willingly choose to establish a sect in such a spiritually barren location. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Let this be the first step in my rise to fame. With this thought in mind, Liu Qinghe raised his right hand, his palm open, as a long sword materialized in his grasp that a surge of sword energy shot skyward. The clouds above were dispersed, and a terrifying force erupted as the long sword swung down, cleaving through space. Boom! Upon impact, the protective formation of the Jingsha sect activated immediately, gray energy forming a dome that enveloped the sect's territory while simultaneously blocking Liu Qinghe's attack. Ditto. This protective formation has some merit, albeit limited, Liu Qinghe remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. From the energy fluctuations emanating from the formation, it seemed only capable of withstanding a strike from a loose immortal at best. This indicated that within the Jingsha sect, there existed an immortal whose power did not exceed that of a loose immortal. Loose immortals, however, were not invincible. His thoughts raced. Alarms rang throughout the Jingsha sect, and through the protective formation. He observed an increasing number of people gathering, gazing up at Liu Qinghe. Who dares to provoke the Jingsha sect? A furious voice rang out, followed by the emergence of a gaunt figure who soared through the formation to confront Lu Qinghe. Observing the familiar white robe, Lu Qinghe addressed him. "Are you the master of this Jingsha sect?" "Indeed, I am Zhou Tian." Zhou Tian's gaze was cold and fierce, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Qinghe. "You, for no apparent reason, have acted against my sect. Surely there must be a reason for this. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to capture you and bring you back to interrogate." Lu Qinghe remained unfazed. "I have no qualms about making your death abundantly clear. I am Lu Qinghe, the first true disciple beneath the holy sun of the Qing Xian sacred land. Remember this. The one who shall kill you and annihilate your sect is Lu Qinghe of the Qing Xian sacred land." His final words resonated with spiritual energy, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. Arrogant. Upon hearing Lu Qinghe's claim of being from the Qing Xian sacred land, Zhou Tian's expression shifted to one of gravity. Clearly, he had heard of the Qing Xian sacred land's reputation, enough to not doubt the truth of Lu Qinghe's words. "Even if you hail from the Qing Xian sacred land, acting against my sect without cause is unreasonable. If you persist in your folly, I will have no choice but to capture you and seek an explanation from the Qing Xian sacred land." "Huh." In response to his words, Lu Qinghe let out a laugh. "I shall make my move today. What will you do about it?" As he spoke, Lu Qinghe once again raised his long sword high, and behind him, shadows danced wildly, intertwining with boundless sword energy and spiritual essence. Gradually coalescing into a tempest, he stood at the center of this storm, continuously unleashing his power. Under Lu Qinghe's unwavering focus, an enigmatic thought began to radiate outward. Simultaneously, above the storm, a colossal azure sword shadow slowly emerged. As if drawn from its sheath, clang, the azure sword shadow was gradually unsheathed, and a terrifying sword aura, imbued with profound meaning, stirred the very fabric of the heavens and earth. The aura emanating from this phenomenon unsettled Zhou Tian, a loose immortal, causing his heart to tremble with unease. Arrogance. Zhou Tian's eyes gleamed with malice as he bellowed toward the sect below. "Elders, lend me your strength." Although he was wary of the opponent's identity as a member of the Qing Xian sacred land, survival took precedence. The very existence of his life was at stake. Even if a saint were to descend, he would fight back. Swiftly, numerous figures from the Jingsha sect responded to his call. Soaring into the sky, their attire uniformly plain robes. "Form ranks, assist me." Zhou Tian's voice thundered with fury. The opponent's longsword was on the verge of being unsheathed, and the winds of heaven and earth had already shifted. If he did not act swiftly, there would be no opportunity to strike. The elders behind him immediately summoned the spiritual essence within their bodies, channeling the sect's techniques to transfer their power to Zhou Tian. Ah! As he received this surge of energy, Zhou Tian roared, his aura rapidly ascending, soon elevating from a loose immortal to the realm of earth immortal. "I have felt the power," he shouted. "You boy shall die." Zhou Tian formed a dual seal and pointed skyward. Spiritual essence erupted from his body, creating an ocean of spiritual energy, waves surging violently. Jingsha finger. With a roar, the ocean of spiritual energy evaporated at a visible pace, and an immensely colossal finger broke through the clouds. Propelled by the frenzied augmentation of spiritual essence, bearing down upon Lu Qinghe with overwhelming force. This was the foundational technique of the Jingsha sect, the sole celestial art that had enabled Zhou Tian to carve out his domain and establish the sect. Who could have anticipated that today it would be wielded against a mere youth? "Boy, after today, I shall seek justice from the Qing Xian sacred land." The Jingsha finger had taken form. With a mere thought, it could suppress and annihilate Lu Qinghe. "Let us see if you can survive to see that day." Lu Qinghe's expression remained serene, and the azure longsword had fully emerged from the storm. Its terrifying sword energy seemingly causing the very heavens to succumb. That he finished speaking, flicked his sword, and the long sword moved. Seeing this, Zhou Tian hastily directed the Jingsha finger to descend, colliding with the immense sword shadow. Yet, in the next moment, the scene before him caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. How could this be possible? His once proud celestial technique, upon colliding with the sword shadow, offered no resistance whatsoever, being cleaved in two. followed by an explosive roar as it detonated in the void, a terrifying wave sweeping across the sky, instantly extinguishing 1,000 zhong mist. Yet, the sword shadow showed no sign of diminishing its momentum. Plummeting directly toward Zhou Taiyan and the gathered elders behind him, that I am the face of this spectacle. The elders turned pale, unsure whether it was due to the overexertion of their spiritual essence or sheer terror. Zhou Taiyan's expression was frantic. In but a fleeting moment, he made a decision to as long as he was alive, the Jingsha sect would endure. Should it perish, it could always be rebuilt. The crux was, he had to survive. Thus, before the colossal sword descended, Zhou Taiyan, as the sect leader, fled. In doing so, the elders behind him were left exposed before the giant sword, yet they barely had time to utter a word before the sword fell upon them. The rampant sword energy obliterating them, including their divine as the giant sword continued its descent. The protective array of the Jingsha sect was instantly severed, revealing the disciples within the sect below. Boom! The giant sword fell, and these disciples had no time to escape. The mountains crumbled, the earth fractured, and the sword energy rampaged through the sect, countless disciples vanishing under this single strike. The once mighty Jingsha sect was utterly annihilated beneath this blow. The mountains were flattened, leaving only a chasm that pierced through the entire sect, remnants of sword energy still lingering. This was the visage that sacred arts ought to possess. That Liu Qinghe gazed upon this scene with calmness, murmuring to himself that this was merely one stance from the Qing Xian sword technique, and given his current cultivation, he had yet to fully unleash its potential. That profound sensation must be the true essence of the sword path. But alas, it eluded his grasp. With a hint of regret, Liu Qinghe expressed his thoughts and, without a trace of reluctance, transformed into a streak of light and departed. Not long after he left, many figures appeared in the heavens. Upon witnessing the once mighty Jingsha sect reduced to ruins, they gasped in astonishment, yet their expressions were more filled with joy than dread. The destruction of the Jingsha sect surely meant they had provoked an existence beyond their reach. Haha, the Jingsha sect has long acted tyrannically, taking advantage of others. Now that it has been destroyed, it brings me great satisfaction. The treasures of the Jingsha sect seem not to have been plundered. Could they not be ours? Amidst the chorus of glee and scorn, one voice emerged, instantly triggering a response from the crowd, who stood momentarily stunned before charging toward the ruins. Seek the celestial techniques of the Jingsha sect. Chapter 23. Capture. When Zhou Taiyan returned, he beheld a scene of chaos. Numerous cultivators were rummaging through the remnants of the Jingsha sect, scouring for anything of value to claim as their own. Upon witnessing this, his eyes turned crimson. Those were his possessions. Cease at once. With a furious roar, the might of a loose immortal surged forth, enveloping the treasure-seeking cultivators in an overwhelming aura, immobilizing them. Fear gripped their hearts as they watched Zhou Taiyan descend upon them. Utterly powerless. Who permitted you to touch my belongings? In a frenzy, Zhou Taiyan grabbed a cultivator, demanding answers. Yet this young cultivator, a mere loose immortal, was paralyzed by the overwhelming aura and stammered incoherently. Not receiving an answer, Zhou Taiyan, in a rage, unleashed his spiritual essence, directly obliterating the cultivator. He swiftly seized the next one, yet the outcome was the same. He annihilated them without hesitation. Thus, one by one, Zhou Taiyan carved a bloody path through the ruins, instilling terror in the remaining cultivators. What could they say? They had witnessed the Jingsha sect's destruction, merely seeking a few valuable items, yet now they were confronted by this lone survivor. What difference was there between that fate and utter silence? Suddenly, a hearty laughter broke the tense atmosphere, capturing Zhou Taiyan's attention. It came from a middle-aged cultivator, whose calm demeanor amidst such pressure was strikingly pronounced. What do you find amusing? Zhou Taiyan glared at him, striding closer. Ha! I find it laughable that the once mighty sect leader of the Jingsha sect has now fallen to such a solitary state. Did you ever contemplate this day would come while you tyrannized others? Clearly, this was a middle-aged cultivator who had suffered under the Jingsha sect's oppression, yet Zhou Taiyan had no recollection of him, scrutinizing him with suspicion. Seeing Zhou Taiyan's expression, the middle-aged cultivator laughed heartily. His eyes filled with hatred. That I suppose you wouldn't remember who I am. But of course, a wretch like you, despised even by dogs, would forget such trivialities. But I remember, quite vividly. Thus, I cannot express how delighted I am to witness the Jingsha sect's downfall. It brings me genuine joy. Haha. At this moment, Zhou Taiyan did not immediately erupt in anger, but instead feigned contemplation, genuinely attempting to recall the name. Suddenly, a fragment of memory flashed, bringing forth related recollections. His expression shifted to realization that, oh, I see who you are now. Your sister. She was quite delectable. Shut your mouth. Silence. The mention of sister struck a nerve within the middle-aged cultivator, causing him to scream in hysteria. Yet, the more he raged, the more Zhou Taiyan reveled in his delight, laughing more freely. Unrestrained, did I relish witnessing your fury, impotent as it is. Such is the fate of the weak. Weakness is the original sin. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator regained his composure, coldly sneering. Indeed, how I loathe my own uselessness and weakness. However, the Jingsha sect's demise today is but a consequence of provoking an existence beyond reckoning. All others of the Jingsha sect have perished. You will not be far behind, Zhou Taiyan. Prepare to meet your end. Swoosh, before he could finish, Zhou Taiyan's expression turned icy as he swiftly struck down. Watching the head roll to rest at his feet, he stepped on it, declaring, "Whether I die is a fate you shall never witness, but you will certainly perish by my hand," eradicating the middle-aged cultivators. Zhou Taiyan did not pause for a moment. He struck directly, coldly eliminating them. Before long, the grounds of the Jingsha sect were stained crimson with blood, leaving only Zhou Taiyan standing alone, that he gathered all the valuables. Transforming himself into a figure of unimaginable wealth, yet the annihilation of his clan loomed over him like a dark cloud, ever present in his mind. Qingxian's sacred land. Lu Qinghe, if I do not slay you. I cannot release the hatred festering in my heart. The Qingxian's sacred land was too distant for him to seek justice, but Lu Qinghe, who had not strayed too far, was within reach. No matter how much his abilities surpassed his own, even a disciple of the sacred land would find it troublesome to be targeted by the wolves lurking in the shadows, wouldn't they? Zhou Taiyan chuckled darkly. He had already decided whom to approach. Those who recognized only wealth, not people. The group hiding within the Yin sect. Their intervention would be most beneficial. The realm of transcending tribulations and the price of a loose immortal. They would surely be eager to accept. However, before that, he needed the world to know of Lu Qinghe, a figure capable of indiscriminately obliterating a weak sect. Resolute, Zhou Taiyan identified the direction and soared into the sky. Disappearing from view, meanwhile, Lu Qinghe remained blissfully unaware that Zhou Taiyan was preparing to pay a hefty price for his vengeance. Yet, even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. In fact, he might even be somewhat eager, as it would add a touch of excitement to his currently monotonous journey to in the dead of night. Lu Qinghe practiced his cultivation in a dilapidated temple, his mind recalling the profound essence of the sword path. Yet, no matter how he responded to his insights, he could not grasp them, as if they did not belong to him at all. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept over him that he immediately exited his meditative state, forming his fingers into a sword and swiftly turning to confront the source, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Bang! Yet, the only thing shattered was the wooden door of the temple, which was already in disrepair, now further weathered by time. Lu Qinghe exclaimed in surprise upon realizing his strike had missed. Despite his senses indicating someone was indeed approaching from behind, he found nothing upon turning around. Filled with suspicion, he released his spiritual awareness, confirming that he was alone in the crumbling temple. Strange, he muttered himself, that in the past half-month since leaving the Jingsha sect, he had traversed the mundane world, encountering experiences previously foreign to him, realizing that the myriad of humanity varied as much as the grains of rice. Thieves, robbers, and scoundrels. Notably, one such scoundrel, a man with an affinity for beautiful boys, had taken an interest in Lu Qinghe. Such individuals were all swiftly eradicated. What purpose do such people serve? Now, he was prepared to leave the mundane world behind and venture into the realm of cultivation. A while later, that chilling sensation returned. And predictably, nothing was amiss. The third time, the chill reappeared, and Lu Qinghe chose to ignore it. On the fourth occurrence, having already grown indifferent, he was startled by the sound of rustling. Not from behind, but from his right. He immediately drew his sword and slashed in that direction. Got you. Chapter 24. Encountering a young girl, what met Lu Qing's gaze was a bundle wrapped in burlap, resembling a dumpling, layered on the left and right, leaving him utterly perplexed as to what it was to know. "Please don't kill me." A trembling voice emanated from within the burlap. "That a woman?" Lu Qinghe raised an eyebrow, slicing through the burlap to reveal a small head adorned with frost. Indeed, it was literal frost. Her hair was icy blue, icicles hanging from her brows, her complexion pale, and the breath she exhaled visible in the frigid air. This was the first time Lu Qinghe had encountered such a phenomenon, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "Cold, so cold," the woman stammered, her words laced with frost as the burlap quivered in response. "That I only wanted to warm myself by the fire." Lu Qinghe glanced at her, then at the nearby fire pit. Sheathing his sword, he nodded in her direction. "Thank you, thank you." The burlap bundle inched closer to the fire, and the woman's visibly pale complexion improved. However, it seemed she was not content with just that. To Lu Qinghe's horror, she leaped directly into the flames. He summoned his spiritual energy and pulled her out, just as the burlap began to ignite. Yet she wore a look of comfort. Lu Qinghe was utterly bewildered. How could someone behave like this? He simply watched as the burlap burned away, revealing the slender figure of a girl. In a miraculous display. The flames seemed to be repelled by a mysterious force as they neared her fragile clothing, gradually extinguishing. Seeing this, Lu Qinghe raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Though she was merely immortal, how could such a phenomenon occur? Could it be a special constitution? As the flames died down, frost returned to the girl's face, and the cold she emitted affected the temperature around her. So cold, so cold. The girl could not help but crouch down, curling into a ball. The warmth from the fire could no longer suffice to thaw her. Perhaps only by jumping into the flames could she dispel the frost. Lu Qinghe pondered thoughtfully. The cultivation world possessed many unique physiques, often accompanied by extraordinary phenomena, all of which were invariably blessed with exceptional talents for cultivation. This girl might possess such a unique constitution, yet her failure to embark on the path of immortality had trapped her energy within, resulting in her current state. After some contemplation, he sent a pulse of spiritual energy toward the girl. Indeed, with this influx of energy, the visible cold emanating from her diminished considerably. However, it did not last long before returning to its original state. "Humph," Lu Qinghe remarked with a wry smile. "You are fortunate to have encountered me. Had it been someone else, they would surely have ulterior motives." With that, he knelt down and placed his hand on her shoulder. "Transmitting more spiritual energy. This should be a periodic occurrence. The energy will help dissipate the accumulated energy. Once you begin your cultivation journey, this condition will surely improve." However, he continued, under normal circumstances, encountering someone with a unique physique would lead to others wanting to take you as a disciple, or even a true disciple. Yet under these circumstances, I am decidedly not normal. Thus, he had no intention of taking this girl as his disciple. He still had yet to comprehend his own role, let alone take on a disciple to care for. As time passed, with the infusion of spiritual energy, the girl's appearance visibly transformed until she eventually returned to her normal state. "Thank you for saving my life, Immortal," the girl exclaimed, kneeling before Lu Qinghe and bowing deeply. Lu Qinghe accepted her gratitude with a sense of intrigue. "How did you know I was an immortal? What if I am not?" The girl did not lift her gaze but replied, "During my wanderings, I encountered an old man who said that to escape my predicament, I must find an immortal. Since you can assist me, you must indeed be an immortal." Lu Qinghe chuckled heartily. "Get up and speak." Upon hearing his words, she finally raised her head and stood. Lu Qinghe could now see her face clearly. Though it was dirted and disheveled, her delicate features shone through, and despite her frail stature, her eyes sparkled with vitality. "Let it be known, I have merely alleviated your condition, not completely resolved it." At his words, the girl's expression changed, and she knelt once more. "Please, Immortal, save me. You must have a way, right? I understand that invoking your aid comes at a cost, but I have nothing to offer. Therefore, I am willing to follow you, to be your servant. I simply wish to regain my normal appearance." Lu Qinghe scratched his head in dilemma. "My requirements are quite high. You may not be able to endure them." The girl raised her head, her eyes shimmering with determination. "I can accept anything. Let it be clear. If you ever falter in your duties, I shall abandon you without hesitation. Understand?" Lu Qinghe's expression turned serious, not to frighten her, but because he intended to embody a role that would not be well received by others. Having a girl by his side would undoubtedly bring about numerous inconveniences. Moreover, with her unique constitution, she might attract the attention of a certain sect, eager to take her on as a true disciple. Presently, among the 7 great sacred lands, there was one that specialized in ice and snow spiritual energy, perfectly aligning with this girl that I understand. The girl, upon hearing his words, felt neither disheartened nor resentful. Rather, she expressed her gratitude with several deep bows. "I will serve you, fetching tea and water, and I will do everything." "Very well. Rise that I will impart a technique to you, guiding you in the circulation of energy through your meridians. Remember the pathways through which the spiritual energy will flow." Lu Qinghe instructed. "Then, you must cultivate and comprehend the energy, guiding it through your meridians. With diligent practice, the cold energy invading your body will gradually dissipate." The girl stood up and nodded earnestly, yes. Subsequently, Lu Qinghe gently pressed his finger against the girl's forehead, intertwining his spiritual energy with his consciousness, directly inscribing the technique into her very soul. This was a fundamental cultivation method from the Qingxian sacred land, accessible to all and harmless if disseminated. However, would the Holy Master be displeased to learn that such a rudimentary technique was being imparted to a prodigy with a unique physique? Lu Qinghe mused with a touch of wicked amusement. After guiding the girl on her cultivation path, he allowed her to proceed independently, eager to observe the potential of this exceptional talent. The first step in cultivating immortality is to grasp the sensation of qi. This seemingly simple task is, in reality, quite challenging, heavily reliant on innate aptitude. Thus, this step serves as a filter, weeding out countless individuals with the potential for cultivation but lacking the requisite talent. Approximately 15 minutes later, the girl opened her eyes, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed to Lu Qinghe, "Immortal, I have grasped the sensation of qi." Lu Qinghe was taken aback. How could she achieve this in such a short time? His own aptitude had been mediocre, requiring an hour to reach this point, while Qinglong had managed it in merely a quarter of an hour. It appeared that differences between individuals were indeed significant. Chapter 25. The 2 novices. Lu Qinghe learned that the girl bore no name. Due to her peculiar constitution, she had been deemed inauspicious at birth, resulting in her abandonment by her parents. For 18 years, she had wandered, her stature resembling that of a mere 15 or 16-year-old. "Having no name makes it inconvenient for addressing you," Lu Qinghe remarked, observing her. "Allow me to bestow a name upon you. Your original surname is Li, so henceforth, you shall be called Lizi. What do you think?" He acknowledged his own shortcomings in naming, yet the name Lizi remarkably sprang to mind as he gazed at the childlike girl. "Thank you, Immortal." Lizi's eyes sparkled with joy. She finally had a name. She cared little for its sound, having endured all manner of harsh words during her years of wandering. In comparison, this name was truly a blessing. "Please do not call me Immortal anymore," Lu Qinghe replied. "From now on, address me as young master." He felt he was not much older than Lizi, and the term Immortal made him feel aged. "Yes, young master." Lizi nodded earnestly. Lu Qinghe smiled. The new title sounded much more pleasant. "Continue your cultivation for now. Tomorrow, I shall take you to wash up and change into some proper clothing." "Yes," Lizi nodded vigorously, closing her eyes once more to guide the spiritual energy through her meridians. Lu Qinghe observed her for a moment before suddenly arching an eyebrow and turning to gaze outside, chuckling softly. "Tonight is quite lively." His gaze seemed to pierce through space, perceiving the happenings beyond the temple walls. In truth, his consciousness had already enveloped the temple, and outside, 3 figures were stealthily approaching the temple entrance. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Qinghe waved his hand, casting a barrier around Lizi to shield her from any disturbances from the outside world. He then stepped outside to the entrance. The 3 figures, cloaked in black attire that melded with the night, conferred in hushed tones. "The target is at the Tribulation Realm. We have but one chance to strike. If we fail, we retreat and lie in wait for another opportunity." "Understood." Upon receiving nods of affirmation from the 2 companions, the leader sighed inwardly, worried that these inexperienced newcomers might endanger themselves. Point 3, gentlemen. Isn't it exhausting to speak so quietly? Why not come out and converse? A sudden voice startled the trio. The leader turned to see Lu Qinghe standing at the entrance, a teasing glint in his eyes. "That's him, attack!" After a brief moment of surprise, the leader quickly recognized Lu Qinghe as the target of their mission and shouted as he drew his spiritual weapon to strike. The other two swiftly followed suit. However, they soon found themselves frozen in terror, their eyes widening as they realized the surrounding space was already saturated with sword qi, its sharp edges glinting ominously. In such circumstances, would they dare to move? They dared not. Members of the Yin sect, Lu Qinghe inquired, eyeing them. How did you know? One of them gasped, panic evident in his voice. Despair washed over the leader as he contemplated his fate. Who would have thought that on his first mission with novices, he would meet his demise at the hands of these two fools? I merely guessed. Lu Qinghe chuckled lightly, noting their furtive demeanor, unmistakably indicative of their intent to assassinate him, that I in the realm of cultivation. Such underhanded tactics were typically the hallmark of the Yin sect. With a casual guess, he had hit the mark. Moreover, these three individuals from the Yin sect appeared rather dim-witted. That if you capture me, we will concede our fate to deal with us as you will. The leader, recognizing the inevitable, ceased to resist. Lu Qinghe regarded his resigned demeanor with a smile, saying, no need to be so despondent. That if you cooperate well, perhaps I may yet spare you. Really? The third one asked, his face earnest. The first, however, was filled with despair, pondering how such fools had ever been accepted into the Yin sect and why he had been assigned to them. Amused, Lu Qinghe inquired, who issued the assassination order against me? We have our own code of conduct, and IT was the leader of the Jingsha sect. The first one huffed, eager to assert his professional integrity as an assassin. Yet, before he could finish, the third one interjected, eager to provide an answer. The first one, resolute, clenched his fists and, disregarding the surrounding sword qi, turned to violently swing his spiritual weapon, severing the necks of the two behind him, extinguishing their nascent souls. These two were ill-suited for the role of assassins. Yet they had made their choice and must now face the consequences. Observing the lifeless bodies on the ground, Lu Qinghe raised an eyebrow in surprise. You are rather decisive. Since death is inevitable, it is better to die at the hands of one's own kind. The assassin spoke coolly, turning to stow away his weapon, calmly stating, now, it is my turn. His demeanor suggested he had already accepted his fate. However, Lu Qinghe waved his hand, dissipating the surrounding sword qi, and said, you may leave. The assassin stared in disbelief. You won't kill me? Of course not. Lu Qinghe replied matter-of-factly. I mentioned that if you cooperate well, I would spare you. The assassin clenched his fists in silence, nearly certain that Lu Qinghe was toying with him. Had he not executed the two behind him, all three of them would have perished today. Yet surviving was surely better than the alternative. The assassination order remains in place. The hunt for you will continue, and I shall not relent, the assassin declared earnestly. Are you attempting to persuade me to reconsider? Lu Qinghe remarked with a teasing expression, then shrugged indifferently. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak. You have failed this time, and you will fail again in the future. Given that, what waves do you think you can stir by being spared? While sparing the assassin once might seem less gratifying than killing him outright, it was in fact a form of psychological warfare. Although I have failed, more will come to take on this task, and the headquarters will dispatch more formidable individuals. The assassin's gaze was fixed on Lu Qinghe, promising darkly, ultimately, you will perish at the hands of the Yin sect. Just wait. Lu Qinghe's expression was one of bemusement as he replied, when you issued the assassination order, did you not bother to investigate my identity? The assassin froze. As a lowly assassin, he had no such knowledge. Yet Lu Qinghe continued, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Qinghe, the foremost disciple of the Qingxian sacred land. He leaned in closer. Do you truly believe the Yin sect holds any significance before the Qingxian sacred land? The assassin exclaimed, with such a grand background, why was this not disclosed? If the assassination were successful, would the Yin sect not face retaliation from the sacred land? Lu Qinghe strolled back into the temple, his voice carried by the gentle breeze. I am well aware of the Yin sect's rules. Feel free to proceed. Let this journey of mine be a tad more entertaining. Chapter 26. The Terrifying Thunder of Tribulation. Young Master. Lizzie stood before Lu Qinghe, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her brand-new garments. Quite nice, Lu Qinghe remarked after inspecting her attire. He then turned to the shopkeeper. I will take this style in every variation. You needn't. Lizzie's expression shifted as she quickly interjected, these exquisite garments, which I have never worn in 18 years, must be quite expensive. Point one is more than sufficient. The rest can be ordinary. The shopkeeper, recognizing who held the authority, beamed widely, proclaiming, "Absolutely. We shall prepare one of every style." This was a lucrative venture indeed. Liu Qinghe then looked down at Lizzie, stating matter-of-factly, "You are my maid. If you appear shabby, it reflects poorly on me that I am, after all, a person of status." That Lizzie's lips moved, but she cast her gaze downward, acquiescing. "As you say, young master, that's more like it." That Liu Qinghe nodded in satisfaction. Yet he failed to notice the fleeting hint of shyness that graced the girl's countenance as she lowered her head. Subsequently, he sought out an inn, instructing Lizzie to wash up and prepare herself appropriately. At last, with some leisure time, Liu Qinghe gazed up at the heavens, contemplating that after all the preparations, it was finally time to attempt the second tribulation. Furthermore, he was eager to test the true capabilities of the sacred law of macro divine thunder. With this thought in mind, he soared into the sky, drawing upon his own energy to summon the heavenly tribulation that in mere moments, the once clear sky transformed dramatically. Dark clouds swirled ominously, the townsfolk below, witnessing the sudden shift from bright sunshine to a tempestuous sky, hastened their steps, hurriedly retreating to their homes to gather their laundry before the impending rain in the heavens. Liu Qinghe's expression turned grave as he settled into a meditative posture. Prepared for what lay ahead, the deep rumble of thunder rolled through the clouds, echoing with a terrifying energy. Suddenly, a bolt of tribulation lightning descended, striking Liu Qinghe directly. Strangely, the lightning left no mark upon his body. Had anyone been nearby, they would have observed that in that moment of impact, Liu Qinghe's eyes lost their luster, his expression becoming vacant, as if he were merely a shell devoid of spirit. In that instant, Liu Qinghe felt his soul drift, untethered in a void of nothingness. When he regained a sense of reality, he found himself face to face with a figure strikingly identical to himself. However, this counterpart bore a cold demeanor, with malice swirling within his brow and eyes. "You have finally arrived," the doppelganger intoned icily. Taken aback, Liu Qinghe inquired, "Were you waiting for me?" The figure nodded. "I have awaited your arrival for a long time. Ever since you resolved to defy destiny, I have been present, merely biding my time for this moment." That Liu Qinghe pondered silently for a moment before asking, "Do you have something to convey to me?" "Indeed," the doppelganger replied, his mood seemingly uplifted. "I am here to inform you that fate is not to be trifled with, even if you manage to control the transformation of the Azure Dragon. In your absence, the heavenly Tao will still exert its influence over him. And you, essentially, are me, a notorious figure destined for a dismal fate. And no matter how hard you strive, the outcome is predetermined. You should relinquish your efforts." Liu Qinghe remained silent, seemingly affected by these words. Observing his reaction, the doppelganger's lips curled into an eerie smile as he stepped closer, his hypnotic voice resonating. "To accept fate is our ultimate destiny. Come, let us merge once more into one." That you speak of accepting fate as though it entails obliteration, leading to a grim end devoid of solace. Liu Qinghe replied with a cold laugh. "You are not but a manifestation of the fears that dwell within my heart. Do you truly believe you can sway me?" The doppelganger faltered for a moment before his expression hardened. "This is the undeniable truth. The heavenly Tao reigns supreme in this realm, governing the destinies of all. Yours, mine, and the Azure Dragons, that we are but stepping stones laid out by the heavenly Tao for its chosen ones. All efforts are futile, so why not choose acceptance? Is that not your nature? To go with the flow should not equate to death." Liu Qinghe shouted vehemently, "What is wrong with wanting to survive?" As the two Liu Kings argued in that realm of emptiness, the townsfolk gradually noticed that the lightning continued to strike the same spot above, with no rain following. Under the relentless assault of the tribulation lightning, Liu Qinghe's previously unscathed body began to show signs of aging, resembling the withered bark of an ancient tree. "You are merely a fleeting thought in my mind, lacking the right to speak so brazenly before the true master," Liu Qinghe declared, his voice resolute. "That my fate is in my own hands. This world is an illusion. If the heavenly Tao insists that I accept my fate, then I shall pierce through the heavens and claim my own destiny." The doppelganger paused, momentarily taken aback, before a smile crept across his face as he began to dissipate in the next instant. Lu Qinghe felt an immense force pulling at his soul, and he was abruptly thrust back into his body. The bolt of lightning that had been poised to strike suddenly vanished, and the oppressive clouds began to disperse. Gazing at his withered, parched skin, Lu Qinghe let out a soft chuckle. Though his voice came out hoarse, that I asked this the power of the heart's tribulation. Had I not triumphed over this internal conflict? This lightning could have drained me of all vitality, that he mused, channeling spiritual energy throughout his body, watching as his skin rejuvenated, regaining its elasticity and vitality, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. Lu Qinghe rose to his full height, ready to prepare for the third tribulation, the Ascension Tribulation, as well as the sacred law of macro divine thunder. With a thought, he extended his palm, gathering a small, palm-sized cloud of darkness. That he not underestimate this cloud. It harbors the lightning power of this tribulation, now transformed into his own strength, to be wielded as a weapon. This is the extraordinary nature of the sacred law of macro divine thunder. By capturing the essence of lightning, one can transmute it into personal ability. However, this process is akin to storage. Once utilized, one must again seize the power of the lightning. Having restored his state, Lu Qinghe returned to the inn, where he encountered Li Zi, who had already tidied herself. Upon seeing Lu Qinghe, she rushed over with eagerness. "Young master." As he beheld her, Lu Qinghe momentarily lost his train of thought. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing a delicate visage, though her face appeared somewhat gaunt, creating an incongruous impression. Yet, these were trivial matters. It was hard to fathom how such beauty would blossom in maturity. "Where have you been, young master?" Li Zi inquired, her eyes glimmering with concern. Having completed her grooming, she had not seen Lu Qinghe, and a sense of abandonment washed over her. Had he not returned in time, she would surely have ventured out to search for him. When one's wandering heart finds solace, such peace is exceedingly precious. Lu Qinghe noticed her unease and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Young master is thirsty and in need of water." Li's eyes sparkled, and she nodded earnestly. "Understood." Chapter 27. The first strike in the mountains. Lu Qinghe swung his sword with ease, swiftly slaying a beast that considered them prey. Beside him, Li Zi seemed accustomed to the sight, casting a glance before returning her attention elsewhere. "After half a month, you seem to have adapted well," Lu Qinghe remarked suddenly at his words. Li Zi smiled gently, responding, "If I had not adjusted by now, young master would surely have discarded me and taken on the beasts alone." Recalling her pale face upon witnessing a beast's demise when they first entered the mountains, Lu Qinghe realized that such reactions were not suitable in the realm of cultivation. Thus, he had set expectations for her. Beasts possess strength without intelligence. Those that possess both are termed spiritual beasts. You remember this? Lu Qinghe queried. "Yes, I do," Li Zi affirmed with a nod. The beasts they encountered were generally weak, which is why they had chosen this path. As the days passed, Li Zi had grown taller, her appearance transforming into one more robust and less frail. Alongside her physical changes, her cultivation had also progressed significantly. In the span of half a month, she had established her foundation and was on the verge of reaching the Golden Core realm. Perhaps due to the 18 years of suppression, her innate talents surged vigorously. During her training, cold energy would involuntarily emanate from her, and her hair would revert to the icy blue hue they had first encountered. Yet, once her cultivation ended, it would return to its previous state. "From now on, should we encounter suitable beasts, I shall refrain from intervening. You will handle them yourself." Upon hearing this, a serious expression crossed Li Zi's youthful face as she nodded. "Understood." She recalled young master's words, that mere cultivation was insufficient. One must also hone their skills, for the world of cultivation was one where only the strong survived. In the span of half a month, she had gleaned much about the cultivation realm, such as the presence of numerous sects vying for resources and the exalted sanctuaries that stood above all, the sacred lands, revered for their unparalleled status. Young master was the foremost disciple of the Qingxian sacred land among the 7 great sanctuaries. Few could rival his standing, and she, as his maidservant, felt an immense pride in her association with such a figure. Though designated as a maid, young master treated her more like a teacher, guiding her cultivation and caring for her in every way. To have encountered such a benevolent young master in a dilapidated temple, she considered herself exceptionally fortunate. As the pair traversed the forest, A gray shadow leaped from the bushes, halting before them. That it was a wolf with crimson eyes, drool dripping from its exposed fangs. Assessing the strength of the demon wolf, Lu Qinghe discerned that it was weaker than Li Zi. He raised his hand and pointed at it. Go. With those words, he handed his spirit sword to Li Zi. Receiving the sword, Li Zi clenched her fist, rallying her courage, and strode confidently towards the demon wolf. Wolves excel in speed and are driven purely by instinct. If you seize the opportunity, you can defeat it with a single strike. From behind, Lu Qinghe's encouraging voice resonated. Li silently absorbed his words that as she prepared for her first strike, a mix of nerves flooded her. What if she were injured? What if she couldn't prevail? She steadied herself, reminding herself that she was young master's maidservant, destined to witness grander spectacles in the future. Do not fear, go forth with a growl. The demon wolf sensed Li Zi approaching, baring its fangs as it emitted a low, threatening growl, warning her that if she drew closer, it would attack. However, the wolf demon charged straight at Li Zi. Showing no signs of stopping, in an instant, the demon wolf leaped into the air, pouncing fiercely at Li Zi with its mouth agape, revealing its menacing fangs. Upon witnessing this, Li Zi exhaled sharply, quickly channeling her spiritual energy to her spiritual sword and striking out. The demon wolf could not evade in midair, and its abdomen was struck by the blade, causing it to howl in pain as it crashed to the ground, glancing at the blood pooling on the earth. The demon wolf bared its teeth in a savage snarl, the sight of its own blood igniting its primal instincts. The distinction between a demon beast and a wild beast lies in the former's ability to harness spiritual energy to a certain extent. The demon wolf began to circle around Li Zi, its bloodthirsty nature combined with the augmentation of spiritual energy, rendering it particularly intimidating. Liz kept her gaze fixed on it, her own spiritual energy coiling and ready. Neither party willing to strike first. After several laps, the demon wolf sprang into action, moving like the wind, the scent of blood wafting through the air. In the blink of an eye, it had maneuvered behind her, lunging to bite. Thankfully, Li Zi remained vigilant, pivoting swiftly and raising her spiritual sword to protect her chest. With a sharp snap, the demon wolf's jaws clamped down on the sword, its teeth shattering under the blade's edge, leaving it with two less fangs and a bloodied lip. Howling in pain, the demon wolf retreated a few steps, cautiously eyeing Li Zi, no longer daring to bare its teeth. Suddenly, it raised its head and howled at the moon. Li Zi, uncertain of its intentions, looked to Lu Qinghe, who recognized that shortly after the wolf's howl, rustling sounds began to emanate from the surrounding forest. Lu Qinghe scanned the area and soon discovered dozens of demon wolves encircling them. His gaze ultimately settled on a particular demon wolf among the pack, one marked with scars on its face and forelimbs, larger than the rest. Surely, this must be the Wolf King. Young master, Li Zi exclaimed, her worried eyes fixed on Lu Qinghe. This is far too many. Focus on dealing with it. Do not concern yourself with anything else, Lu Qinghe instructed, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy that enveloped both Li Zi and the demon wolf, isolating them from the rest. Sensing who had intervened, the Wolf King's gaze locked on Lu Qinghe, its dark eyes glimmering with a hint of light. Lu Qinghe returned its stare, indifferent to whether the Wolf King could comprehend his thoughts. Their matters were theirs to resolve. If you wish to intervene, then I shall have to eliminate you. The Wolf King appeared to understand, growling lowly at the wolf confronting Li Zi. The other demon wolves exchanged glances. Then all retreated in unison. Lu Qinghe couldn't help but observe the Wolf King with renewed interest. This one was indeed different. Within the barrier, Li Zi's attention shifted from her sword to the demon wolf. Muttering to herself, fortunately, it didn't manage to bite it. This belongs to the young master. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you off so easily. With the roles of offense and defense reversed, Li Zi wasted no time. Charging forward with her sword, spiritual energy surged forth with reckless abandon, ultimately cleaving the evasive demon wolf to death. However, she was left panting and exhausted. The battle concluded with the demise of the demon wolf, prompting the Wolf King to stride toward Lu Qinghe. Without regard for its intentions, Lu Qinghe flicked his fingers, unleashing a wave of sword energy that carved a trench into the earth. The Wolf King, startled, stared at the marks on the ground for a moment before barking a command to a nearby demon wolf. Point one of the pack stepped forward to drag away the fallen demon wolf's carcass. The Wolf King cast one last lingering glance at Lu Qinghe before howling, leading its pack away. Young master, Li Zi approached with jubilant steps, her face alight with joy. That I did it. Chapter 28. Bullying the weak. Your performance was satisfactory. Observing Li Zi's eager expression for praise, Lu Qinghe ultimately refrained from delivering harsh critiques. However, he did not shy away from highlighting her shortcomings. Your first battle lacked structure. That is understandable. But expending all your spiritual energy in one go is a grave flaw. What if there had been more than one opponent? Would you not be placing yourself in peril? In combat, spiritual energy is of utmost importance and must be meticulously managed. With more experience, you'll come to understand this. That night, the two ascended a mountain peak, intending to rest there for the night. Young master, what is that? As Li Zi admired the stars, she pointed at a luminous vessel soaring through the sky. Her brow furrowed in curiosity. That Lu Qinghe glanced casually upward and replied, "Just a cloud boat. Such a small craft is hardly noteworthy. When we return to the Qingxian sacred land and witness a grand deployment, you'll understand what a true cloud boat is." To ordinary folk, a vessel soaring through the skies would indeed seem miraculous and imposing. Yet to Lu Qinghe, it appeared as an inconsequential trinket from a minor sect. "Ah," Li Zi murmured softly, her gaze filled with yearning. "What must it feel like to fly in the heavens?" But it seems to be a fleet of boats. That as they drew nearer, Lu Qinghe discerned that it was a formation of 3 cloud boats flying together. Is this a discovery of a secret realm? This thought reminded him of the last time the Qingxian sacred land deployed its fleet, which was to uncover a secret realm, hastily summoning disciples. Anyone above the core formation stage who was unoccupied was summoned to the cloud boats. At that time, he was not yet a true disciple and had little desire to stand out, so he slipped away to the Immortal Delight Pavilion. By the time he returned, 3 months had passed. And it was said that the rewards were plentiful. This situation is quite reminiscent that we might as well take a look. If it suits us, we can join in the excitement. That Lu Qinghe mused, then turned to Li Zi with a smile. Would you like to experience the sensation of flying? Huh. Li Zi turned, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Yes. Then I shall take you flying. Having had Li Zi by his side for some time, he had yet to showcase the most apparent distinction between cultivators and mortals. With a thought, Lu Qinghe summoned his spiritual sword, which spiraled in the air before landing flat on the ground, suddenly expanding in size. "Come, step aboard." He stepped onto the sword and beckoned Li Zi to join him. While cultivators could fly, it was only after reaching the nascent soul stage that they could do so freely. This method of sword riding was inspired by the Yuan Jade's technique. Flying on one's own was far less exhilarating than standing atop a sword and soaring through the skies. "Young master, I am ready," Li Zi declared, stepping onto the sword's surface, gripping Lu Qinghe's robe tightly as if fearing she might fall when they took flight. "Then, let us ascend." The sword, now large enough to support both of them, effortlessly lifted them into the air. On the cloud boat, those steering the vessel felt an inexplicable sensation and turned to see 2 figures standing on a sword, keeping pace with the cloud boat. "Enemy attack!" A shout rang out, and the cloud boat erupted into a cacophony of alarm bells, the deck bustling with hurried footsteps. Before long, the vessel was crowded with people. Lu Qinghe scanned the crowd. Most appeared to be at the core formation stage, with only a handful at the nascent soul stage, likely the leaders of this expedition. "Why are you following my Golden Cloud Sex cloud boat?" One of the nascent soul cultivators stepped forward, cupping his fists in inquiry. "Upon seeing your fleet, I wondered if you had discovered a secret realm and came to inquire if it is suitable. I would like to join the festivities." The nascent soul cultivator stiffened, unable to believe such a flimsy excuse could be uttered so brazenly. "You may not know us, but what gives you the right to assume we would take you along?" With a cold smile, the cultivator regarded Lu Qinghe, who appeared youthful and capable of flight. He dismissed him as merely a peer, perhaps with extraordinary talent, as long as he did not provoke hostility. That would suffice. Just because of this, without uttering a word, Lu Qinghe released a hint of his tribulation aura, causing all aboard the cloud boat to gasp for breath, while some weaker core formation cultivators fainted outright. "Senior, I beg your forgiveness for my impudence." The nascent soul cultivator's expression changed dramatically, hastily apologizing. Among their group, none possessed a cultivation level exceeding the nascent soul stage, that if a confrontation broke out, they would be utterly outmatched. Do you see? This is the world of cultivators. As long as you are powerful enough, everyone will yield to you, that Liu Qinghe remarked to Li Zi, who listened with a mixture of confusion and dawning understanding. A seed of realization planted in her mind, waiting to blossom, as long as it is what young master says. Then it must be correct, the nascent soul cultivator's signal. Space was cleared on the deck, allowing Liu Qinghe and Li Zi to step aboard the cloud boat. Senior, may I request that you ease your pressure? The nascent soul cultivator smiled politely, urging Liu Qinghe to retract his aura. Their expedition aimed to temper disciples, yet before they even reached their destination, some were unable to withstand the pressure. Very well, Liu Qinghe acquiesced, dissipating the tribulation aura and regarding them. Now, can you tell me what secret realm you have discovered? The nascent soul cultivator sighed inwardly and replied honestly. It is merely an ordinary secret realm, and it has restrictions on cultivation levels, permitting only those at the core formation stage and below to enter. If this tribulation expert hears this, he would naturally lose interest and leave. A secret realm restricted to core formation and below. How intriguing, the nascent soul cultivator's surprise. Instead of losing interest, Liu Qinghe's intrigue only deepened. The cultivator was left speechless. It was just a minor secret realm. What could possibly pique the interest of such a powerful figure? Li Zi, you should take a look at this secret realm as well. Liu Qinghe gazed at Li Zi, who was leaning against the railing, admiring the scenery below, and remarked, I shall heed the young master's words. To Liz, aware of the conversation, responded, that secret realm has restrictions. Naturally, the young master cannot enter, leaving only myself to venture in. This aligns perfectly with the young master's assertion that my combat skills require honing. This newly acquired maidservant of mine has only been cultivating for a little over half a month. Though she possesses a realm, this secret realm is an ideal opportunity for her to test her abilities. Upon hearing this, the transformation deity hesitated, saying, Esteemed senior, it is not that I am unwilling to allow your maidservant to accompany us. Rather, the three sects participating in this secret realm have all signed death contracts. Within the secret realm, life and death are dictated by fate. Then it is perfect. Let her witness the true visage of the cultivation world. Liu Qinghe retorted dismissively. Otherwise, with my status, I could easily have her surpass over 90% of those present. That would be overly facile. The transformation deity felt a sense of helplessness, as if being subjected to a display of arrogance. Moreover, should she enter, she would become a little ancestor. Would you dare to engage her? If she dares to fight within, this esteemed figure outside would certainly restrain them. Engage or not to engage. To kill or not to kill, yet still requiring the experience of trial. What to do? Bowing down is the only choice, he mused quietly to himself. When they arrived, the three sects communicated, instructing their disciples to exercise caution should they encounter this little ancestor within the secret realm. Chapter 29. The Sage's Secret Realm Bang. Utterly preposterous. Yuhi, what are you thinking? In the room of Yunzhou, the leaders of the three sects convened to discuss the details of this trial. The leader of the Jin Yun sect broached the subject of Liu Qinghe boarding the Yunzhou. Upon hearing this, the burly man on the left seethed with anger, slamming his fist onto the smooth surface of the Eight Immortals table. Causing cracks to spread across it, the right sat an elegant man, exuding a scholarly demeanor that I concur. This matter concerns our three sects and should not involve outsiders. Yet, you have taken it upon yourself to agree without our consent, even bringing someone along. He shared the same sentiment as the robust man. Yui sighed, rubbing his temples, but I was just trying to inform you. What use is that? You've already brought the person here. The burly man, Chu Qing, retorted with displeasure. Then perhaps you should speak to that esteemed senior and tell him you disagree. Yui blinked, disagree. It seems that people from all three Yunzhou would not even reach this point if you disagreed. If you don't agree, then you should speak up. Chu Qing stiffened, clearing his throat. Well, it's just one more person. It's not as if we're missing a crucial spot. The scholarly figure, Mugu, nodded gently, acknowledging indeed, it's merely about bringing someone inside. It is not particularly difficult. Seeing their rapid change of attitude, Yui couldn't help but chuckle disdainfully at the two. Then remember to inform your disciples to exercise restraint if they encounter the esteemed senior's maid within the secret realm. If a fight is unavoidable, let them engage in some playful sparring. Understood, both Chu Qing and Mu Gu agreed in unison. After a pause, Mu Gu inquired, "What realm does the Maid of the Tribulation Senior possess?" Half-step to Foundation establishment. Yu He replied that he had not paid much attention to the maidservant before, merely gauging her aura. Besides, she's only been cultivating for a little over half a month. How high could her realm possibly be? Wait, half a month, half-step to Foundation establishment. In our sect, that would be regarded as a treasured prodigy, and yet she is serving the Tribulation Senior. Such wastefulness. Mu Gu exclaimed, "No, we must advise our disciples to try and befriend her should they encounter her in the secret realm." Yui contemplated, thinking it a waste for such talent to serve as a maid. Just about 10 years old, half-step to Foundation establishment. That talent is certainly commendable. However, Mu Gu held a different view. Having cultivated for so many years without reaching Foundation establishment, such talent can only suffice for serving tea and water. After deliberation, the three sects reached a consensus that allowing one extra person to enter was not an issue. Once they dispersed, they would notify their disciples to either avoid or feign a duel should they encounter Li Zi. Those who disobeyed would face the dire consequence of having their cultivation abolished and being expelled from the sect. With such a severe penalty in place, naturally, no disciple would dare to act foolishly or defy this command. After a brief rest, it was time to enter the secret realm. The secret realm lay within a valley, and at this moment, the members of the three sects piloted their Yunzhou, hovering above the valley. Yu He, Chu Qing, and Mu Gu stood on their respective sects' Yunzhou, exchanging glances before simultaneously forming hand seals. As they executed specific gestures, their spiritual energy became intertwined, flowing like a stream toward the center of the valley above. Gradually, the space above the valley began to warp, ultimately forming a vortex that hinted at the scenes beyond. "Wow, how marvelous!" Li Zi exclaimed in awe, witnessing this spectacle for the first time. "The entrance is actually in the sky. It's fortunate that you discovered it." Liu Qing'a also marveled, reflecting on how the discovery methods of secret realms varied. Yet finding one in the air typically indicated an element of serendipity. Yu He chuckled awkwardly, for he could not reveal that it was due to a disciple of his sect being hunted by the other two sects, leading to their unexpected discovery. "All right, the entrance has been opened. All disciples, please proceed." With a wave of his sleeve, Yu He commanded. Immediately, all disciples aboard the three Yunzhou leaped down, entering the secret realm. "Here, this is a talisman imbued with my sword energy, capable of slaying transformation deities," Liu Qing'a said, handing Li Zi a pouch of talismans. "Should you encounter danger within the secret realm, simply cast this talisman and utter break. The sword energy will materialize to assist you." "Thank you, young master," Li Zi replied with a sweet smile. Yu He and the others observed, wishing to interject that such measures were unnecessary. One could emerge unscathed without the sword talisman as Li Zi leaped into the secret realm. The atmosphere grew tranquil once more. This trial would last for half a month, during which they were free to pursue their endeavors. That Liu Qing'a chose to seek a mountain peak, immersing himself in the profound essence of the sword path. Yu He and the others regarded him, gradually steering the conversation toward him. At such a young age, he has already entered the tribulation stage. Ascending to immortality is merely a matter of time. Yu He remarked, filled with admiration, that it must be that a nearby sect has devoted its entire resources to nurturing their hope. Mu Gu speculated, as this seemed the most plausible explanation, given the remote nature of their location, where no major sect disciples would idly wander. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed, and Liu Qing'a opened his eyes, revealing a hint of regret. The essence of the sword path was indeed elusive. No wonder even Qing Tian had struggled to master it for so long. Grasping the intricate sword intent within the Qing Xian sword technique, Liu Qing'a gradually realized that the true essence of the sword path could not be attained solely through cultivation. One required the right time, place, and circumstances. Lacking any of these, one could not comprehend the sword's essence. That is, he could not grasp the essence of the sword path in a short time. Liu Qing'a decided to practice swordplay instead. Stripping away the formidable power of the Qing Xian sword technique, he executed each move in the most unadorned manner, gradually feeling his mind clear and his spirit undistracted, immersing himself wholly in the practice. Buzzing sounds of sword strikes resonated, drawing the attention of those within the Yunzhou, who emerged to observe, all displaying expressions of astonishment. Such an intricate sword technique. We cannot comprehend it at all. This technique, even if we combined our efforts, would not suffice to counter a single strike. After observing for a moment, Mu Ge could not help but speak gravely. The profundity of this sword technique surpasses our imagination. His comprehension and talent are insufficient, compelling him to abandon the pursuit. However, at that moment, the void trembled, and the spiritual energy within the valley began to surge, inexplicably manifesting a torrent of abundant spiritual energy that spread in all directions. This is the secret realm. Yui exclaimed in disbelief that no, a new secret realm has emerged. Mu Ge declared solemnly. Such a magnitude of spiritual energy waves could never belong to the original small secret realm. Then why has it gone unnoticed for so many years? Chu Qing searched for the entrance of this new secret realm. It likely has something to do with the sword, Mu Ge surmised. Glancing at Lu Qinghe, the unusual sounds began when he practiced his swordplay. The arrangements of the predecessors led to the fortuitous opportunities of the latter generation. Had this sword technique not appeared, this secret realm might have remained dormant for millennia. Undiscovered, that Lu Qinghe also took note of this, sharing the same conjecture in his heart. Thus, he did not cease his swordplay, even deliberately controlling it to emit some sword energy. Buzzing, the void quivered, and the previously spreading spiritual energy suddenly intensified, expanding outward while also ascending toward the heavens. Such commotion could be felt even from thousands of miles away. Yet this was not the end. Beneath the original secret realm, closer to the valley, the space visibly warped, and a beam of light erupted from within, shooting toward the heavens with an astounding intensity, incomparable to the previous waves of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, within the halls of the 7 great holy lands, the 7 holy masters opened their eyes in unison, gazing toward the heavens. Holy light illuminated the sky, stars misaligned. A sage-level secret realm has emerged. Soon after, the resounding voices of the 7 great holy lands echoed, issuing similar commands throughout every corner of the holy lands. Disciples of the transformation deity and above, all elders, gather before the holy hall. Chapter 30. The arrival of the Qingxian sacred land. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this brief period, the newly manifested secret realm not only radiated brilliance towards the heavens, but also exuded an aura of spiritual energy. In these 3 days, the surrounding area of 1,000 miles had been transformed into a treasure trove. Throughout this time, Lu Qinghe had attempted to enter, but as he approached within Tianzhong, an invisible force repelled him, preventing any closer approach. Ultimately, he could only attribute this to the entrance of the secret realm not being fully opened, yet that a secret realm had drawn all the sects in the vicinity. Yui gripped the railing tightly, speaking in a low voice. Originally, their 3 sects could have divided this secret realm among themselves, but the commotion was so great that even the surrounding sects could sense it. Those who could arrive within 3 days were already here, and it was certain that others were still en route. Their presence here was merely due to seizing the opportunity. Once more people gathered, the situation would inevitably escalate into a struggle for positions. With this thought, Yui's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Lu Qinghe, who was closer to the entrance. It seemed that the secret realm responded to his presence, allowing him to approach much closer than the others. Even if a struggle for positions were to arise, it would not affect him for the time being. Just as Yui had anticipated, before many people had gathered, someone could no longer contain their urge to secure a more advantageous position. However, what they had their sights set on was Lu Qinghe's spot. That a figure leaped down from a cloud boat, soaring over several others, and landed not far from Lu Qinghe, raising their wrist to rest a blade on their shoulder, proclaiming arrogantly, "Kid, this spot is now mine, quickly vacate it for me." Hearing such an insolent remark, Lu Qinghe could not help but withdraw from his meditation, curious to see who was so audacious. Around him, those on the cloud boats recognized the person wielding the blade, and they all watched intently. For once a precedent was set, the situation would shift dramatically. Let the arrogant one test the waters for us. This was the shared thought of the majority present. The man from the Blade sect, known for his bravado, was at the tribulation stage. It remained uncertain who would be the stronger one in a true confrontation. "Just a fool," Lu Qinghe remarked dismissively, stealing a glance before returning his gaze. Utterly uninterested, his voice was low, but the nearby arrogant one caught every word. His expression darkened as he tightened his grip on the blade. Since entering the tribulation stage, few had dared to address him in such a manner. "Kid, you've got guts," the arrogant one roared, swinging his massive blade downwards, unleashing a fierce blade aura straight towards Lu Qinghe, leaving a white trace in its wake that Liu Qinghe glanced sideways, raising a hand to unleash a streak of sword energy. Through his recent cultivation, he had learned to wield sword energy even without a sword in hand. Perhaps in the future, with a deeper understanding of sword intent, he could unleash it merely with a flick of his fingers. Boom! The clash of sword energy and blade aura erupted, creating a shockwave that rippled through the air. "This young man is formidable." The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The arrogant one was no weakling at the tribulation stage. Yet this youth effortlessly neutralized his attack, indicating that his strength was at least equal, if not superior. The arrogant one realized this too. A mere flick of his finger matched the force of his own furious strike. This young man was clearly stronger. Knowing he could not win, he opted for retreat, which was not a disgrace. "Haha, no wonder you occupy this position. I, the arrogant one, am impressed." He laughed heartily, patted his chest, gave a thumbs up, and swiftly withdrew, with the secret realm ahead. His quick concession was typically viewed with disdain, but in this world of cultivation, there existed both camaraderie and rivalry. Indeed, Lu Qinghe found the encounter beneath his notice. After this brief interlude, the atmosphere grew noticeably quieter as everyone awaited the opening of the secret realm. Boom! Just then, a thunderous rumble resonated from the sky, prompting all to look up. They beheld a colossal vessel approaching, its size casting not just a shadow, but also an overwhelming sense of pressure. The combined presence of all the cloud boats paled in comparison to this one. Lu Qinghe lifted his gaze, and upon recognizing the familiar vessel, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The cloud boat of the Qingxian Sacred Land had arrived. He stood and soared directly towards it on the cloud boat. The Qingxian Sacred Lord was preparing to dispatch someone to inquire about the situation. Before he could speak, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Enraged, he was about to seize this audacious intruder when he realized it was Lu Qinghe. Disciple pays respects to the Sacred Lord. Lu Qinghe bowed. How come you are here?" The Qingxian Sacred Lord appeared genuinely surprised, having not expected to encounter Lu Qinghe here. Returning to the Sacred Lord. This disciple traveled here, intending to witness the commotion, yet inadvertently triggered the opening of this secret realm. Lu Qinghe explained in detail. "Then it seems this secret realm has sensed your sacred techniques. Hence its activation," the Qingxian Sacred Lord deduced, contemplating the highest probability that if that is the case, once we enter the secret realm, if there are great opportunities, you may attempt to employ the Qingxian sword technique again. It may yield extraordinary results. Liu Qinghe clasped his fists. This disciple will remember. After speaking, he surveyed his surroundings, noticing many familiar faces, yet none of the most familiar one that's seemingly discerning his thoughts. The Qingxian Sacred Lord spoke. The Sacred Prince was not summoned this time. Other sacred lands will also descend to prevent any encounters before the 7 sacred competition. All those with participation spots are remaining in their sacred lands to cultivate. Lu Qinghe understood, surprised to learn that other sacred lands would also be present. Observing his astonishment, the Sacred Lord revealed, "The 7 great sacred lands will likely all gather this time." Liu Qinghe could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This was not merely the 7 sacred competition, but all 7 sacred lands would be present. He glanced towards the entrance of the secret realm below, realizing its significance was extraordinary. The Qingxian Sacred Lord had yet to disclose that this was the secret realm of a fallen sage, containing treasures capable of establishing a sacred land-level power. Initially, he had intended for an elder to lead while he contended for opportunities, but with Lu Qinghe present, he reconsidered. He decided to have Lu Qinghe lead a group of disciples into the secret realm to seek the sage's legacy. The 7 sacred techniques were numerous and varied, and there was no fear of exposing their foundation. The Qingxian Sacred Lord thought this way, while Lu Qinghe contemplated that if the timing of the secret realm's opening coincided with the conclusion of the Li Zi secret realm, he could enlist the sacred land's assistance. That if not, he would simply keep an eye on them. With so many cloud boats, including those from the 7 great sacred lands, encountering them would surely be a shocking sight. The novel can be downloaded through the open-source Freestar String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain this novel file, through a proxy download, and the merchant did not provide the software source code or open source address. Please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email: xingyvoutlook.com, authors QQ 201-759-3710, official QQ group 149050832, official TG group. https t.me/fq tool chapter 31. Entering the secret realm, what a spectacle it is when the 7 great sacred lands convene. In the presence of other sects, these 7 colossal entities dwarf them as if they were mere ants. When these smaller sects learned that these 7 massive forces hailed from the pinnacle of the 7 great sacred lands, they were left utterly astounded, unable to comprehend how such a remote area could house a secret realm that attracted all 7. I knew none of you would be absent. The last to arrive. The burning sky sacred land appeared as its leader donned in a fiery red gilded robe emerged at the bow of his cloud boat, laughing heartily at the other 6 sovereigns. Since we are all gathered, let us forcefully open the secret realm together, proposed the Thunder Sacred Lord, hands tucked into his robe. Do not act rashly. The Qingxian Sacred Lord interjected coolly. It has come to my attention that the secret realm is currently overlapping with another. If we force it open, the previous realm will undoubtedly be affected. The disciples from those smaller sects are still undergoing trials inside. There are only 2 days left that we can wait until they emerge before taking action. The Thunder Sacred Lord regarded him with a glint of lightning flashing in his azure eyes, mocking formalities. The Sage's secret realm lies before us. It's surprising you can remain composed soon after. The leader of the Wajidian sacred land chimed in. Just 2 days. It's no trouble that we can wait, he added. However, those smaller sects should be cleared out. With the 7 great sacred lands converging, there was no place for the smaller sections. Ensuring their disciples could exit safely was already a benevolent act. Indeed, the illusion-ruined sacred lord gestured to the elder beside him, indicating for them to leave. After all, the 7 great sacred lands were the benchmarks in the realm of cultivation. The elder beside them received the command and immediately swooped down, engaging in amicable discourse with the various sect members, urging them to vacate the Holy Lands arena, even though they were filled with reluctance. They had no choice but to comply and withdraw. Soon, 2 days passed, and although the disciples undergoing trials in the secret realm had not emerged, the entrance to the sacred sage's domain swung wide open. The eyes of the 7 sacred lords sparkled with intensity, signaling their disciples to enter at that very moment. With a flurry of motion, 7 celestial vessels descended like a meteor shower, streaking down into the secret realm. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Lu Qing had turned to glance at the Qingxian sacred lord, who, understanding his intent, nodded slightly and said, "Go forth. I shall keep an eye out for someone named Li Zi on your behalf." In response, Lu Qing solemnly performed a respectful bow to the Qingxian sacred lord before leaping off the celestial vessel, plunging into the sacred sage's domain. A peculiar wave washed over him as the scenery before his eyes shifted dramatically. In the next moment, he found himself enveloped in a sea of mist, alongside others who had entered earlier. However, at this moment, most had scattered in pursuit of opportunities, seeking information about the secret realm. Only a few disciples from the Qingxian sacred land and those assigned to Lu Qinghe remained, waiting for him. Gazing at Yang Shuang, who was grinning at him, Lu Qinghe raised an eyebrow in confusion and inquired, "Why are you not staying at the Medicine Mountain? What brings you to the secret realm?" Upon hearing this, Yang Shuang's smile vanished. "What do you mean by that?" "As a disciple of the Medicine Mountain, my contributions in this secret realm are immensely significant. Do you not understand? I had hoped for a fruitful collaboration during our first encounter, but it appears that will not be the case." Lu Qinghe chuckled nonchalantly. "I never had such expectations, but since you are assigned to me by the Sacred Lord, I must accept it. Just ensure you do not hinder my exploration." His words. The expressions of the 5 disciples, including Yang Shuang, soured. Despite all being cultivators of the transformation realm and regarded as the elite, in Lu Qinghe's eyes, they felt more like burdens. The remaining disciples from the Qingxian sacred land hesitated upon hearing Lu Qinghe's remarks and gradually dispersed. They had only lingered in hopes of exploring the secret realm alongside Lu Qinghe, for with the 7 sacred sons absent, he was undoubtedly the foremost figure. Being with him would undoubtedly prove advantageous. However, Lu Qinghe's previous comments had struck a chord, revealing their disdain. Though they possessed strength, their character was lacking, and such arrogance made it intolerable for them to remain in his presence. Noticing their departure, Lu Qinghe did not pursue the matter further. Choosing a direction and leaping forward, as he exited the mist, the scenery transformed before him, revealing a gray corridor that led to a dead end with several stone doors standing against the walls. It appeared they must select a door to enter. Liu Qinghe turned to Yang Shuang and the others, declaring, as the captain, "I shall make the decision." Yang Shuang inwardly scoffed at the redundancy of this question, thinking, "Do you really believe we wish to engage with you?" Given the earlier incident, no one was inclined to converse with Lu Qinghe. Seeing their indifference, Lu Qinghe shrugged it off and casually pushed open a door. With a heavy sound, the scenery shifted once more, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the six of them. Before their eyes lay a breathtaking mountain range, illuminated by the setting sun. Such a surreal transformation. A world created by the sage's might is truly remarkable, Yang Shuang murmured in awe. Sages do not act lightly. Witnessing their power is inherently awe-inspiring. Let us venture forth and uncover the wonders of this realm. Lu Qinghe laughed heartily, leading the way through the door, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a lush forest, while the door behind them dissolved into shimmering points of light. The spiritual energy here is so rich. The six of them felt invigorated, as such dense spiritual energy was a rarity even within the sacred lands. There are countless spiritual herbs and medicines. As they walked a few paces, Yang Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of high-grade spiritual herbs scattered all around, a veritable paradise for an alchemist like him. While Yang Shuang reveled in his harvest, Lu Qinghe extended his consciousness, enveloping the surrounding area. The moment he released his spiritual awareness, he summoned his spirit sword into his hand to be alert. "Prepare for battle at any moment," he said gravely. Though the four disciples from the Qingxian sacred land did not hold Lu Qinghe in high regard, their inherent discipline kicked in upon hearing his command, and they quickly entered a combat-ready state, simultaneously projecting their own spiritual awareness to scan the surroundings. The result was disheartening, as their expressions darkened even more than Lu Qinghe's. The forest was teeming with numerous spirit beasts, and due to the unique nature of the sage's realm, each one possessed formidable strength. A tremendous shadow moved slowly through the forest, each step causing the ground to tremble. It was the legendary diamond bear, a creature thought to be extinct in the cultivation world. The six onlookers gazed in awe at the massive figure, feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. This was clearly a being of at least the loose, immortal realm. Upon noticing them, the diamond bear's crimson eyes reflected their forms as it spoke in a halting yet coherent manner. "At last, humans have set foot in this place." With that, it threw its head back and unleashed a roar that resonated like a sonic attack. The mountains quaked, birds scattered in fright, and the sheer force of its voice left their eardrums ringing painfully in response. The mountains echoed back with various beastly roars, as if acknowledging the diamond bear's call. Lu Qinghe gripped his spirit sword tightly, thinking that perhaps he could strike down the diamond bear while it was caught off guard, that if others were to learn of his thoughts, they would surely deem him mad. For a mortal realm cultivator to dare entertain the notion of vanquishing a celestial being, just as Lu Qinghe sought an opening to strike, the diamond bear spoke once more, "If you can breach my defenses, you shall obtain my spiritual essence." These words, the six disciples exchanged bewildered glances. This development seemed rather peculiar. Liu Qinghe scrutinized the creature, asking, "What do you mean?" "The trial," the diamond bear replied, its speech still somewhat stuttered but markedly more fluid. It was evident that this spirit beast possessed the ability to speak, which had diminished after countless years spent in this realm. Liu Qinghe frowned. "I still do not comprehend," with a low growl. The diamond bear fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering its next words. Yang Shuang and the others looked at each other in surprise, thinking, "This guy is truly bold." The diamond bear is known for its violent temper, and its distinctive feature is the flowing patterns on its brown fur. Renowned for its defensive prowess, the diamond bear can withstand attacks exceeding its own realm. "Are you not afraid it will lash out at you for such a question?" After a brief pause, the diamond bear slowly continued. "The trial left by the Sword Saint mandates that to inherit his legacy, one must acquire a sufficient amount of spiritual essence. Otherwise, the space for inheritance shall not open for you." With this single statement, the implications were staggering. The sage who had transcended in this secret realm was the Sword Saint, and everything existed for the sake of his legacy. These powerful spirit beasts would not genuinely harm them. The revelation filled Lu Qinghe with excitement, and he eagerly asked the Diamond Bear, "So can we begin now?" "Indeed, human, come forth." "Very well. Let me test the strength of your defenses, which rival those of the Earth immortal realm." Gradually, Lu Qinghe raised his sword, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged as if called forth. In an instant, torrents of spiritual energy converged before him. The spiritual energy swelled. Lu Qinghe stepped into the swirling currents, vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind the Diamond Bear, raising his spirit sword high for a direct strike. The gathered energy descended with such force that it left faint imprints in the air. The gathered spiritual energy roaring towards its target. In the face of this attack, the Diamond Bear showed little reaction. Its fur shimmered as if polished, appearing remarkably smooth. With a resounding clash, the spirit sword struck, sending shockwaves through the ground beneath the Diamond Bear, which began to sink under the weight of the confrontation. Such power! Yang Shuang and the others watched in awe, their mouths agape. This truly the Lu Qinghe they knew. It seemed that his previous skirmishes were mere trifles, not worthy of his full strength. Feeling a surge of confidence, Yang Shuang mused, "If I possessed such strength, I would hardly regard others with disdain." A disciple murmured in shock, his words receiving unanimous agreement from those around him. The tribulation stage. They possessed the power to contend with those who had just attained the immortal realm. With such strength, their arrogance was truly justified. Thus, they were indeed a hindrance. In this moment, the five individuals gained a clearer understanding of their own capabilities. Point 2 attack struck the Vajra Bear, yet they lasted merely a few breaths. Realizing that such an assault was insufficient to harm it, the bear decisively retreated, utilizing the star step to leap back to its original position. For the torrent of spiritual energy, the Vajra Bear merely swept its claws, effortlessly tearing through the onslaught. The fluctuations gradually subsided. The Vajra Bear remained unscathed, its fur still sleek and intact. Lu Qinghe was not surprised in the least. He had felt the intensity of the earlier collision directly, and he knew that the cultivation of this Vajra Bear was undoubtedly beyond that of an ordinary immortal. In contrast, for others, it would have been impossible to even pluck a single hair from it. Yet it was he, Lu Qinghe, who possessed the 7 sacred laws. Without lamenting the formidable defense of the Vajra Bear, Lu Qinghe's thoughts shifted, his body emanating an exceptionally sharp aura. The others, sensing this, could not withstand the pressure and hurriedly retreated. A vast sword energy erupted from his body, instantly enveloping the area surrounding Lu Qinghe. The infinite sword array, as he murmured its name, caused his body to tremble violently as the spiritual energy within him dissipated at a terrifying speed, merging into the overwhelming sword energy. The buzzing of the sword energy sent ripples through the void, causing the very fabric of space to tremble visibly. Yet almost immediately, a mysterious force infused the area, restoring tranquility. None noticed these subtleties, all eyes drawn instead to the astonishing sword energy to go. Lu Qinghe's voice thundered as the terrifying sword energy surged towards the Vajra Bear, encircling it entirely, with each strand of sword energy intertwining and connecting. The Vajra Bear, sensing the threat from its surroundings, released a surge of spiritual energy in an attempt to envelop itself. Lu Qinghe's gaze sharpened. He would not allow it to have its way. Infinite Sword Array lock. Pointing his spiritual sword, the already formed Infinite Sword Array transformed into several strands of sword energy, morphing into chains that bound the bear's limbs and body. The spiritual energy seemed obstructed, unable to breach the chains and cover its entire form. Prepare for a bit of pain. Can you endure it? A cold gleam danced along the sword's tip as Lu Qinghe stepped forward. Appearing directly before the Vajra Bear, his spiritual sword charged with force, thrusting it forward with all his might. Simultaneously, the vast array of swords responded, exuding an intimidating presence, transforming into thousands of long swords. Half of them joined the spiritual sword in targeting the same spot, while the other half surrounded the bear, striking fiercely. With a resounding boom, the space between Lu Qinghe and the Vajra Bear erupted in a mist of blood, engulfing all in its wake. The Vajra Bear collapsed, its body riddled with sword energy, oblivious to its fate. Yang Shuang and the other 4 disciples gaped, speechless at the scene unfolding before them. The 33rd chapter. smooth sailing. This state persisted for several breaths before being shattered by gasps of astonishment. What once seemed impossible now unfolded before their very eyes. Heavens, this strength! How does it compare to that of the Saint Sun? It cannot be measured thus. The Saint Sun holds the advantage in realm, and he has not fought for a long time, that I have a feeling that the inheritance of this secret realm will ultimately belong to us. Agreed. Yang Shuang listened to the hushed whispers around him, their astonished and admiring gazes fixated on the figure shrouded in blood mist, even though they had been utterly captivated by Lu Qinghe's displayed prowess. They refrained from expressing it verbally, as they still harbored a sense of disfavor towards him, and as the blood mist gradually dispersed, it revealed Lu Qinghe, sword in hand, standing gracefully, with the massive body of the Vajra bear lying before him. The bear's chest bore a patch of bare skin, surrounded by swirling sword energy, incessantly slicing at the wound. After a brief pause, the Vajra bear slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his body, its paw gliding over the injury as spiritual energy intertwined to staunch the bleeding and initiate recovery. Witnessing this, Lu Qinghe smirked. It was fortunate that the bear did not wish to continue the fight, or else its defenses might have been shattered further. You still need more training. Your remarkable strike could have been more potent. The Vajra bear recalled the moment it had breached its defenses, speaking in a detached tone. After this, it emitted 6 streams of light, each entering the bodies of the 6 individuals, causing Lu Qinghe to feel an unusual sensation in his wrist. Lifting his right hand, he observed the character for 10 gradually manifesting at his wrist. The essence of spirit value, the Vajra bear declared. Collect as much as you can. Aside from the inheritance, spirit value has many other uses. Having spoken, it turned to depart, its booming footsteps receding into the distance, that Lu Qinghe then turned to Yang Shuang and the others. Their objective was now clear, to gather spirit value as much as possible. Based on current observations, it appeared that the spiritual beasts within this mountain forest all had methods for acquiring spirit value. The theory held true. The 6-person team transitioned from evading the spiritual beasts detected by their consciousness to seeking out where they lay hidden. In reality, this aligned with their findings. The bestowal of spirit value was a collective mission shared by all the spiritual beasts here. They would not proactively attack humans. Instead, they required humans to approach them, complete their requests or tasks. To obtain this spirit value, that is, Lu Qinghe and his companions sought out spiritual beasts for spirit value. On the other side of the mountain, a Vajra bear ambled forward. Boom, boom! As it passed by a cave, it halted, gazing into the darkness within. Roar! In the pitch-black cave, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly appeared, hovering in the air like 2 luminous orbs. The Vajra bear addressed it. You might want to brush up on human language. Otherwise, you won't be able to speak later. All right, came the response from within the cave, followed by, what of humans? They possess strength that surpasses their own realm. The trials left by the master are quite likely to be completed. That's good to hear. The voice from the cave brimmed with envy as it continued. I envy you. You can go find the master now. Upon hearing this, the Vajra bear appeared pleased. Indeed, but you will also be quick, guarding the only exit of this realm. No matter what, they will eventually come to find you. He, just a little longer, upon hearing this. The Vajra bear turned to gaze towards the other side of the mountain, its eyes seemingly transcending barriers and space to rest upon Lu Qinghe and his companions. Soon did I'll go wait for you with the master. With that, it resumed its journey towards the end of this space, stepping into the void ahead, where nothingness lay before it. Yet it walked forth without hesitation. The terrifying spatial turbulence ripped through its defenses in an instant, blood spraying forth in a harrowing display. Yet it continued to forge ahead resolutely, down on the brink of collapse. It utilized its spiritual energy to reconstruct itself, enduring excruciating pain without uttering a single sound. It traversed far into the void, passing numerous shattered bones, its gaze lingering on them with nostalgia. Those were once its companions. Yet this was not the end. The Vajra bear understood it must press on. After an indeterminate distance, its body was battered and broken. Yet its eyes grew ever more spirited, for it beheld a figure ahead, seated in the void, floating amidst the chaos. Master! The Vajra bear's voice trembled, infused with a longing that resonated deep within its soul. Perhaps the unyielding yearning had taken form. The figure before it radiated a soft white light, drifting closer until it coalesced into a shadow. Draped in a white robe, with youthful features and silver hair, the gentle smile of the figure gazed at the Vajra bear, causing it to freeze in awe. The figure raised a hand, and the Vajra bear immediately turned, slowly kneeling before it, allowing the hand to stroke its head. "Master." The man in white nodded gently, his smile remaining warm, though it did not linger long before dissipating into motes of light. This time, the Vajra bear did not rise again, forever falling into slumber in that place. Meanwhile, in the forest, Lu Qinghe and his companions continued to collect spirit value from various spiritual beasts, employing an array of methods that were invariably effortless. In contrast, the Vajra bear's encounter had posed some difficulties. Their success had grown suspiciously effortless. These spiritual beasts, after relinquishing their spirit value, would depart as the sun within the secret realm rose and set 5 times. Lu Qinghe and his companions ultimately stood before the cave. According to what the flashing scale viper had said, this cave was the exit of this space, though a formidable spiritual beast guarded it. Recalling the words of the flashing scale viper, Yang Shuang spoke, "That will be my responsibility. The task is quite simple. Feed it." Though Yang Shuang did not possess culinary skills, he was adept at alchemy. A plethora of various pills, combined with 2 pounds of nourishing pills, would surely leave the flashing scale viper unable to move. The cave was shrouded in darkness, resembling nothingness, leading one to question the veracity of the words spoken. I approach from another direction. This is indeed the end of this space. Beyond lies only the boundary. Stepping outside would result in being assailed by spatial turbulence that a disciple remarked, that is indeed chaotic spatial turbulence. Even an immortal would meet their demise upon encountering it. Whether it is truth or illusion, we shall discover once we venture within. Lu Qinghe spoke, taking a decisive step forward into the unknown. Contrary to expectations, the entrance was not shrouded in darkness. Rather, he was greeted by a brilliant sight. The cavern before him unfolded like a treasure trove, with unknown crystals embedded in the stone walls radiating a soft luminescence. At the far end of the cave, a portal stood firmly shut, unmistakably the exit. Yet, did they not say a formidable spirit beast guarded it? As all 6 entered, behind them, a black dragon, its form blending seamlessly with the shadows, suddenly opened its piercing eyes and spoke with an air of solemn authority. "Humans, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Chapter 34. Unveiling the truth, a powerful aura, reminiscent of untamed wilderness, surged throughout the cavern, rendering Lu Qinghe and his companions momentarily paralyzed, caught in a liminal space between life and death. The moment the aura swept over them, it felt as though they had unknowingly crossed the threshold of death, only to be revived. Gasping for breath like a drowning soul pulled from the depths, the Lu Qinghe abruptly turned, witnessing the majestic black dragon coiled upon the stone wall, its scales shimmering with an enigmatic glow. A dragon, he thought, his throat tightening. It was indeed the legendary celestial beast of the cultivation realm. If the diamond bear was a once-existing spirit beast now extinct, at least remnants of its existence could be traced within the cultivation world. However, dragons belonged solely to the realm of myth, whispered among people, their existence unknown and unrecorded in any ancient texts. Yet, the form of a dragon seemed ingrained within one's very blood, even without having seen one. Its presence would be instantly recognizable. The final guardian spirit beast was, astonishingly, a dragon. Yang Shuang exclaimed, his voice quivering. Faced with such a spirit beast, the thought of resistance seemed utterly futile. Moreover, dragons were indeed real. If only I were among those at Spirit Beast Peak, I would be overjoyed, Yang Shuang bantered, for this was a dragon, an entity that would excite even the most stoic beast masters. "Humans, your final trial lies with me," the black dragon proclaimed, exuding an aura of calm as it remained coiled, motionless upon the wall. "What is this?" Lu Qinghe felt a surge of exhilaration. A dragon. He now had a story to boast about upon returning to Qinglong. "In my realm, survival is paramount." The black dragon's voice resonated, and as its words echoed, a pitch-black light erupted from its eyes, instantly engulfing Lu Qinghe and his companions. That Lu Qinghe felt a moment of disorientation. And when he regained his senses, he found himself once more surrounded by mountains. These mountains bore a striking resemblance to those in the secret realm, yet were subtly distinct. In my realm, the sky is forbidden, The black dragon's voice thundered from the heavens, reverberating through the in the next instant. The six felt their ability to soar vanish, their bodies plummeting uncontrollably. They were no ordinary individuals. After a brief moment of panic, they swiftly adjusted their stances, landing gracefully. Yet something felt amiss. Once on solid ground, Lu Qinghe stomped his foot, sensing a surreal quality to the entire experience. Suddenly, the earth trembled with a resounding roar. "Look!" one disciple cried. Pointing towards the nearby forest, Lu Qinghe and his companions raised their eyes to see the trees collapsing in a visible cascade, revealing a vast horde of beasts, a beast tide. The remaining five, their faces etched with horror, realized that encountering such a tide meant certain death. "We must flee." In their current state, attempting to survive amidst the beast tide was akin to chasing a mirage. Only by running with all their might did they stand any chance of survival. Without hesitation, they turned to escape, but upon a fleeting glance back, they saw Lu Qinghe standing resolutely, seemingly oblivious to the impending terror of the beast tide. Lu Qinghe, is he courting death? As the tide approached, any attempt to rescue him would be futile. Yang Shuang gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "Let him be. We must go." If they lingered to concern themselves with him, they would all perish in the beast tide. Without Lu Qinghe, he was the only true disciple among them, and he bore the responsibility of ensuring the safety of his fellow disciples. Having embarked on this journey together, he was determined to bring everyone back safely. As for Lu Qinghe, in his mental probe, he found himself engulfed by the tide, unable to discern even a fragment of his own existence within the cavern. The black dragon's gaze flickered with a hint of human-like astonishment. "That is so soon. You have shattered my illusion." Its eyes fixed on the six below, and suddenly Lu Qinghe stirred, rising to a seated position. How vivid that felt. He examined his hands, having felt the sensation of being trampled by the tide, an experience so real it was overwhelming. Yet the falsehood remained a mere illusion, just a fleeting experience. "Human, how did you break my illusion?" the black dragon inquired. "Quite simply, through self-belief," Lu Qinghe replied, lifting his gaze with a smile, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his robes, confidently asserting, "I trusted my feelings, believed my thoughts, and recognized that all I perceived was but a fabrication. Thus, I unraveled it." "Impossible!" the black dragon exclaimed, incredulous. "How could it be so trivial? My illusions were once unparalleled. Even an immortal emperor trapped within would remain oblivious to their predicament." "Very well, I confess. It is not merely a matter of believing in oneself." Lu Qinghe shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing toward his eyes. "In truth, I practice a sacred art known as the Eye of Void Breaking. Under this sacred gaze, any illusion or phantasm crumbles effortlessly." The black dragon regarded him with a penetrating stare, contemplating for a long moment before finally saying, "The power of belief is truly remarkable." Lu Qinghe fell silent, preferring to embrace the ethereal concept of belief over the tangible reality of his own sacred practice, that he indeed practiced a sacred art, a concrete reality, among the 7 sacred arts. One was specifically designed to counter all illusions and phantasms, aptly named the Eye of Void Breaking. Just like now, Lu Qinghe continued, as intricate patterns surfaced in his right eye, emanating an aura of mystery. In that instant, everything before him appeared as mere illusion, every disguise laid bare. The black dragon's eyes widened in surprise. Upon making contact with that gaze, it felt as if its very essence had been exposed, as if even its soul were laid bare. "Oh, how intriguing," Lu Qinghe observed with a playful expression after employing the Eye of Void Breaking against the black dragon. "You managed to deceive everyone around you." "What do you mean?" the black dragon inquired, a hint of panic in its voice, swiftly unleashing its terrifying aura, as if prepared to crush Lu Qinghe with a mere thought. Yet now, Lu Qinghe stood unfazed, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at the black dragon. "Am I not correct, Dreamweaver Ferret?" With those words, the black dragon's aura erupted violently, its fearsome presence compressing the very air around them. Lu Qinghe felt the pressure from all directions. Yet as the Eye of Void Breaking activated, that immense weight vanished without a trace. To shape everything through illusion is quite an art. However, alas, you have encountered me." Lu Qinghe remarked coolly. "If I were mistaken, why not descend from the wall and crush me, so inconsequential to you as an ant. The black dragon regarded him with an inscrutable gaze, remaining silent for a lengthy moment before slowly responding. Human, you are indeed formidable. As it spoke, a radiant white light emanated from its body, gradually enveloping its form, shrinking into a small sphere. When the light dissipated, a cute, snow-white ferret appeared before Lu Qing. Liu Qing chuckled, saying, "I am aware of my prowess." The Dreamweaver ferret shook its head, asserting that is not quite the same. It refrained from explaining that its illusions were so masterfully crafted that even in the presence of a sage, no flaw could be discerned. Chapter 35. The final trial. Do you wish to awaken your companions? The Dreamweaver ferret floated before Lu Qinghe, pointing at the 5 individuals on the ground. Liu Qinghe turned to glance back, noting their plight. Quickly, faster. It approaches. What a ferocious beast tide. I do not wish to die. Please no. The 5 were ensnared in the illusion, yet their bodies exhibited signs of reacting to the reality, revealing the torment they endured within the dreamscape. Their bodies twitching intermittently. For now, it is unnecessary, Lu Qinghe mused, reveling in the dark humor of the situation. After all, they were merely in a dream. The mental strain was the only burden, and running a bit longer posed no issue. That is fine. The Dreamweaver ferret acquiesced. That is the final guardian spirit beast. You must possess considerable knowledge, yes? Lu Qinghe inquired. Indeed, in this realm, there is nothing I do not know. The Dreamweaver ferret placed its tiny hands on its hips, exuding an air of pride. Then what can you tell me about the master of this secret realm? Lu Qinghe pressed. The Sword Saint. The Dreamweaver ferret feigned deep thought. That I know all about him. What would you like to know? Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghe marveled internally. No wonder it served as the last guardian spirit beast. Its background was indeed impressive. You all refer to him as the Sword Saint. Does the inheritance of this secret realm pertain to the path of the sword? After some contemplation, Lu Qinghe ultimately resolved to inquire about the nature of the inheritance within this secret realm. Of course not, the illusory dream ferret chuckled. The title of Sword Saint was self-bestowed. Even after attaining sainthood, his aptitude in swordsmanship remained lamentably poor, yet he harbored aspirations of becoming a sword saint. The inheritance, in truth, pertains to the sacred arts that enable one to forge contracts with spiritual beasts, encompassing all his knowledge and skills. That Liu Qinghe, not being a beast master, struggled to grasp the nuances of contract formation and the significance of the sacred arts. Is there something particularly special about the sacred arts? Observing his puzzled expression, the illusory dream ferret discerned that this human was utterly unaware of the true value inherent in the contracts of sacred arts. With a dismissive scoff, it remarked, "Do not dare to compare such trivial matters. Those worthy of being called sacred arts possess their own unique merits." Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghe wholeheartedly agreed, acutely aware of the enhancements that sacred arts could confer, a magnitude far surpassing that of 100 celestial techniques. The illusory dream ferret continued, "This sacred art, binding a contract with a spiritual beast, cannot be undone even by a saint. Moreover, a portion of the spiritual beast's innate abilities will be conferred back to the contract holder. Most importantly, there is no upper limit to the contracted spiritual beast." At this revelation, Lu Qinghe's eyes widened in astonishment that a sacred art without a contract limit. Even without being a beast master, he understood that the number of spiritual beasts one could contract was finite. Exceeding this limit would result in the collapse of the contract, rendering all prior efforts in vain. Naturally, as one's level increased, so too would the capacity for contracting. The disparity between celestial techniques and spiritual skills could be magnitudes apart. Even Lu Qinghe, who had no particular aspirations of becoming a beast master, felt his heart stirred upon learning of the uniqueness of this sacred art. How intriguing, is it not? The illusory dream ferret grinned with satisfaction, having never encountered anyone who remained indifferent to such sacred arts, save for a fool. Indeed, it is intriguing. Lu Qinghe beamed with confidence. This sacred art shall be mine. Having aspirations is commendable, yet should your spiritual value fall short, even if the sacred art acknowledges you, the inheritance cannot be bestowed. The illusory dream ferret glanced at Lu Qinghe's wrist, noting a mere 2,700 spiritual value, woefully distant from the requisite 10,000 to unlock the inheritance. Even with the 300 from this trial, he was still 7,000 short. The spiritual value obtainable within this space is all that remains that to amass, such as some elsewhere, would be exponentially more challenging. The illusory dream ferret disclosed the requirements for the inheritance, revealing the staggering 10,000 spiritual value. Upon this revelation, Lu Qinghe's demeanor sobered somewhat. This space had reached its final destination, to acquire more spiritual value. He would have to venture elsewhere or target those possessing spiritual value. Targeting others of your kind is also a viable approach, the illusory dream ferret noted, seemingly perceiving his internal thoughts. However, do exercise caution. For having the will without the means is perilous. I can sense that many have entered the Sword Saint's secret realm, and those stronger than you exceed a dozen. Human, you are somewhat to my liking. In light of that, I shall share a method to acquire additional spiritual value. That a hint of playful mockery danced across the illusory dream ferret's features. Collect spiritual objects diligently. You may just uncover a delightful surprise. With that, it adopted a serious demeanor and continued, Now, it has been an age since I last conversed with a human, and my words have flowed too freely. When you are ready to unlock the inheritance, direct any queries you may have to the Sword Saint. Now, it is time to conclude this trial. With a clap of its paws, the illusory dream ferret summoned forth Yang Shuang and his companions, who stirred awake, still looking bewildered. Was I not amidst a beast tide? Yang Shuang murmured, What has transpired? Why do I feel so fatigued? And where is the dragon? Suddenly, he recalled the black dragon within the cave. Now conspicuously absent. Are you searching for me? The illusory dream ferret materialized before him, morphing its form into a dragon's head, startling him. You all fell victim to its illusion. Had I not intervened, you would have perished within that mirage. Lu Qinghe stood beside the illusory dream ferret, looking down at them with disdain. To think you would not realize that a space generated within the secret realm could not yield another. Your first instinct was to flee at the sight of a beast tide. That a light scoff echoed in Yang Shuang and his companions' ears, sounding particularly grating. Enough, Lu Qinghe. You may be stronger than us, but that does not grant you the right to constantly belittle us. Yang Shuang retorted, his teeth clenched, that we shall not stand idly by while you humiliate us time and again. The illusory dream ferret blinked, watching with keen interest, for it anticipated a spectacle. Lu Qinghe, however, remained unfazed, his gaze dismissively sweeping over them as he chuckled lightly. And then, what do you intend to do? In terms of strength, you do not measure up to me in the slightest. In terms of status, you are even less my equal. With the energy spent on such wailing, you might as well devote it to training. Perhaps you could narrow the gap between us. You ought to be grateful that you belong to the Qingxian sacred ground. Had you been with anyone else, you would have surely perished within this space. Having spoken, Lu Qinghe turned to the illusory dream ferret. Now, grant me all the spiritual value. They are unworthy of receiving even a fraction. The illusory dream ferret complied, internally astonished. It had presumed Lu Qinghe to be relatively affable, yet his heart proved equally ruthless. Only by such means could one safeguard that precious treasure. Upon receiving the score, Lu Qinghe did not linger, exchanging a glance with the illusory dream ferret before resolutely striding towards the exit. Off with you as well. Noticing that Yang Shuang and his companions remained seated, the illusory dream ferret began to usher them away, waving its hand. Several invisible forces lifted them, unceremoniously tossing them out through the stone door. With that, the space fell into silence. The illusory dream ferret blinked and, much like Lu Qinghe, decisively turned and transformed into a streak of light, soaring out of the cave. Master, Xiao Bai has arrived. Chapter 36. Plunder across the vast plains, several figures darted by, appearing somewhat frantic, seemingly engaged in flight. Quickly, that fellow is closing in. The individuals from the Wujul sacred ground glanced back, witnessing the increasingly near figure, and urged one another on. They could not fathom how a mere collection of spiritual objects had summoned forth a Qingxian sacred ground individual bent on robbing them of their spiritual value. This was intolerable. They immediately retaliated, only to discover they were outmatched. Thus, the scene unfolded as such. They fled while he pursued, with no hope of escape. The accompanying elder only intervened when life was at stake, preferring to lurk in the shadows during other times, especially in the face of conflicts between disciples of the two sacred grounds. If an elder were to intervene, it would be a source of embarrassment. Yet fleeing was hardly a sustainable solution. Point one in the group proposed. Why not just hand over the spiritual objects to him and secure our escape? Are you out of your mind? He also wants our spiritual value. This concerns the inheritance of a saint. Instantly, the suggestion was met with sharp rebuttals that we cannot afford to be brought down by him. Who knows how much spiritual value is required for that saint's inheritance? It was evident that he was genuinely unwilling to keep running. The one who initially urged everyone to hasten their pace reconsidered. You all give me your spiritual objects, and I will hold them off while you make your escape to find our sacred grounds team. What? Wen Fei, are you insane? If you do that, you'll end up with nothing. Wen Fei gritted his teeth. It is better than all of us losing everything. With that, he forced a bitter smile. After all, I am your captain. Hand them over. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Then each retrieved the spiritual objects they had gathered within the secret realm and surrendered them to Wen Fei. After receiving the offerings, Wen Fei halted, brandishing the spiritual objects openly, awaiting the approaching figure. Liu Qinghe, catching up, beheld this scene and quickly realized that Wen Fei intended to sacrifice himself. All the spiritual objects you desire are here. Continuing the chase would be futile. Wen Fei responded, I can offer you both spiritual value and spiritual objects, but as a member of the Wujal Sacred Ground, I shall not bow my head in submission. Thus, you must defeat me in a fair fight. And all of this shall belong to you. With that, Wen Fei brandished a spiritual sword in his other hand, lifting it to point its tip squarely at Liu Qinghe. Daha! Liu Qinghe chuckled lightly, summoning his own spiritual sword with a swift motion, dismissively retorting, fair and square. Was it not you who fled in utter disarray just moments ago? Wen Fei's expression faltered, and he gritted his teeth. You merely rely on your superior cultivation. If you possess the ability, let us engage solely in pure swordplay to determine the victor. This declaration elicited a look of incredulity from Liu Qinghe, as he regarded Wen Fei as if he were a fool. You think I am foolish for leveraging my strengths against your weaknesses? Would you rather I take the more arduous path? Why would I choose to fight you on your terms when I can easily overpower you with my cultivation? All members of the Wujal Sacred Ground were sword cultivators, having trained in swordsmanship since their initiation. How could a makeshift sword cultivator, such as Liu Qinghe, hope to match them? Furthermore, in a scenario already tilted in his favor, why would he take unnecessary risks? Wen Fei found himself at a loss for words. For the truth was indisputable. In terms of strength, he was thoroughly defeated, yet he still needed to buy time. Very well, hand over both the spirit value and the spiritual items to me. I shall not pursue them any longer. Liu Qinghe spoke in a calm tone that he had observed their spirit values earlier, which totaled no more than 500. That the individual before him possessed a bit more spirit value, while the others were mere small fry, rendering any pursuit unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Wen Fei felt his tension ease, tossing all the spiritual items he held towards the other party, while the spirit value on his wrist flowed like a stream of light, merging into Liu Qinghe's wrist. All right, you may leave now. With his objective achieved, Liu Qinghe sheathed his spiritual sword and waved his hand. More than 3,000 spirit values, along with some spiritual items, should amount to around 4,000 spirit values, bringing him closer to the coveted 10,000. But he needed to continue seeking prey. Noticing Liu Qinghe's lack of intent to take further action, Wen Fei exhaled softly, clasped his sword, and bowed respectfully before transforming into a stream of light and departing. Liu Qinghe was also preparing to seek another target when he noticed Yang Shuang and his 4 companions catching up behind him. Their presence was sensed by Liu Qinghe, who chose to remain still for the moment. Ever since emerging from that space, these individuals had maintained an ambiguous distance, wanting to follow, yet hesitant to do so. This was all due to the allocation from the Qingxian Saint Lord. For the disciples, it was a directive. Thus, even though Liu Qinghe wished to act alone, he could not truly abandon them. As Yang Shuang and his companions drew nearer, they halted and maintained their distance voluntarily. Liu Qinghe cast a sidelong glance at them, preparing to depart when suddenly, a tremor rippled through the void, capturing everyone's attention. Turning to look, they beheld a white pillar of light ascending from the ground, soaring straight towards the heavens, resembling a towering support beam. Such a commotion was noticeable to everyone across the vast plain. After a moment's pause, Liu Qinghe, without hesitation, made his way towards the source of the light pillar. Its significance was secondary. What mattered was that anomalies attracted people. The presence of people implied the potential for spirit value and spiritual items. Yang Shuang and his companions promptly followed suit. Why does it feel like ever since we emerged? We have been either on the road or in pursuit of the road, one disciple muttered softly. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of the five, who, upon their exit, found themselves utterly at a loss for what to do. Merely trailing Lu Qinghe's footsteps. The location where the light pillar arose was by a river, its radiance casting a glow over the surrounding area. That be why this time, individuals had begun to approach the site. The first arrivals attempting to draw near to the pillar to discern its nature, only to be struck by a sudden bolt of thunder from the clear sky, leaving one now sprawled on the ground, convulsing. Witnessing this spectacle, subsequent arrivals kept their distance from the light pillar, wary of getting too close. To be why the time Lu Qinghe arrived, the disciples from the 7 great sacred lands had already established their positions, each claiming a section. Lu, the true inheritor. Suddenly, Lu Qinghe heard someone call his name. Turning, he saw Lu Bai from the Daojian Peak waving at him. Beside him were other true inheritors and disciples from the Qingxian sacred land, clearly indicating that this location had been claimed by them. Where are the others from your team? Lu Bai, noticing Lu Qinghe was alone, inquired with a hint of curiosity. Behind, Lu Qinghe replied, then pondered for a moment before asking. Old Lu, are you short on people in your team? If so, just let me know, and I can send you 5. Lu Bai. Chapter 37. The chaos of battle. Lu Bai took Lu Qinghe's words as a jest and replied. Among the 7 great sacred lands, the sons and daughters of the saints do not emerge. You are the strongest among us. Within the saints' legacy, there may very well be sacred laws that, if obtained, the rewards will undoubtedly be substantial. So Lu, the true inheritor, it all rests on you. Lu Qinghe, observing Lu Bai's exaggerated gestures, felt a wave of silent amusement wash over him. He then chuckled lightly. Very well. Hand over all your spirit value to me, and the saint's legacy shall rightfully belong to Qingxian. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious and resigned expression as he regarded Lu Qinghe. At this point, everyone was acutely aware that spirit value was intrinsically linked to the saint's legacy. This realization rendered spirit value exceedingly crucial. Even if the spirit value ultimately fell short of securing the legacy, it would still yield some labor compensation. The slightest leak from the saint's fingers could present a tremendous opportunity for them. Lu Bai's thought process was straightforward. With all 7 sacred lands gathered here, strength dictated control over discourse. Thus, it would be reasonable to demand some spirit value from the other sacred lands as a fee. In a certain sense, his and Lu Qinghe's thoughts aligned, differing only in intent. Lu Bai aimed to distribute a portion of the spirit value collected from other sacred lands among everyone, while Lu Qinghe sought to claim it all for himself. As time passed, people from the 7 sacred lands were drawn to the light pillar, congregating and aligning with their respective factions. When Fei returned to his team, and upon his arrival, his companions naturally expressed their concern. When they learned that all his spiritual items and spirit value had indeed been taken by Lu Qinghe, indignation washed over them, prompting them to seek out the other true inheritors from the Wujing sacred land. They could not tolerate such bullying from the Qingxian sacred land. Upon hearing that their own comrades had been so oppressed, the true inheritors from Wujing sacred land displayed expressions of righteous indignation, marching forth towards Qingxian sacred land in a united front. Meanwhile, the 29 true inheritors of Qingxian sacred land recognized the hostility emanating from Wujing sacred land and stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of their fellow disciples, ready to confront the Wujing sacred land representatives. What do you intend, Wujing sacred land? Su Sun from Shishing Peak inquired, observing their aggressive stance. That we have no quarrel with you. We seek only one individual from your Qingxian sacred land. Hand him over, and we shall leave without delay. Qin Shi, a true inheritor from Wujing sacred land, declared sternly. Unlike Qingxian sacred land, where all disciples were sword cultivators, the true inheritors of Wujing sacred land were selected based on the prowess of their mentors. This led to a disparity in status among true inheritors, contingent upon their master's strength. Such circumstances were common among the 7 sacred lands, while Qingxian sacred land stood apart, with true inheritors emerging solely from those who had established themselves as peak leaders. This disparity resulted in the true inheritors of Qingxian sacred land being fewer in number compared to their counterparts, yet superior in quality, that Su Sun frowned slightly at the accusatory demeanor of Wujing's sacred land, harboring a discontent that he chose to suppress, asking, "Whom do you seek?" Chen Qi pulled Wen Fei forth for identification, upon seeing Lu Qinghe, who had made no effort to conceal himself behind the true inheritors. Wen Fei quickly pointed him out. "That one." Chen Qi raised his hand, indicating Lu Qinghe. His voice cold to Su Sun, and the others immediately turned in the indicated direction, their expressions shifting to one of curiosity. What had Lu Qinghe done this time? Lu Qinghe, having withdrawn his gaze from the other's sacred lands, looked at Wen Fei and chuckled. "I had no intention of seeking you out, yet here you are, approaching me instead." With a stern expression, Chen Qi commanded, "Step forward to speak. You have seized our spirit items and spirit value. Do you presume there is no one backing Wujing's sacred land? Return what you have taken and apologize publicly, and we shall let this matter pass. Otherwise, let us demonstrate the unity of Wujing's sacred land." Seemingly to validate his statement, the crowd of Wujing's sacred land disciples erupted with fervor, their presence instantly capturing the attention of the other 5 sacred lands. "This is unacceptable," Su Sun, recognizing that Wujing's sacred land had no intention of maintaining a low profile, stood resolutely alongside his fellow true inheritors, exuding a formidable aura to counter the pressure from Wujing's sacred land. The disciples from Qingxian's sacred land mirrored this display of solidarity in that moment. The 2 sacred lands faced each other, poised for confrontation. As the instigator, Lu Qinghe disregarded the heavy atmosphere radiating from both factions, stepping past a row of true inheritors and advancing forward. Upon seeing Lu Qinghe approach, Chen Qi and his companions exchanged satisfied glances, knowing that if he apologized in front of so many witnesses, Qingxian's sacred land would forever be overshadowed by Wujing's sacred land. Such a victory would far outweigh any spiritual items or spirit value. "Apologize?" Lu Qinghe, his hands clasped behind his back, remained unfazed, his presence as graceful as ever despite the unfolding situation. "Do you even have the right?" As his words fell, the aura of someone mid-level in the tribulation stage erupted alongside the pressure of his sword intent, potent enough to rival that of an entire sacred land. "It seems you are refusing a toast and are instead inviting punishment," Chen Qi bellowed, rallying his fellow disciples. "Drink." The disciples of Wujing's sacred land collectively raised their voices, their presence imposing in response. Yang Shuang shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brothers and sisters, present!" At that moment, every disciple of Qingxian's sacred land demonstrated remarkable solidarity, as Yang Shuang cast aside his previous grievances against Lu Qinghe, calling upon all to resist Wujing's sacred land. Internal strife was one thing, but when outsiders intervened, past disputes could not serve as a barrier to their united front. It seemed a battle was imminent. Su Sun sneered, already displeased, and resolved to fix his gaze on that Chen Qi across from him. Intent on delivering a thorough beating, Lu Qinghe raised his sword, pointing it at all the members of the Wujishi, his demeanor one of disdain, that if you lose, surrender the spiritual items and spiritual values you acquired in the secret realm. A great sword appeared in Chen Qi's hand, swirling through the air with a whoosh, as he coldly remarked, "That is precisely my intention." He then lifted the massive sword high and proclaimed, "Junior brothers, drive Qingxian out of this secret realm. Kill." The crowd of disciples surged with battle fervor, summoning their own spiritual swords to unleash their sword techniques, charging towards the Qingxian Holy Land. Naturally, the Qingxian Holy Land would not back down. They immediately showcased their abilities, rushing forward to engage in combat. Various sword techniques and spiritual skills flickered in the void, creating a dazzling spectacle. Thus, a chaotic battle unfolded. The other 5 holy lands, witnessing this, silently retreated, granting them space as competitors. They were more than pleased to observe the 2 holy lands inflict mutual destruction, thus increasing their own opportunities. Chapter 38. Sweeping away the invincible boom, clang. The clash between the 2 holy lands was fierce, with the lowest level of combat being at the transformation level, capable of exerting a preliminary influence on the forces of heaven and earth. The sounds of various spiritual techniques and the clang of metal resonated grandly. The other 5 holy lands continued to withdraw, unwilling to be caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe stood at the very center of the chaos, both sides' true disciples targeting their counterparts. since Lu Qinghe had only recently become a true disciple and Wujishi had yet to receive news. It was only natural they regarded him as an ordinary disciple. As the Wujishi disciples approached, he declared, "You may begin." As his words fell, he swung his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy, aimed solely at the disciples of Wujishi. The unfortunate disciple, seemingly seasoned in battle, sensed the fierce sword energy even amidst combat. Immediately, he enveloped himself in spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier. However, the sword energy came on with such ferocity and dominance that it merely paused for an instant upon striking the barrier, before breaking through, landing squarely upon his body. The disciple was sent flying, tracing a long arc through the void, leaving his Qing Xian opponent momentarily stunned. Upon realizing it was Lu Qinghe's attack, he quickly turned to assist others. A sneak attack. The Wujishi disciple gritted his teeth as he rose. Observing the wound torn in his robe where the sword energy had struck, he sealed the wound with spiritual energy, casting a dark glare at Lu Qinghe before proclaiming, "As sword cultivators, how can we allow such a despicable person to emerge?" Still able to speak, his injuries were not severe, that Lu Qinghe, sword in hand, stood evenly, yet his aura radiated disdain towards the other. "Surrender your spiritual values, or I shall compel you to do so." Delusional. The other sneered coldly, mocking the audacity of this sneak attacker who dared to demand his spiritual values. "Today, I shall take yours." It seemed the reserve strike had not made him recognize reality. As Lu Qinghe's words finished, he flashed directly before the Wujishi disciple, raising his sword to strike down. The sword light flickered, and waves of sword energy surged forth, resembling many long swords crossing the heavens, causing the very space to exude a sharp intent. The life-threatening aura hung before the Wujishi disciple, causing his hair to stand on end, his pupils trembling violently. "No!" he cried out sharply. Swish! The sword light descended, that he focused his gaze, observing the tip of the spiritual sword halting merely 3 inches from his brow, that a slight push forward would shatter his defenses and easily slay him. The Wujishi disciple felt a chill run through his body. As he realized he was trembling uncontrollably, "I will give you one more chance. Surrender your spiritual values, or I shall compel you." Lu Qinghe pointed his spiritual sword at him, suggesting that should the other remain obstinate, his sword would strike down without mercy. But would he do this? Of course not. The old stubborn elders of Wujishi were watching from the shadows, while they would not react to such measured actions. Crossing even a slight line would provoke their madness. "That I'll give them." The Wujishi disciple relented weakly, feeling the insurmountable power emanating from Lu Qinghe's sword. With a thought, his spiritual values transferred to Lu Qinghe. Seeing this, Lu Qinghe withdrew his sword, stating, "Now, about the spiritual items." The Wujishi disciple's emotions churned, yet he remained silent, obediently surrendering all the spiritual items he had collected in the secret realm. "Excellent." Lu Qinghe nodded in satisfaction. "Now you may withdraw, or you may stay and witness your fellow disciples meet the same fate as you." Upon hearing this, the Wujishi disciple gazed at him in shock, rendered speechless. "That I end battles among sword cultivators." Sometimes a single sword could reveal the disparity between them, that he could feel Lu Qinghe's strength, at least not weaker than the true disciples. His presence among the ordinary disciples was akin to a dimensional blow, overwhelmingly powerful. Seeming to perceive his thoughts, Lu Qinghe, in a good mood, spoke further. "At the outset, I pondered which holy land to begin with, never expecting you from Wujishi to present yourselves so readily. Fear not, not only Wujishi, but none shall escape. That if anyone else had spoken such words, it would seem arrogant, but when uttered by Lu Qinghe, it felt strangely natural." After finishing his words, he moved towards the other disciples, consistently wielding 2 swords, with no one managing to compel him to draw a third. The initial Wujishi disciples, observing Lu Qinghe's unassailable prowess amidst the crowd, felt as though an invisible string had snapped. He collapsed in the void, gazing at the sky above this space, sorrow filling his heart. Who could stop him now? Unbeknownst to him, the elders of Wujishi were nearly driven mad. At this rate, wouldn't Wujishi be entirely wiped out? But they were halted by the elders of Qingxian Holy Land. Some elders from other holy lands were there to watch the spectacle, while others attempted to intervene. This was merely the intention of the holy lands to train their disciples. The sage's inheritance was but a supplement. Their interference would disrupt the established order. though the situation appeared to be one where Lu Qinghe single-handedly crushed everything. Who allowed this disciple to enter? An elder from Wajishi howled in sharp anger. Disrupting the balance. Is there no limit to this? But by this time, Lu Qinghe had already gone on a rampage within Wajishi, displaying his invincible strength. With just 2 swords, he could compel a disciple to abandon resistance and relinquish all their gains from the secret realm. Gradually, the number of Wajishi disciples dwindled. The true disciples, embroiled in combat, naturally sensed something amiss. Where are our fellow disciples? Their gazes quickly locked on a Lu Qinghe weaving through the crowd. Witnessing the scene of him defeating a disciple with 2 swords, their eyes widening in horror. Stop! Chen Qi, witnessing this scene, nearly lost control, never expecting that allowing Lu Qinghe to slip through could cause such a significant impact. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his current opponent, turning to confront Lu Qinghe. Yet, Su Sun flashed in front of him, smiling gently. Your opponent is me. Su Sun felt somewhat pleased, for Lu Qinghe's proficiency in dispatching Wajishi was remarkable. Indeed, he was the top true disciple that if only he were a touch more amicable. To provoke is to pay the price, he remarked to Chen Qi. Chen Qi erupted in furious roars, the sword energy around him surging violently, sharp and unyielding, as he mercilessly swung his sword, directing the surrounding sword energy towards Su Sun. Observing the oncoming sword energy, Su Sun's lips twitched. Well, this is serious. There was hardly any room to evade, which severely tested his agility. Buzz, however, at that moment, a colossal wave of sword energy tore through the air. Colliding with the incoming attack, the sword energy rampaged like a net, gradually dissipating into the void. Seeing this, Su Sun laughed heartily and called out, "Thank you, Lu Jinchuan." Chapter 39. The Imbalance of Power, True Disciple. Chen Qi's teeth ground together. He is also a true disciple. Feigning surprise, Su Sun looked at him. You didn't know? He is our top true disciple, the strongest beneath the Holy Sun himself. Surprised, are we? Such a level of combat prowess has come into the secret realm. Damn. Chen Qi's emotions churned, a torrent of unspoken feelings rising within him. The first beneath the dragon of the sky. Why had he never heard of this? He must stop him. Though he knew he was no match, someone had to stand up. He was currently the strongest in Wajishi, and he would take it upon himself. Su Sun stood before him, grinning. Your opponent is me. Step aside, you coward who only knows how to evade. Chen Qi cast a disdainful glance at him, realizing this fellow was weaker than himself, yet his agility was unparalleled. Each time, he managed to dodge to the limit, countering with an insipid attack that was genuinely infuriating. Agility is a form of skill. If you have the ability, unleash another attack that leaves me with nowhere to escape. Su Sun chuckled lightly, his expression brimming with provocation. Anyone with eyes could discern the current situation. As long as he could hold Chen Qi back, the ultimate victory would undoubtedly belong to Qing Xian. Then let it be as you wish. Chen Qi replied in a somber tone, raising his great sword aloft. The blade shimmered with entwined sword energy, yet it lacked its former sharpness, transforming instead into a formidable weight akin to a mountain. In an instant, the great sword became imbued with a sense of overwhelming heaviness, as if the weight of towering mountains had been poured into it. With a thunderous roar, Chen Qi wielded the great sword with both hands. And though the sword energy had yet to be unleashed, the very space around them was filled with a palpable pressure. Su Sun felt this acutely, as if a mountain had descended upon him, rendering his movements sluggish. The agile footwork he once prided himself on was now of no use. This sword, with my cultivation, can only be swung once, yet it possesses the might of 100 mountains. Enveloping this entire area, that as Chen Qi unleashed this single strike, he felt considerably weakened, his momentum waning, and while secretly gathering his energy to recover, he gazed triumphantly at Su Sun. Aren't you capable of fleeing? Come, let me see you run again, Su Sun scoffed lightly. Is this truly necessary? Chen Qi anticipated some hidden prowess from him, but the next scene left him utterly astounded. Su Sun bellowed, Lu Jinchuan. A resounding echo responded, the sound of a sword piercing through the air. Another wave of sword energy surged forth, colliding heavily with the mountain-like sword energy. The impact reverberated violently, momentarily suppressing the oncoming sword energy. After a brief interval, Lu Qinghe appeared, observing the mountain sword energy with keen interest. This sword energy possesses a certain intrigue, he remarked, before pushing Su Sun aside. You go assist the others. I will handle this here. With a gentle shove, Su Sun felt his body lighten, and he clasped his fists in acknowledgement to Lu Qinghe before darting toward the other true disciples. His presence immediately shifted the long-drawn stalemate among them. Lu Zhenchuan, it seems I have misjudged you, Chen Qi said, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Qinghe. There are many things you have not anticipated, Lu Qinghe replied. Indeed, your sword energy possesses some merit. But it appears you will not be able to unleash a second strike in the near future. Even so, it does not guarantee your victory. Chen Qi smirked. The failure of his previous strike had instilled a sense of confidence within him. Perhaps Lu Qinghe's strength was not as formidable as he had assumed. It seems my casual strike has led you to some misconceptions. With that, he swung his sword once more, the blade gleaming as yet another wave of sword energy erupted from the spirit sword, colliding with the mountain sword energy, yet still failing to shatter it. This too shall not suffice. Chen Qi was about to mock, but suddenly realized, exclaiming, You're unaffected by the sword energy? The peculiar aspect of the mountain sword energy lay in its ability to emanate a force akin to a gravitational field, effectively restraining one's movements. Witnessing Lu Qinghe remain entirely unperturbed astonished him greatly. What impact do you expect from such feeble sword energy? Lu Qinghe replied, a serious expression crossing his features, though his initiation took slightly longer. He declared sharply, Break. The spirit sword, accompanied by the sword energy, cleaved through the mountain sword energy, shattering it into countless shimmering particles. There is no need for me to exert myself fully. Your strength is simply too weak. The word struck deeply, for to kill one's spirit is the greatest insult, particularly when spoken so matter-of-factly by Lu Qinghe. Chen Qi staggered, taking a faltering step, clutching his chest, appearing wounded. After all, he was a true disciple as well. To have such words uttered by this man felt utterly humiliating. I shall grant you the same choice. Your spirit value and spirit items. Will you surrender them to me now, or shall I compel you to do so after thoroughly defeating you? Lu Qinghe presented him with the same two options. Those who had come before had defaulted to the latter, as sword cultivators often held themselves in high esteem, unwilling to yield. Chen Qi did not respond immediately, but instead surveyed his surroundings. The disciples of the Wuji Holy Land had dwindled significantly, and the root cause of it all stood before him. Had it not been for this individual, Qing Xian and Wuji would have at least been evenly matched. Yet if it were not for him, Wuji would not have engaged in conflict with Qing Xian at all. The origin of these events lay with this man, who had miscalculated and underestimated. The outcome was now predetermined. Continuing the fight bore no significance. Wuji Holy Land, listen. Chen Qi shouted, his voice resonating with spiritual energy, reaching every EAR. It remained powerful, yet lacked the initial sharpness. Cease this at once, and surrender your spirit values and spirit items. With that, he set an example, relinquishing all his spirit values and items to Lu Qinghe. The other disciples, after a moment of hesitation, followed suit, surrendering their spirit values and items. The it was clear to all that the tide was against the Wuji Holy Land. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Yet as sword cultivators, they could not easily concede. They were to be as steadfast as their blades, unyielding and resolute. Thus, Chen Qi's decision weighed heavily on his heart, a pain they understood but could not fully share. Thus, the chaotic clash between the two great holy lands came to an end in this manner. Chen Qi cupped his fists towards the void, his expression sorrowful, and proclaimed, Elders above, I, disciple Chen Qi, on behalf of all my fellow disciples, declare our withdrawal from this secret realm. He was signaling to the accompanying elders that they intended to withdraw. Without spirit values, they were unworthy of the sage's legacy, and remaining would only waste time. They could attempt to seize spirit values from other holy lands, but could they truly contend with Lu Qinghe? In this secret realm conflict, Lu Qinghe had proven to be the most disruptive element. Chapter 40. 1 against 5. The surrounding 5 great holy lands could not help but express their astonishment at the sight of the Wuji Holy Land's elders leading all their disciples out of the secret realm. No one had anticipated such an outcome. The Wuji Holy Land's retreat signified an increased probability of the legacy falling to them. In the Thunderclap Holy Land, the true disciple Shui Jinlin stood with his arms crossed. Clad in a deep blue robe, and remarked casually, "However, Brother Shui, it seems that Lu Qinghe is casting his gaze our way." Beside him, a younger disciple of the Thunderclap Holy Land pointed towards Lu Qinghe. "Let us not become his next target." Fortunately, Lu Qinghe merely swept his gaze across the disciples of the Thunderclap Holy Land before shifting his attention elsewhere to "Do not worry. The Wuji Holy Land's current predicament is of their own making." Shui Jinlin remarked coolly that it is said that the wrath of the masses is not to be trifled with. Even if Lu Qinghe is powerful, he would not be foolish enough to strike against other holy lands after witnessing the consequences. Unless Qing Xian wishes to become the target of everyone's ire. This was the inevitable trend. Regardless of which holy land Lu Qinghe chose to strike next, the outcome would invariably lead to a united resistance from the 5 great holy lands. To unite those who would otherwise remain divided, the most straightforward approach is to establish a common enemy. 5 Great holy lands. Heed my words. Surrender your spirit values and spirit items, or you shall meet the same fate as the Wuji Holy Land. Lu Qinghe's gaze swept across the 5 great holy lands, and his proclamation sent shockwaves through the 6 holy lands. Shui Jinlin was taken aback. "Brother, do you truly have the courage to act so boldly?" Su Sun, Yang Shuang, Long Hu, and the other true disciples rushed forward, urging him to reconsider, fearful that he might provoke the 5 great holy lands into a furious onslaught. After all, they were 5 great holy lands. Though some were stronger than others, they were not to be trifled with, especially when united. Qing Xian could hardly withstand such an onslaught. Lu Qinghe cast a sidelong glance at them. "If you are afraid, step back. I will face them alone." "No, why can't you understand?" Su Sun implored earnestly. "The combined strength of the 5 great holy lands is beyond what our Qing Xian can withstand. To play it safe, we should preserve our current spirit values. The chances of obtaining the legacy will be much greater." Lu Qinghe surveyed their spirit values, 3,000 for 1,000. What could such a meager sum accomplish? He too possessed 8,000, yet still needed 2,000 more to obtain the legacy. Where would those additional 2,000 come from? The answer was clear. The 5 great holy lands were the source that he understood that targeting a single holy land would incite the other sense of crisis, prompting them to unite. It was better to confront them directly, to challenge the 5 great holy lands to this moment. Everyone believed he had lost his sanity. "The words I have spoken shall not be easily changed." Lu Qinghe asserted resolutely that if you believe you are sufficient, then step aside. "I do not believe you can aid me much, but do not hinder my efforts." Su Sun and the others wished to say more, but were halted by Yang Shuang, who could no longer contain his frustration. With a grim expression, he stared intently at Lu Qinghe, declaring, "Enough. In your eyes, do we merely drag you down? To take on the 5 great holy lands alone is your wish. So be it." Listening to his words, the gazes of the other true disciples flitted back and forth between the two, wanting to offer counsel, but unsure from whom to begin. Lu Qinghe, however, remained utterly unfazed. As if the previous remarks were made about an unrelated individual, Yang Shuang glanced at the gathered true disciples and exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Lu, the great true disciple, is about to demonstrate his prowess. Quickly give him some space." With that, he retreated back into the ranks of the Qing Xian Holy Land. Su Sun looked at Yang Shuang, then at Lu Qinghe, and sighed, "I recall you were not always like this. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. But for now, make sure to apologize to Yang, the true disciple." After saying this, he too returned to the ranks with the other true disciples. Throughout this exchange, Lu Qinghe's calm demeanor prompted speculation among the onlookers. Did he even grasp the significance of the words spoken to him? One individual stood poised against 5 major regions, maintaining an air of grace. The Qifeng Holy Land, the only one comprised entirely of female disciples present, showcased their elegant attire, which accentuated their enchanting figures. The flowing designs of their garments, paired with exquisite earrings and the striking beauty of each disciple, rendered the Qifeng Holy Land a veritable garden of delights. Zhou Yun, who led all the disciples, subtly regarded Lu Qinghe with a glimmer of admiration in her phoenix-like eyes. His talents, appearance, and background were all commendable, truly an ideal target for her aspirations. "Ah, even Sister Yun has developed tender feelings," exclaimed a group of female disciples nearby. who, noticing her demeanor, understood her sentiments. Point one bold friend even embraced Zhou Yun at the waist, drawing attention to her slender figure. Such delicate branches bear fruit. They mused, seize the moment, for our sister Yun's beauty rivals that of a saintess. A mere true disciple should be easily won over. Do not speak so lightly. He is still our rival. What of it? I refuse to believe he could bring himself to strike against so many women that if he cannot, then he is no true man. The chatter from the chiefing Holy Land grew increasingly loud and brazen. The expressions of some from the four surrounding Holy Lands darkened. While the chiefing Holy Land was undeniably captivating, everyone was well aware of its reputation. It was renowned for two main reasons. It consisted solely of women and practiced dual cultivation techniques. Each female disciple would only seek a single partner in life, thereby activating the dual cultivation methods. Logically, one would think such a holy land would be highly sought after, yet to become their partner, one had to become a son-in-law of the Holy Land. In other words, regardless of one's origin, even if one were a disciple from another Holy Land, one would have to renounce their status and, in name, adopt the title of a chiefing disciple, forfeiting all associated privileges. Some would eagerly pursue such a role, while others would avoid it at all costs. Yet, they had managed to leverage their son-in-law status into a formidable Holy Land. Shui Jinlin cleared his throat from a distance and addressed Lu Qinghe. Are you certain you wish to engage alone? The opponent's strength was substantial, particularly at this moment, and should a confrontation arise, the side with superior numbers would likely prevail. However, if the rival's power exceeded theirs, it could adversely affect many disciples. From a broader perspective, Shui Jinlin was reluctant to resort to violence. Are you afraid? Lu Qinghe raised an eyebrow in response. Afraid? Upon hearing this, Shui Jinlin smiled. You jest that in my eyes, there are but two types of opponents. Those I can currently defeat, and those I will be able to defeat in the future. Lu Qinghe nodded, intrigued by this individual. You understand the distinction between the weak and the strong. Shui Jinlin, finding the question somewhat appealing, inquired further, what is the difference? The weak, when faced with the strong, first think of banding together for warmth, while the strong rely on their own might to claim what they desire. Lu Qinghe explained. Shui Jinlin was taken aback, realizing that this was a subtle jab at their weakness. Chapter 41. The Affairs of Humanity. Enough of idle talk. Lu Qinghe raised his left hand, his index finger slowly ascending as he spoke. I will unleash a single strike that if you believe you can withstand it, then step forward for a duel. Upon hearing this, Shui Jinlin and the other true disciples found it intriguing. After exchanging glances, they collectively agreed. Very well. Let us see how powerful this strike from Lu, the true disciple, truly is. Lu Qinghe slowly drew his sword, adjusting his breath. This would be the mightiest blow he would deliver since acquiring the Qingxian sword technique. Buzz! In that instant, the surrounding space erupted with an extraordinarily intense sword aura, accompanied by a torrent of spiritual energy. The sword aura descended while the spiritual energy surged upwards, cleaving the space in two, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded. In response, they hastily summoned their spiritual energies to guard their bodies, transforming the area into their own sanctum. Yet they possessed no such capability. Thus, merely witnessing this spectacle stirred a profound apprehension within them. This strike was insurmountable. Swish! Lu Qinghe swung his sword, and the sword aura vibrated, merging with the spiritual energy as it sliced through the air, tearing the ground apart and rending the very fabric of space itself. The atmosphere felt as though it had momentarily stilled. The sword light traveled for 1,000 zhang, yet the marks left in its wake lingered long after, the severed space slowly mending itself, an indication that it was beyond the capacity of someone of Lu Qinghe's caliber to destroy. The venue fell into a profound silence as all eyes were fixated on the aftermath of this singular sword strike. This was merely one blow. The spectators from the 5 Holy Lands, regaining their senses, gazed at Lu Qinghe with a newfound wariness. Each person introspected, questioning whether they could withstand such a strike. The answer was a resounding no. Perhaps there had been a shared belief that no matter how strong he might be, he remained mortal and could be subdued by the combined might of the 5 Holy Lands. Yet now it was evident that they had been naively mistaken. Their strength was not on the same plane as Lu Qinghe's. Much like their disparity with their own holy son. Observing the eerily silent scene, Lu Qing's expression remained placid as he discreetly assessed the impact of his strike. This was merely the beginning. His sword would grow even stronger. Now, if anyone believes they can withstand this strike, step forth. His tone was calm, yet it instilled fear in the hearts of those from the 5 Holy Lands, rendering them all too afraid to respond or step forward. That Liu Qing's strike had solidified his strength and established his standing within this secret realm. With such formidable power, he possessed absolute authority. After waiting for a while without any response, Lu Qing had declared, "If no one steps forward, then the spiritual artifacts and spiritual values you possess shall belong to me." Though he stated this, he observed no movement from them. Seeing this, Lu Qing let out a derisive laugh. "Do you still wish to engage me in battle before relinquishing your possessions?" His words jolted everyone awake from their stupor. The choice was straightforward: surrender their spiritual artifacts and values now, or endure a beating before doing so. Yet, the thought of easily parting with what they had painstakingly acquired left them feeling resentful. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that once their spiritual values were depleted, it would mean complete disconnection from the inheritance within this secret realm, a fate akin to that of the Wajidian Holy Land. Could we perhaps retain a portion? The lead true disciple from the Wanixa Holy Land, Qin Shi, appeared conflicted, the vertical line on his forehead resembling a third eye, an emblem of the Wanixa Holy Land, shared by all its members, like the Lei Ting Holy Land, whose unified attire gradually transformed their pupils to a deep azure hue, with deeper cultivation resulting in a more pronounced color. Qin Shi's words voiced the sentiments of his peers. Retaining some spiritual values would allow for a smoother conclusion. "What do you think?" Lu Qing replied with a smile, yet his tone was unyielding in refusal. "There is no room for negotiation. I demand all of your spiritual values. None shall be spared." In the shadows, the elders of the Wanixa Holy Land wore expressions of fury. "This cannot stand. I can no longer tolerate this." With that, he turned to the other elders. "Are you simply going to watch this brat bully our holy lands and allow the Qingxian family to dominate?" The elders from the other holy lands exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. While they were certainly unwilling, tradition dictated that each generation bore its own grievances. As elders, meddling in the affairs of the younger disciples was unbecoming. Even if Lu Qing were to defeat every disciple from their holy lands today, they could only stand by and observe. However, while they were powerless against the younger generation, they faced fewer restrictions among their peers. Thus, their gazes subtly shifted towards the elders of the Qingxian Holy Land, who were attempting to minimize their presence. The latter's elders felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that their disciples' exceptional talents had attracted significant attention. Leaving them in an uneasy position, as more and more individuals contemplated taking action against the elders. They cast increasingly hostile glares towards the Qingxian elders that if gazes could inflict harm, the elders of Qingxian would undoubtedly be left battered and bruised. Perhaps we should intervene to temper his behavior." One elder, unable to bear the mounting pressure, cleared his throat and proposed, "Agreed. That is indeed the intention." Once the elders reached a consensus, the first proposer turned to address the crowd. Clasping his fists as he declared, "Esteemed friends, I shall go and persuade this disciple to exercise restraint." The crowd silently regarded him, their expressions urging him to hurry. Liu Qing commanded the representatives from the 5 great sacred lands to form a queue and relinquish their spiritual values and spiritual artifacts. As he observed the numbers on his wrists steadily rising, approaching the monumental threshold of 10,000, a hand unexpectedly emerged from the side, gripping his wrist. This hand, akin to an iron clamp, held him firmly, rendering him unable to shake it off. Liu Qing's expression soured, and he turned to see the hand's owner, an elder from his own sacred land, gazing at him with an expression of profound complexity. "Elder, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Qing inquired, his face a canvas of confusion, yet tinged with displeasure. It was evident that he was not pleased to be interrupted, even if the one obstructing him was an elder. His status was not inferior to that of a sacred son, and aside from the 36 peak masters, he felt little obligation to show deference to ordinary elders. "Ahem, Qinghe, you see, you have already amassed quite a considerable amount of spiritual value. Perhaps it would be prudent to cease your collection for now," the elder suggested, his cheeks reddening with embarrassment. Though this was ostensibly a good deed for their side, he felt as if he were bending his elbow outward. Yet all of this was to avoid receiving a beating. Such was the necessity, Liu Qinghe regarded him with an expression that conveyed no fault on his part. You are an elder of the Qingxian sacred land. I hope you are not contemplating treachery by defecting to another sacred land, he remarked. Ahem, Qinghe, your actions have already stirred considerable discontent among many. The elder, sensing Liu Qinghe's demeanor, felt even more strained and offered a brief explanation. Is there an elder more humble than I? Ah, your lack of strength has prompted the elder to intervene on your behalf. Thus I sought to halt your actions. Liu Qinghe let out a cold laugh. Is there any logic in this? Regardless of whether this is intended as a trial for disciples, it is inherently a survival of the fittest. Why superiority over them speaks volumes, that if they are dissatisfied, they may approach me directly, if they can muster the audacity. The elder felt a mix of despair and helplessness, envisioning the expressions of those who would hear Liu Qinghe's words, while he spoke truthfully. The world of cultivation was not solely dictated by the survival of the fittest. There were also matters of human sentiment and relationships. The elder glanced around and leaned in to whisper. Primarily, we cannot withstand the combined forces of the 5 sacred lands elders. Ultimately, Liu Qinghe did not seize all the spiritual values that spare the elders from punishment. He collected merely half of each disciple's spiritual value, taking all their spiritual artifacts. For them, the worth of spiritual artifacts paled in comparison to that of spiritual values, making the arrangement far more palatable. During this time, as Liu Qinghe's spiritual value surpassed 10,000, a white pillar of light rose from the river, creating an extraordinary spectacle. The pillar vibrated, sending ripples that gradually spread into the distance. That a sudden epiphany struck Liu Qinghe. He sensed that within this pillar lay the most precious treasures of the secret realm, saintly legacies. Perhaps allowing the pillar to fully manifest was one of the prerequisites. He observed as members of the Qingxian sacred land attempted to approach the pillar. The previous barriers had vanished, and they could even touch it. Yet an unseen force repelled them, suggesting that the condition for access might be possession of a minimum of 10,000 spiritual values. Liu Qinghe mused silently, yet he still had numerous spiritual values awaiting collection. 10,000 was merely a threshold. Its establishment implied that there were further rewards to be gained beyond that point. Of course, this was all conjecture, and only experimentation would reveal the truth. Once all spiritual values were collected, Liu Qinghe's own total reached 12,000, that his storage spaces brimmed with spiritual artifacts, wealth beyond description. That he then approached the pillar, and the closer he drew, the stronger his intuition became. It was only he who could unlock this pillar. Until the designated time for activation arrived, repeated attempts would be futile. The disciples who had previously been repelled watched in disbelief as Liu Qinghe ascended towards the pillar. In their understanding, the pillar required a certain duration to open, and the earlier phenomena had merely signified a phase in the process, that if they waited a while longer, the pillar would surely open of its own accord. Most others shared similar thoughts, so when Liu Qinghe was not repelled, but rather smoothly entered the light, they were left aghast, as if they had seen a ghost. Was this a jest? Liu Qinghe paused for a moment, then wore an expression of confirmation before completely submerging himself in the pillar of light. All under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Inside the pillar, a wondrous realm unfolded, that a vast expanse of white space, where small ethereal beasts flitted about in a state of playful joy, chasing one another. Their innocent demeanor evoked a gentle smile from Liu Qinghe. What do you think of this place? A figure clad in a white robe, youthful yet wise, appeared beside him, observing the small beasts with a soft chuckle. A place of pure essence, Liu Qinghe responded thoughtfully. Pure essence. The young man in white paused, savoring the words, then broke into a gentle smile. You are indeed an intriguing person. That description is remarkably apparent. The young man continued. This is the true spirit space. Each of the spirit beasts I have contracted possesses a fragment of true spirit residing here. To possess these true spirits is to have the means to resurrect those spirit beasts. A sliver of the soul's origin constitutes a true spirit, representing the soul's most primordial form. Provided there is a suitable vessel, they can be nurtured back to life anew, reborn without any recollection of their past. Liu Qinghe nodded, seemingly unfazed by the notion of resurrection. The young man in white turned to scrutinize him for a moment. Noticing the absence of desire in Liu Qinghe's gaze, he expressed curiosity. I have practically offered them to you, yet you seem utterly indifferent. Many cherish these spirit beasts, some of which are even extinct. To say you are unperturbed would be disingenuous. However, these are your spirit beasts. Loyal to you, I believe I have a clear understanding of what should and should not be taken, Lu Qinghe replied. Possessing these true spirits would equate to commanding an army of spirit beasts. How could one not be tempted? Yet, desire could lead to peril, especially when dealing with a sword saint, whose temperament was unknown. One had to tread carefully, for even a mere breath from such a powerful being could obliterate a mere mortal like him. Listening to Lu Qinghe speak with sincerity, the sword saint felt his spirits lift. Is it any wonder that I regard you as an intriguing individual? He remarked. Then, with a serious expression, the sword saint said, I sense the aura of Shao Bai within you. Has it not shared with you the reason for my fall? Lu Qinghe shook his head. Could the fall of a saint be discussed so casually? Saints stand at the pinnacle of existence, their names resonating through the heavens. Even mentioning a saint's name could invoke a response from them, and they could discern who dared to speak ill of them from afar, meting out punishments as they saw fit. Thus, it was said that saints must not be insulted. Seemingly reading Lu Qinghe's thoughts, the sword saint dismissed any concern. There is nothing that cannot be said. In the past, as I cultivated, I realized that while a saint's powers are boundless, they are still constrained by the heavens. Beyond the saints, there should be higher realms of existence. Yet this world is not conducive to the emergence of such beings. Thus, I created this space, arranged everything, and shattered the void to depart from this realm. As he recounted this, the sword saint's emotions swelled with excitement. Upon my successful return, I shall take on a new form. My cultivation shall look down upon the world. Alas, he had not anticipated that within the void lurked chaotic forces even the saints could not withstand. He had scarcely ventured far before falling victim to those turbulent currents. As he concluded, regret and bitterness colored his tone. Yet there was no hint of remorse. Hear the Tao in the morning and face death by evening. This is a path for future generations to contemplate. Lu Qinghe's expression grew solemn, and he clasped his fists in respect. The name of the sword saint should not fade into oblivion. It deserves to be etched in the annals of history. Ha ha! The sword saint laughed and waved his hand. And no need for such formality. My fall was utterly disgraceful, and I would not wish to give future generations fodder for mockery. Lu Qinghe offered a mischievous smile. Rest assured, when the time comes, it will be presented in a manner that hides the disgrace. This prospect genuinely stirred the sword saint's interest. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded that if that is the case, then it shall be so. Lu Qinghe immediately clasped his fists, stating, Once I emerge, I will set about making arrangements. You seem to hold a significant status in the outside world, the sword saint remarked. With such intentions, that is good, the sword saint replied. After a long silence, the sword saint reflected, This lingering regret of mine has taken up quite a bit of your time. I am delaying your quest for the legacy. Lu Qinghe praised, You jest, sword saint. Engaging in a long discourse with a saint is a rare opportunity that many would yearn for. The sword saint smiled, You young one, have surprised me that I did not expect that after my fall I would still experience such a delightful conversation. Enough, he continued, that I see you possess the aura of sword energy. It seems you are also a practitioner of the sword path. I shall impart to you the sword insights I once saw from the sword master. At this, Lu Qinghe's heart soared with joy, though he made a concerted effort to suppress the smile threatening to break across his face, bowing deeply. Thank you, sword saint. Whoever claimed that one who ingratiated themselves would end up with nothing had simply not sought the right path. Chapter 43. The weaker and the qualified. The sword saint flicked his fingers, and instantly, a golden orb of light materialized. He gazed at it with lingering affection before tossing it to Lu Qinghe. You must have heard from Xiao Bai that my talent in the sword arts is remarkably poor. The sword saint clicked his tongue, a mixture of resignation and self-deprecation evident in his tone. In truth, this is hardly worth mentioning. My aptitude for the sword is still inferior to the rarest of spirit masters that I in my hands. A sword is no different from a mere firewood stick. Yet, I refuse to be disheartened, for the prospect of wandering the world with a sword in hand and becoming a sword immortal is truly enticing. Even after attaining the status of a sage, I continually seek ways to improve myself. This understanding of the sword path is one such method, derived from the foremost sword master of my time. Initially, he was reluctant to share it. I summoned 3,000 true, immortal spirit beasts and blocked the sword master's door for 3 years. Unfortunately, that proved futile, and now, it is a gift for you. Liu Qing's heart raced with excitement, and he had initially thought it to be a mere ordinary insight into the sword arts. But to his astonishment, it was a legacy from a sage. This was akin to receiving 2 portions of sage inheritance in one fell swoop. What a tremendous gain! What followed was the passing of my legacy. As the Sword Saint's words resonated, Liu Qinghe was astonished to find that his hand, which recorded spirit value, involuntarily lifted. Do you know why my legacy, though merely a single sacred technique, imposes a threshold of 10,000 spirit value? The Sword Saint inquired softly, gesturing towards the spirit value on Liu Qinghe's wrist. His brow arched in surprise as he noted, over 12,000 spirit value. You exceed my expectations. In truth, the spirit value he could obtain was even greater. But for certain reasons, what he ultimately received was merely this. The Sword Saint continued, in fact, even without spirit value, one can still acquire my legacy, albeit with some drawbacks that he then demonstrated, drawing forth all the spirit value, which instantaneously transformed into countless strands of light, only to revert to its original form under his command. Noticing Liu Qinghe's astonished expression, the Sword Saint smiled, saying, "Indeed, this strand of spirit value represents the true essence of a spirit beast. Upon acquiring the sacred technique, you may attempt to revive them." With a wave of his hand, the corresponding true essences of spirit beasts in this space melded into the light, merging seamlessly to Liu Qinghe. Taken aback by this spectacle, hurriedly exclaimed, "Sword Saint, you!" But the Sword Saint waved his hand, signaling him to cease. "This is merely a small assistance I offer you. When I created this space, I placed them here to ensure they would not lose control in my absence, so that I could reclaim them upon my return. That I never anticipated that this departure would be forever." Upon hearing this, Liu Qinghe's pupils constricted in shock as he discerned a flicker of yearning in the Sword Saint's eyes. A sage revealing such an emotion, how could he possibly withstand it? "Sword Saint, do you wish for me to revive them all?" He could not help but inquire. The Sword Saint chuckled softly, nodding gently. "Indeed, the number of spirit beasts providing you with this 10,000 spirit value corresponds to how many you can revive. This shall allow them to continue their existence in a new form. Though I have fallen, I cannot allow them to perish alongside me." Upon hearing this, Liu Qinghe resolved not to refuse any longer. That I understand that he even contemplated where to place these spirit beasts. The spirit beast peak of the Qingxian sacred land would surely welcome them. He then recalled the spirit items and hastily retrieved them from a storage space, only to find them densely packed and covering a vast area. The Illusion Dream Mongoose helped me acquire many spirit items. The Sword Saint, observing the plethora of spirit items, was momentarily taken aback, even with his extensive experience. "You must have obtained over 90% of the spirit items in this space," he exclaimed in astonishment. The capacity of this space to nurture spirit items was predetermined, meaning the quantity was fixed. After all, these spirit items possess great utility beyond their original purpose. As if recalling something, the Sword Saint's expression grew complex. "Once the Illusion Dream Mongoose is cultivated, I hope that the one who forms a contract with it will be you. Its capabilities and potential are exceptional and will greatly aid you." Although Liu Qinghe was puzzled as to why the Sword Saint emphasized the Illusion Dream Mongoose, he acquiesced, acknowledging that its ability to create illusion surpassed even that of the Illusion Ruins sacred land. Subsequently, the Sword Saint began to refine these spirit items, revealing that they could be used as nurturing elixirs for true spirits, significantly enhancing the qualifications of the spirit beasts. Upon completing this task, the Sword Saint handed the sacred technique to Liu Qinghe, his hands clasped behind his back. "Very well. Our business here is concluded. You may return whence you came," seeing that he was being ushered away. Liu Qinghe did not linger, that he respectfully performed a bow to the Sword Saint before turning to depart. The vast, white expanse rapidly receded. Each step felt like traversing through millennia. The surrounding scenery faded, replaced by a plain and a group of individuals whose gazes, tinged with a hint of resentment, were fixed upon him. How is it that in such a brief moment, the 5 great sacred lands have already departed, leaving only the Qingxian sacred land waiting for him? The unease in their expressions was unmistakable to Liu Zhenchuan. "Did you already know that the prerequisite for obtaining a sage's legacy is a spirit value of 10,000? Noticing Liu Qinghe's silence, Su Sun could not restrain himself from speaking. After Lu Qinghe had entered the light pillar, they attempted to follow, only to discover that they could gain entry. However, upon entering, they found that the sage's legacy required a staggering 10,000 spirit value. The spirit value they possessed ranged from 3 to 4,000 at most, and as little as 5 to 600, far from even touching the edge of a sacred technique. They could only exchange for items useful for cultivation, which, while valuable, paled in comparison to the significance of a sage's legacy. Compared to other sacred lands, they fared better, as those from the latter could not even exchange their spirit value for anything. Ultimately, they had to leave in frustration, realizing that had they known this, they would have been better off surrendering all their spirit value. After hearing Su Sun's account, Lu Qinghe stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed that those who entered first and those who followed were treated entirely differently. Moreover, the spirit value in his possession was regarded as a reward, while in the hands of others, it was merely currency for exchange. He relished this disparity in treatment. I indeed knew the requirements for obtaining the sage's legacy, but why should I share that knowledge with you? Lu Qinghe's gaze swept over them. A hint of disdain in his words that Tio put it another way. Even if I did tell you, what would it matter? Would you believe me? Or would you willingly part with your spirit value for my sake? His voice was soft, yet it resonated powerfully in the ears of those from the Qingxian sacred land, rendering them silent. Indeed, why should they trust the words of one individual before the immense temptation of a sage's legacy? No cultivator could withstand the allure. After all, a sacred technique could grant them recognition before the sage master and secure their place in the annals of the sacred land's history. Seeing their silence, Lu Qinghe scoffed, I stand by my words. Only the weak seek solace in numbers, while the strong rely on themselves. Thankfully, I did not share this with you. Otherwise, what could you have done but slow my progress? His words stirred a wave of indignation among the disciples, prompting one to retort, we are not weak. A transformation cultivator, when placed anywhere, was indeed a force to be reckoned with, and certainly could not be deemed weak. In my eyes, you are all weak. After all, you cannot best me. Lu Qinghe cast a sweeping glance at them before turning away with nonchalance. Power was the ultimate currency, were it not for this moment. You would not even possess the qualification to converse with me, that if you are unconvinced, await a future where you possess sufficient strength to engage with me as equals. Chapter 44. 1-7 Upon exiting the secret realm. Only the cloud boat of the Qingxian sacred land remained among the 7 great sacred lands. Leaping onto the deck of the cloud boat, Lu Qinghe beheld the Qingxian sacred master, standing there with hands clasped behind his back, just as he had during their entrance into the secret realm. However, now there was a small figure peeking out from behind him. Upon seeing her, a smile crept across Lu Qinghe's face, though this was not the time for nostalgia. Disciple pays respects to the sacred master. The Qingxian sacred master nodded in satisfaction upon seeing him. That I have heard of the events that transpired in the secret realm. You performed admirably. Did you not concern yourself with those old fogies? They have not sunk so low as to squabble with you, a mere junior. Recalling how the 6 great sacred lands disciples had retreated, the Qingxian sacred master could not help but chuckle at the thought of their futile attempts to gain any advantage within the secret realm. Furthermore, they all collectively accused Lu Qinghe, but to no avail. Their actions only served to inform the sacred master of his existence, while they could not lower themselves to bicker with a young disciple. After all, did they truly view him as a mere decoration? The expressions of those 6 old fellows, who at that moment thought they had misheard, were quite amusing, had it not been for the exceptional cultivation of the azure profound Saint Lord. They might have burst into laughter. Indeed, today was a splendid day, filled with joy, as the legacy of the saints had also fallen into the hands of disciples. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghe was not taken aback. His audacity to act in such a manner from the outset indicated that he was untroubled by the ramifications that might follow. He then elaborated on his gains within the secret realm, and upon listening, the azure profound Saint Lord displayed a satisfied smile. Excellent, excellent. With this sacred method as a boon, the power of the azure profound Holy Land shall undoubtedly ascend to new heights. An unlimited supply of celestial great spirit beasts is far superior to merely allowing individuals to join the Holy Land. With contracted spirit beasts, there is no need to worry about betrayal. Frankly speaking, this sacred method has the potential to establish the spirit beast peak as the foundation of the Holy Land. Moreover, there are over 10,000 spirit beast embryos, all possessing the foundational essence for ascension. Given time, these shall evolve into formidable celestial-grade spirit beasts. This exploration of the secret realm, you are its primary contributor. The Azure Profound Saint Lord patted Lu Qinghe's shoulder in commendation, then seemed to recall something and inquired. During your travels, have you yet comprehended the sword intent? He had heard complaints from the disciples that Lu Qinghe's sword energy rendered them no match. Its intensity was simply beyond the norm. Not yet, but I have made some progress. I am confident I will grasp it before the Seven Saints Grand Competition. Lu Qinghe replied, assured that with the divine insight of the saintly sword path, it was impossible for him not to comprehend it. Upon hearing this, the Azure Profound Saint Lord nodded. In truth, not having comprehended it was not an issue. Sword intent, in essence, is merely a concept. As one's realm ascends and understanding of the world deepens, grasping that concept becomes increasingly attainable. ISNT Qingtian still yet to comprehend sword intent. It's hardly surprising. Perhaps the expectations for Lu Qinghe are set too high. After all, his aptitude has garnered recognition from the sacred methods. So shouldn't he comprehending sword intent be as simple as quenching one's thirst? Saint Lord, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to rest, noticing the Azure Profound Saint Lord's silence. Lu Qinghe took the initiative to speak, then waved at Li Zi, who stood behind the Saint Lord Liz. Upon seeing this, first bowed respectfully to the Azure Profound Saint Lord, Grandfather Saint Lord, I shall take my leave now. Grandfather, upon hearing her address, Lu Qinghe's lips twitched that if you call him grandfather, what should I be called? This would completely disrupt the generational order. Is there any issue with the Holy Lord allowing her to address me thus? The Azure Profound Saint Lord casually remarked, casting a sidelong glance. This lad has ventured out and even acquired a maid for himself. Which Holy Land saint or true disciple would dare to do such a thing? Yet this young girl possesses considerable talent. With this thought, he suddenly recalled something and added, your little maid possesses a rather unusual physique that Lu Qinghe, of course, was aware of this and looked somewhat astonished. You can't discern it either? The Azure Profound Saint Lord shook his head, stating that he could only detect an affinity with ice attributes. That old wind and snow fellow had also come to examine her. Yet he too was unable to uncover the truth, that Lu Qinghe pouted, remaining silent, that if even a saint who has mastered ice and snow techniques could not discern her nature, then this little Li Zi was indeed extraordinary. However, no matter, extraordinary is just extraordinary, for she is my little maid. As he watched the two, one large and one small, enter the cabin, the Azure Profound Saint Lord reminisced about what that old wind and snow had said. Extraordinary. Indeed, possessing the physique of Xianbing, while simultaneously holding the ability of Xuanyu. The Xianbing physique is that of a chosen one for cultivating ice and snow techniques, akin to the sacred body of the wind and snow holy land. If she merely had the Xianbing physique, the wind and snow Saint Lord would undoubtedly go to great lengths to claim her, yet she possesses the ability of Xuanyu within her as well. This remains inexplicable that in the realm of cultivation, Xuanyu has long since vanished without a trace. Its capabilities are exceedingly unique, capable of completely isolating divine sense detection, which is sufficient to garner adoration throughout the entire cultivation world. Even saints cannot escape this fact that in summary, the Xuanyu in today's cultivation world is either claimed or destroyed. There is no possibility of it wandering freely. Such an extraordinary circumstance has left two seasoned saints momentarily at a loss, and they can only request the Wind and Snow Saint Lord to return and research ancient texts, hoping to uncover some clues. Initially, the Wind and Snow Saint Lord intended to take her away, but as she is Lu Qinghe's little maid, that was out of the question. On the other side, Li Zi relayed this matter to Lu Qinghe. After listening, Lu Qinghe, intrigued, remarked, "Then why don't you go? The Wind and Snow Holy Land is no less formidable than the Azure Profound Holy Land, and its techniques would suit you better, undoubtedly making it easier to resolve your physique issues." That I absolutely will not. Li Zi huffed. I was saved by the young master. If it weren't for him, I would surely still be starving and freezing in some corner. How could I abandon the young master? Lu Qinghe chuckled softly. Silly girl, Liz, unfazed, replied, "Yes, I am the young master's silly girl, his foolish maid. What if the Wind and Snow Holy Land invites you again?" Lu Qinghe mused, posing the question. Then I still would not go to Liz retorted. What wind and snow holy land? It sounds cold. I have had enough of the cold already. I do not wish to endure it any longer. Lu Qinghe laughed, finding her cheerful demeanor refreshing. However, it was still necessary to consider a visit to the wind and snow holy land, but he then articulated his thoughts in great detail. Recognizing that this sensitive little girl might misinterpret his intentions if he were not clear. What the young master means is that once I inherit the position of Holy Lord, we shall announce a merger. Li Zi grasped his meaning but felt a tinge of reluctance at the idea of leaving, her mood slightly dampening as she said, I am the young master's maid. Whatever the young master decides. I shall follow to Lu Qinghe, seeing through her feelings, gently ruffled her hair. This is not a matter set in stone. Besides, you are you, and no one will force you to do what you do not wish. Meanwhile, the disciples and elders of the Azure Profound Holy Land returned, eager to find the Holy Lord and voice their grievances about Lu Qinghe's actions in the secret realm. After hearing their complaints, the Azure Profound Saint Lord could not help but twitch his lips to so. It seems he has indiscriminately breached the lines between friend and foe. Chapter 45. Li Zi's condition in Lu Qinghe's cave dwelling. He sat cross-legged, having kept his eyes closed for several days. That as he exhaled a breath resembling a sharp sword, his eyes slowly opened, that a glimmer of brilliance sparkled within, and the profound waves emanating from him undeniably conveyed the fruits of his recent cultivation. The essence of intent was the threshold to the path. No wonder he had previously struggled to grasp such a feeling that Lu Qinghe manipulated the breath he had just released. With a mere thought, it shot forth and pierced the stone wall of the cave, creating a small hole the width of a finger. Thanks to the sword path insights from the Sword Sovereign, he had finally comprehended the sword intent and simultaneously understood what sword intent truly entailed. Before obtaining the Azure Profound Sword method, he had been an unremarkable individual, showing little interest in the sword path. Even thereafter, his perspective had not shifted significantly while leveraging the profound power of this sacred method. He was, in essence, merely a user of the sword, not even a proper sword cultivator. That it was only when utilizing the insights from the sword path that he truly grasped it, spending some time adjusting his mindset. He began to genuinely regard himself as a sword cultivator, starting from the basics of wielding the sword, progressing to practicing the sword, and ultimately comprehending the sword intent, the stage of tribulation. He had developed his own sword intent. Even that lad Qingtian could not compare to him. Lu Qinghe smiled to himself, lost in thought. Speaking of Qingtian, this fellow had developed an extraordinary addiction, becoming a frequent visitor to the Immortal Delight Pavilion. The pavilion had quickly discerned this patron's preferences and began updating various offerings at an astonishing pace. This only deepened Qingtian's obsession, leading him further down a path of decadence. However, this time, he did not trigger any system rewards. According to the system, he was merely beginning to stray from his duties, without any change in his inherent nature. That a true villain is capricious in temperament, seeking ever fresher thrills, gradually inciting disdain, while simultaneously compelling others to bow to his terrifying power. The system's characterization of a true villain led Lu Qinghe to ponder how it differed from the nefarious practices of wicked cultivators. Nonetheless, this provided him with direction and insight for the next phase of Qingtian's development. Villains, after all, are merely perceived unfavorably by others, lacking a good reputation. Much like himself at present, he had become a petty tyrant in the eyes of many disciples of the Azure Profound Holy Land. Had he not become a true disciple, his shortcomings would have remained hidden, but now that he had, all his flaws were laid bare, prompting the disciples to denounce him vehemently, rendering him devoid of a good name. If this were to spread further, he would find himself acting even more tyrannically outside, and should he invoke the Azure Profound Holy Land and Qingtian in any matter, positioning himself against the world, would he not be seen as a villain? Good deeds are challenging to accomplish. Bad deeds, on the other hand, can be easily attributed. However, what of Li Zi? Noticing that after concluding his cultivation, there was still no sign of little Li Zi, Lu Qinghe felt a twinge of curiosity. After returning to the Azure Profound Holy Land, he had granted Li Zi the freedom to come and go from this cave dwelling. Since then, she had visited daily, sometimes bringing spirit fruits or food, and at other times, simply sitting quietly to watch for a while. It did not affect his cultivation, so he had readily accepted her presence. Yet today, she was notably absent. Had her cultivation concluded? Just as he pondered, the voice of the azure profound Saint Lord unexpectedly rang in his mind. Holy Lord! Lu Qinghe was taken aback, and his expression grew solemn. The Holy Lord would not be concerned about his cultivation unless something significant had occurred. Come to the Holy Mountain once you are finished. The voice of the revered Qin Xian, Saint Master, resonated once more, indicating that something truly troubling had occurred. Lu Qinghe's expression shifted to one of gravity. And without hesitation, he leaped from his cave abode, hastening towards the direction of the sacred mountain. Previously, during the selection for the Seven Saints Grand Competition, on one of the platforms, the Qingxian Saint Master wore a solemn expression as he gazed at Li Zi, whose body was emanating an icy blue chill, remaining silent. Upon Lu Qinghe's arrival, he witnessed the transformation of Li Zi's long hair into a striking blue hue, and his countenance immediately darkened. The ice crystal physique had erupted once again. The Qingxian Saint Master lifted his gaze to glance at him, uttering a faint acknowledgement before returning his attention to Li Zi at that moment. Lu Qinghe disregarded the customary salutation to the Saint Master and approached Li Zi, his worried eyes fixed on her, as the frigid aura surrounding her suggested she was in a dire state. Today, the girl came to seek my guidance, stating she encountered difficulties in her cultivation, that as you were immersed in your training. I refrained from interrupting you. The Qingxian Saint Master spoke in a tone that conveyed both observation and concern. Ordinary cultivation methods should not suffice to suppress her physique. What about the flames? Lu Qinghe interjected, recalling that initially, fire could alleviate the situation. Upon hearing this, the Qingxian Saint Master cast him a look reminiscent of disbelief. Do you think we are still in the early stages of her training? The girl's physique, after cultivation, has already been imbued with spiritual energy. Common flames are ineffective, and even spiritual flames can only provide temporary relief. Must she rely on fire every time? Lu Qinghe mused, realizing that his concern had led him to distraction. Such matters required a fundamental resolution that if her physique remained uncontrolled, as her realm advanced, her body would only grow stronger, potentially leading to her being overtaken by it. The Qingxian Saint Master's eyes reflected worry. He had a fondness for this lively girl who was unfettered by his status as a saint. Her innate talent and physique contributed to her uniqueness. Yet now, as the Saint Master, he found himself unable to devise a flawless solution, with all potential remedies likely resulting in aftereffects. Perhaps only the Frostwind Sacred Land could fully resolve her predicament. In the vast realm of cultivation, the Frostwind Sacred Land was the only place suited to Li Zi's physique, yet she was reluctant to go. After a brief contemplation, Lu Qinghe exhaled slowly, crouching to her level, observing the frost that clung to her brows, and gently said, "Do not hold it against me for breaking my promise." As if sensing his intentions, Li Zi trembled slightly, her misty eyes filled with a pleading innocence. "Young master, I refuse to go." Even her breath carried the chill, yet she persisted in maintaining a facade of normalcy. "Be obedient." Lu Qinghe's expression turned serious as he admonished. "Do you still consider me your young master?" Li Zi parted her lips, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and stammered, "I do, but I do not wish to leave you." Sighing, Lu Qinghe empathized with her sentiment, but this was not a time for weakness. "Li Zi, cultivators possess long lives, and the future is vast, and if you do not resolve this issue with your physique, you will be unable to continue your cultivation. That in the future, I may still look the same, but you will have aged and be unable to stay by my side." Lu Qinghe's voice softened as he appealed to her emotions. "Do you remember what I said that day?" Li Zi nodded, recalling, "I will strive to cultivate diligently, to surpass the Frostwind Saintess and eventually merge the Qingxian Sacred Land with the Frostwind Sacred Land." The Qingxian Saint Master's lips twitched at this declaration. These two young souls were quite imaginative. However, the thought of merging the two great sacred lands was indeed thrilling. "Precisely," Lu Qinghe affirmed, "when the merger occurs, the authority will rest with your brother Qinglong, and you shall remain by my side, regardless of what transpires behind him. Wouldn't that be splendid?" "Good," Li Zi murmured, finally nodding in agreement. That in the ensuing period, Li Zi refrained from further cultivation, seemingly compensating for lost time by spending nearly all her hours by Lu Qinghe's side. At times, she would do nothing but quietly observe, occasionally breaking into silly laughter. This situation did not escape Qinglong's notice. who regarded them with a knowing glint in his eye, recognizing the girl's evident infatuation with her childhood companion. In response, Lu Qinghe bestowed upon him a dismissive glance, noting how this fellow had become increasingly audacious. Although he sensed Li Zi harbored different feelings towards him, he chose not to address it, considering it merely an ephemeral encounter from their youth, one that would likely fade with the passage of time. Yet he had not anticipated that there would be rare exceptions. The feelings from their youth could mature with the passage of time, becoming richer and more profound, akin to a fine wine that deepens in flavor and significance. Thus, time brought them to the eve of the Seven Saints Grand Competition, where a colossal cloud vessel hovered before the sacred mountain. At the vessel's bow stood the Qingxian Saint Master, with Qinglong and Lu Qinghe behind him, followed by the 7 esteemed disciples lined up in a row, with ordinary disciples and Li Zi trailing behind. This comprised the entirety of the Qingxian Sacred Land's contingent for the Seven Saints Grand Competition. As for the 36 peak masters, numerous elders, and disciples of the Qingxian Sacred Land, they were all assembled before the sacred mountain, ready to embark at the Saint Master's command. With a unified bow, they wished for the Qingxian Sacred Land's prosperity and victorious success, as the cloud vessel set forth, slicing through the air with a rush. It soon vanished from the sight of the gathered crowd, that a similar scene unfolded across other sacred lands, and among the top sects that deemed themselves worthy challengers of the sacred land's authority. The venue for the Seven Saints Grand Competition was nestled within a secret realm, characterized by diverse terrains, sandy plains, vast oceans, dense forests, sheer cliffs, and towering mountains, capable of accommodating even the most extreme weather conditions. After years of transformation and development, this secret realm had become an unparalleled arena for competition. At the center of this realm, Tianxiong Valley had served as the starting point for every Seven Saints Grand Competition. Here lay a relic which the 7 major sacred lands had converted into their dwelling. Hence, they would always arrive here first. Upon the Qingxian Sacred Land's arrival, they found a cloud vessel suspended in the void. Noticing the unique wave patterns on the vessel, the Qingxian Saint Master laughed heartily. I thought I had arrived early enough, yet it seems you old title head have beaten me to it. Not long after his words rang out, a reply echoed from the opposite vessel. Ha ha, Qingxian Saint Master, you jest. The Beehive Pavilion is nearby. Naturally, we must be swifter. As the words settled, a figure emerged from the cloud vessel of the Beehive Pavilion. Pausing between the 2 vessels, that he appeared as an elderly man, with black hair and beard, clad in a flowing blue robe adorned with wave patterns. That he was none other than the current head of the Beehive Pavilion, Lan Tao. Upon seeing him, the Qingxian Saint Master also disembarked from his vessel, approaching with a smile. Old title head, how confident are you this time? In response, Lan Tao waved his hand with a grin. The Beehive Pavilion is merely here for business. As for the competition, it's all about participation. You said the same last time, the Qingxian Saint Master retorted skeptically. Ultimately, your Beehive Pavilion nearly became the Beehive Sacred Land. Lan Tao chuckled. That was merely a misjudgment in choosing opponents. If it had been the Wajizi Sacred Land, I would be the one sitting in the Saint Master's position now. Let it go. The Heavenly Wonders crystals offer me greater assurance. This. The Qingxian Saint Master shot him an exasperated glance, recognizing the old merchant's crafty nature that on the Qingxian Sacred Land's cloud vessel. Qinglong quietly remarked to Lu Qinghe, during the last Seven Saints Grand Competition, the Beehive Pavilion chose us as their opponents, and their strength was formidable. It was a close call for the Qingxian Sacred Land to maintain its status. Since then, our master has never trusted Lan Tao's words again. Yet the relationship between our 2 factions has strengthened significantly, with discounted purchases of the Tideborn stones as a cultivated Saint's son. Qinglong had been an observer during the last competition, witnessing firsthand the precarious situation of the Qingxian Sacred Land almost losing its standing. This experience fueled his relentless pursuit of cultivation, striving to surpass his peers. As the future Saint Master, revitalizing the sacred land was an obligation he would not shy away from. His presence alone instilled confidence in his contemporaries, who felt they could not claim invincibility, and reassured them that the Qingxian Sacred Land remained formidable. However, changes were afoot. His childhood companion, who had grown alongside him, now possessed formidable strength, capable of sharing some of the burdens that in the distance. Discussions about the Wajizi Sacred Land reached their ears. The voice of the Wajizi Saint Master, tinged with displeasure, resonated, prompting the crowd to turn and behold the Wajizi sacred land as cloud vessels speeding towards them, halting at a close distance. The Wajizi Saint Master leaped from his vessel, confronting them with an irritable gaze directed at Lan Tao. Is my Wajizi sacred land inferior to the Qingxian Saint Master? Lan Tao remained unfazed by the inquiry, responding with a smile. Who in the cultivation realm does not know that the Beehive Pavilion's techniques are inherently effective against sword cultivators? Had it not been for that reckless disciple, who chose to challenge the Qingxian sacred land instead of seizing the easy target of the Wajizi sacred land, you would now be addressing me as the Wajizi sect. The Wajizi Saint Master, exasperated, declared, "Old Titlehead, it seems you require a lesson. Enough, do not embarrass yourselves in front of the younger generation." The esteemed Qingxian saint appeared between the two individuals, intervening to halt the impending clash between the two venerable saints, both of whom had lived for countless years, yet now behaved as if they were mere children. Upon hearing these words, the Wajizi saint let out a cold snort and ceased to speak. As time passed, an increasing number of factions and sacred lands arrived, and thus, the grand contest of the seven saints finally commenced. The seven great sacred lands and numerous top-tier factions convened at the ruins, intending to discuss the regulations for this significant competition. However, during this time, the Fengshui Saint could not refrain from casting furtive glances at the Qingxian Saint. The Fengshui Saint seemed poised to speak, and with a light cough, the Qingxian Saint, somewhat helplessly, suggested, "Let us discuss this privately later." Noticing the collective gaze of the crowd fixed upon him, the Fengshui Saint hesitated before stating, "Oh, does the Fengshui sacred land wish to keep this from us? Is there an intention for an alliance with the Qingxian sacred land?" The Leitang Saint raised an eyebrow, speculating, though his tone was laced with jest. "Certainly not." The Fengshui Saint waved his hand dismissively. After a moment's thought, he continued, "Very well, there is no harm in you knowing. The young girl we spoke of earlier must be facing some issues now, correct?" At this remark, the Qingxian Saint's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the Fengshui Saint, clearly having uncovered something significant. The Fengshui Saint nodded gravely, stating, "According to ancient texts, that girl possesses the Ice Soul Divine Body, a unique constitution that strengthens alongside its master, that if her constitution surpasses that of her master, it may lead to a backlash. The founder of the Fengshui sacred land once had a disciple with the Ice Soul Divine Body, but due to unfamiliarity with its nature, it resulted in a calamitous backlash. Since then, the first saint has been seeking a remedy, which now exists within the Fengshui sacred land. Thus, for that girl to survive, she must return to the sacred land with me. This is the crux of the matter. I summoned you here to seek your counsel. After all, she is under your care." The Qingxian saint addressed Lu Qinghe. Upon confirming that the girl, Li Zi, must go to the Fengshui sacred land to resolve her condition and survive, the Qingxian saint immediately sent a message to Lu Qinghe. During this period, the regulations for the grand contest of the seven saints had been finalized, and the assembly of saints and quasi-saints had yet to disperse, likely eager to witness the outcome of the legendary Ice Soul Divine Body. After briefly recounting the words of the Fengshui Saint, the Qingxian Saint observed Lu Qinghe, whose expression bore a hint of confusion. It was established that Li Zi must go to the Fengshui sacred land. All that was needed was for him to nod in agreement, and the matter would be concluded. Yet, this young man seemed intent on delaying the decision. Pondering something of his own, Lu Qinghe adopted a contemplative demeanor and, after a moment, turned to face the Fengshui Saint, offering a respectful bow. "May I inquire about the cultivation aptitude of the Ice Soul Divine Body?" Without hesitation, the Fengshui Saint replied, "If it is indeed referred to as a divine body, then it is undoubtedly exceptional." In reality, it was more than exceptional. Historical records of the Fengshui sacred land documented that the Ice Soul Divine Body could cultivate at an astonishing pace, akin to divine favor, with almost no cultivation bottlenecks. Should the Ice Soul Divine Body be brought to the Fengshui sacred land and nurtured properly, there would be no young talent, such as Qing Tian, worthy of gazing upon its back. Thus, the Fengshui Saint, harboring ulterior motives, did not wish to reveal the full extent of the divine body's capabilities, though he did not conceal its cultivation aptitude. Any discerning individual would recognize that even the most basic techniques could yield advanced results in the hands of such a divine body. Lu Qinghe remained composed, nodding slightly. "If it is so exceptional, then why not allow the Qingxian sacred land to retain such a talent? You are aware that this girl is my servant, whom I encountered during my travels. At our first meeting, her constitution was already manifesting its effects that I merely assisted her out of convenience. Yet she has since regarded me as her savior, becoming highly dependent on me, that it would be unthinkable to relinquish such an obedient and clever servant to the Fengshui sacred land, as she would be unwilling to part with me, Lu Qinghe stated. Through these words, he conveyed a clear message to the Fengshui saint. He was reluctant to surrender her so easily, the assembled saints. All seasoned individuals could discern his reluctance. He could part with her, but not without a substantial incentive. The Fengshui saint, too, understood this unspoken demand, though he did not show it outwardly. After all, possessing a divine body was invaluable. And the Fengshui sacred land aspired to be the foremost among the 7 sacred lands that a modest investment today could yield significant returns in the future. With a smile, the Fengshui saint said, I am well aware of your sentiments. However, the consequences of allowing the divine body to develop freely have been conveyed to you by the Qingxian saint. Should the divine body remain in the Qingxian sacred land, the ultimate outcome would be death. For the sake of the divine body, it is best to come to the Fengshui sacred land. Of course, I shall not let you leave empty-handed. I will offer you 3,000 heavenly crystals as compensation. What say you? Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghe chuckled softly. 3,000 heavenly crystals. Who does he think he is trying to appease? I appreciate the Fengshui saint's generosity, but this offer of 3,000 heavenly crystals. Lu Qinghe hesitated. Noticing this, the Fengshui saint pressed on. Is it insufficient? Then let it be 6,000. Such audacity. If he deemed it lacking, he simply increased the offer. Yet Lu Qinghe remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. Fengshui saint, you may not be aware, but I recently became the first true disciple of the Qingxian sacred land, second only to the Holy Sun. The mere notion of heavenly crystals holds little value for me. The Fengshui saint was taken aback. Realizing that Lu Qinghe looked down upon the offer, his gaze turned inquisitive, directed at the Qingxian saint. First true disciple. Such a title, seemingly mere in name, is genuine. Not only he, but other saints and quasi-saints also regarded Lu Qinghe with curiosity. The title of first true disciple was unheard of. The Qingxian saint nodded silently, affirming the truth of Lu Qinghe's claim, which essentially acknowledged him as the second holy son of the Qingxian sacred land. This revelation caused quite a stir among the other saints and quasi-saints. The prodigy Qing Tian was already well known, overshadowing his contemporaries, yet now another disciple, equally talented, emerged from the Qingxian sacred land. Was it truly poised for a resurgence? But could it be that extraordinary? Given Lu Qinghe's performance in the recent secret realm, several saints recognized he could stand shoulder to shoulder with their own holy sons and daughters, perhaps only a hair's breadth behind. Ah, it appears I was remiss, the Fengshui saint mused, seemingly reflecting that I have heard from my disciples of your unparalleled prowess in the secret realm. You indeed carry the weight of that title. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the only path for the divine body to survive is through the Fengshui sacred land. Seeing that persuasion bore no fruit, the Fengshui saint prepared to elucidate the stakes involved. That Lu Qinghe internally scoffed, realizing the Fengshui saint was merely trying to raise the stakes. Did you not claim that the Fengshui sacred land possesses methods to resolve the dangers posed by the divine body? Lu Qinghe earnestly proposed, perhaps you could state a price. If it is reasonable, the Qingxian sacred land shall purchase it. What do you think? Impudent. The Fengshui saint's eyes narrowed, unable to suppress his reprimand. You dare to turn the tables on the Fengshui, a sacred land? The authority in his voice carried the weight of a saint, causing Lu Qinghe to feel a genuine threat of demise. Fortunately, the saint's wrath was not directed at him. Otherwise, it would be all too simple to extinguish his life. Fearing for his life, Lu Qinghe quietly maneuvered behind the Qingxian saint, revealing only half of his figure. Fengshui saint, threatening a junior is rather pointless. The Qingxian saint exuded an air of authority, enveloping Lu Qinghe in his protective aura, momentarily forgetting that despite Lu Qinghe's exceptional talents, he remained a junior, vulnerable to the whims of any present saint. He cast a cool glance at the Fengshui saint, remarking, "Is this not a civil discourse?" Receiving the message conveyed through the gaze of the Qingxian saint, the Fengshui saint snorted dismissively. What is there to discuss? My methods are priceless treasures of the Fengshui sacred land and cannot be sold. He remained resolute. Today, the divine body must join the Fengshui sacred land. Understanding the situation, Lu Qinghe stepped forward, smiling as he did so, that Li Zi is my servant. I do not wish to witness her meet a tragic fate. However, she has accompanied me for some time and has served me diligently. I have long regarded her as part of the Qingxian sacred land. Even as family, to part with her so easily is indeed a heavy burden on my heart. Yet for her sake, I must ultimately let her go. Thus, only one option remains. All eyes turned to him, eager to hear what he proposed. The offer of 6,000 heavenly crystals did not sway me. For perhaps it was simply insufficient to alter Li Zi's standing in my heart. With that, he cast an expectant glance at the Fengshui saint. Hearing this, the assembled saints fell into silence, comprehending his message. It all boiled down to 3 words: raise the price. On the way back, the Qingxian Saint Lord pondered over Lu Qinghe's audacious demands directed at the Wind and Snow Saint Lord, which seemed to equate to selling the girl at an exorbitant price to the Wind and Snow Sacred Land. The saints present, along with the quasi-saints from various top factions, would likely perceive this young man as someone driven solely by greed, lacking any moral boundaries. But then there Su, he remarked. Lu Qinghe, unfazed, chuckled and replied, these matters are mere trifles to a saint, akin to a few grains slipping through one's fingers, that in comparison to the divine body, I feel I am still lacking. The Qingxian Saint Lord scoffed. You have more than enough. In the eyes of those old geezers, your actions only paint you as a money grubber. That he then recalled a time spent with Qing Long at the Immortal Joy Pavilion, adding, and you are quite lecherous. If you continue to extort such prices, I, the Qingxian Saint Lord, shall be branded as blind to your true nature for 500 years. The thought of allowing such a greedy and lustful fellow to be regarded as the foremost true disciple is simply unthinkable. However, you must surely have ulterior motives for the girl, right? Knowing Lu Qinghe's character, the Qingxian Saint Lord naturally did not genuinely believe him to be avaricious. Your insight is commendable. Lu Qinghe inclined his body, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect while playfully flattering him. Spare me the flattery. The Qingxian Saint Lord shot him a sideways glance. Speak your mind. What schemes do you harbor that even I am unaware of? There's no scheme at all. That I merely wish to convey to the Wind and Snow sacred land that the divine body is not easily acquired and should not be treated lightly. Lu Qinghe shrugged. To be honest, had you not intervened back then, the limit would certainly not have been of low-grade celestial arts, that if it were easily obtained, would it truly be cherished. Soon after, Lu Qinghe noticed a gradual shift in the Qingxian Saint Lord's gaze to one filled with ambiguity. It appears you are particularly invested in the girl, he observed. Of course, she is mine. Should I not care? Initially, Lu Qinghe had not noticed the Qingxian Saint Lord's expression, but upon realization, he felt speechless. Given your many years of experience, how can you still behave this way? The Qingxian Saint Lord frowned. What of it? Are you implying that I am old? Lu Qinghe chuckled awkwardly. Who would dare to call the Saint Lord old? I would be the first to eliminate him. You little rascal. The Qingxian Saint Lord couldn't help but smile. His demeanor was indeed more amiable than Qing Long's. At least he was free from excessive constraints and formality. He merely occupied this position and adhered to specific decorum when necessary. All right, quickly relay your intentions. The Seven Saints Grand Competition commences tomorrow. While you may not have much to do in the first phase, your presence is still required. With that, the Qingxian Saint Lord's figure melted into the void, vanishing from sight. Once a gentle breeze passed, Lu Qinghe understood that the Saint Lord had departed. Exhaling softly, he leaped to his residence, locating Li Zi, and placed the items he had acquired from the Wind and Snow Saint Lord into a storage ring, tossing it to her. What's this? Li Zi tilted her head, her puzzled expression exuding a certain adorableness. Rare crystals, spiritual objects, celestial arts. Lu Qinghe succinctly described the contents of the storage ring, assuring her that they would be beneficial for her cultivation. Upon hearing about cultivation, Li Zi fell into silence, and soon after, as if piecing everything together, murmured, Young master, you went out to discuss my matters, didn't you? Indeed. Lu Qinghe nodded, gazing at her with tenderness. After the conclusion of the Seven Saints Grand Competition, you will accompany the Wind and Snow Saint Lord to the Wind and Snow Sacred Land, where there are methods to thoroughly resolve your physical issues. However, rest assured, I have established 3 rules with the Wind and Snow Saint Lord. You shall not be coerced into anything you do not wish to do while in the Wind and Snow Sacred Land. Ostensibly, your presence there will merely be nominal. Your decisions to stay or leave will be entirely voluntary, though this can only be after you have achieved a level of mastery in your cultivation. Furthermore, if the Wind and Snow Sacred Land requires assistance, you may consider it, but you are free to refer to the previous stipulation. Each of these rules was designed with Li Zi's best interests in mind, and the feeling of being cared for warmed her heart. Young master, every point is for my consideration. I cannot be willful, Liz thought to herself, to remain by the young master's side. I must go to the Wind and Snow Sacred Land. Once my cultivation is complete, I will return to follow him. With this thought, she couldn't help but softly exclaim, "Young master, thank you." Liu Qinghe paused, then reached out to ruffle her hair, smiling, "Silly girl, you are mine." Nearby, Qing Long leaned against a pillar, observing this serene and beautiful scene with a faint smile. However, he soon recalled something, and the smile faded as he shot a glare at his childhood friend. "Oh dear, I almost forgot that I lost a bet to this fellow last time. This is the Seven Saints Grand Competition. Let us not make a scene." Liu Qinghe, sensing something amiss, turned just in time to catch Qing Long glaring at him. Their understanding was instantaneous, and he offered a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Qing Long's mood soured further at the sight of Liu Qinghe's grin. Elsewhere, the Wind and Snow Saint Lord returned to his residence, his expression shrouded in an inexplicable gloom, making it difficult for others to discern his thoughts. After some moments, he sent out a message. Shortly after, a delicate figure entered the room, her long hair cascading to her waist, her cool demeanor accentuated by a pristine white gown, making her appear as an ethereal spirit emerging from the snow. "Master, you summoned me." The girl entered and bowed to the Wind and Snow Saint Lord. "Shui Yin, how is your control over the extreme winter snow domain?" The Wind and Snow Saint Lord inquired softly. "Reporting to Master, I can now manifest 1 or 2 aspects of Saint Might." Miao Shui Yin respectfully responded. The Wind and Snow Saint Lord nodded gently. 1 or 2 aspects of might will suffice. After all, it is a form of sacred arts. Very well, during this competition, ensure to astonish those old geezers. He scoffed, wanting the Qingxian Saint Lord to realize that disciples capable of mastering sacred arts were not exclusive to his domain. "By the way, are you aware of a Liu Qinghe from the Qingxian Sacred Land?" he asked. Miao Shuiyin nodded slightly, having heard her junior brothers and sisters mention him as a capable individual known for his domineering ways. The third phase of the Seven Saints Grand Competition involves exchanges and sparring among the sacred sons and daughters of the sacred lands. Your target is Liu Qinghe. Do not hold back. Teach him a proper lesson. The thought of this young man daring to bargain with him and even laying down rules made the Wind and Snow Saint Lord's teeth itch. He thought, "Never have I lowered my head so before. If not for my status and the Qingxian Saint Lord's interference, I would teach Liu Qinghe a thing or two about being a good junior." Miao Shuiyin appeared somewhat puzzled, but resolved to act according to the Saint Lord's wishes. Similar occurrences unfolded in other sacred lands as the unprecedented emergence of the foremost true disciple, combined with Liu Qinghe's previous actions in the secret realm, sparked curiosity among several saints regarding the young man's capabilities. Chapter 49. The exciting rewards. The Seven Saints Grand Competition is divided into 3 phases. The first phase lasts 7 days, where ordinary disciples from each sacred land and sect engage in fierce competition scattered across this vast secret realm, converging towards the center while accumulating corresponding points. The final rankings will be determined accordingly. The first phase bears no relevance to the true disciples, sacred sons, or sacred daughters, but from the second phase onward, it becomes significantly pertinent. This phase influences the power dynamics between the 7 sacred lands and top sects. It is possible that during this Seven Saints Grand Competition, a sacred land may fall while a sect rises in status. The world only perceives this shift in status, yet deeper reasons lie beneath. Namely, the authority of the saints. Saints can wield this authority to control subtleties. Sects can use it for territorial elevation, and quasi-saints can become saints. Although quasi-saints are considered saints, there remains a gap in the utilization of heavenly might between them and true saints. Thus, it is evident how crucial the authority of saints is. The Saint Xiaoyu can only nurture 7 forms of authority. Tio determined the ownership of this authority. The Seven Saints Grand Competition was established. The second phase involves the top disciples from elite sects challenging the true disciples of the sacred lands, even targeting the sacred sons and daughters that if victorious, a sect may replace a sacred land, while the sacred land would be downgraded to a sect. What Lu Qinghe never anticipated was that the second phase would not involve him at all, or more accurately, that it wouldn't concern the Qingxian sacred land. The top sects present seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement, all conspicuously bypassing challenges against the Qingxian sacred land. Even the formidable Wu Ji sacred land was named 3 times. By the conclusion, the Qingxian Saint Lord and his disciples sat comfortably, their legs numb from standing. This was easily understood. The Qingxian sacred land had Qinglong, whose talents were well known. Had the competition allowed those of ascended realms to participate, Qinglong would likely have already stepped into the ascended realm and become a celestial being. Although one could exploit the rules to challenge only the true disciples of the Qingxian sacred land, thereby potentially winning and elevating the sect, what would they do when the next competition arrived and Qinglong returned with his people? Without a shadow of doubt, Qinglong will once again suppress his cultivation level. Among the true disciples, there is also a Lu Qinghe, who is said to possess talents that are not inferior to those of Qinglong. What does he gain by merely obtaining a limited-time experience card for the sacred land? It is utterly unnecessary, truly unnecessary. With such thoughts in mind, the leaders of all the top sects have excluded the Qingxian sacred land when selecting their opponents. However, to everyone's surprise, this time during the Seven Saints Grand Competition, there has been no change among the 7 sacred lands. As if to preserve their positions, the selected disciples of the sacred lands exerted themselves to the utmost, displaying a spirit of fierce determination in their battles. They crushed their opponents with sheer momentum. It must be said, they truly achieved a clean sweep. Haha, it seems that the authority of the saints must be preserved in your hands once more. As the second match concluded, Lan Tao smiled and addressed the 7 sacred masters seated beside him. Just as he had stated at the outset, from this point onward, Beihai Pavilion has little interest in the position of the sacred land. Their primary goal is to earn money, vast sums of celestial crystals. What are the sacred land masters? When it comes to capital, they are affluent enough. This time may be forgivable, but next time, my Luotian sect will undoubtedly seize the authority. The master of Luotian sect spoke with resolute determination, before casting his gaze over the crowd to the Qingxian sacred master, who was seated several positions away, vowing that next time, Qingxian would definitely be ousted from its sacred land position. The Qingxian sacred master, however, was unfazed by the veiled gaze directed at him. This time, Qingxian sacred land had effortlessly retained its authority, which left him in high spirits that Lu Qinghe felt somewhat bored. What is this Seven Saints Grand Competition? Are we merely spectators? He had expected some room for maneuver. Yet here he sat on a cold stone bench. Feeling rather warmed by it, he awaited the third match, wondering if anyone would perceive his boredom and come to challenge him. The third match was a free challenge, serving to enliven the conclusion of the second match without many rules. Even ordinary disciples could take to the stage to challenge the sacred sons. Of course, should one truly be so unaware of their own limitations, the time had come for the third match. The Wujia sacred master announced. The first and second matches have their respective rewards. So for the third match, we cannot simply engage in casual sparring. This sacred master proposed, how about we add a little incentive? Very well, he continued, I shall offer an opportunity to cultivate in the Thunder Pool. Upon hearing the Wujia sacred master's words, the Thunder sacred master crossed his arms and closed his eyes. His statement, however, truly astonished the disciples of the Thunder sacred land behind him. After all, the Thunder Pool is not easily accessible. Even for the sacred sons, for true disciples, such an opportunity is even rarer. The tall and poised sacred son behind the Thunder sacred master, Chu Shuisheng, suddenly narrowed his azure eyes, slightly bowed to the sacred master, and resolutely transmitted, I shall not disappoint your expectations, master. It turned out that after the Thunder sacred master proposed a reward, he had transmitted this message to Chu Shuisheng, urging him to strive for it. As this reward was intended for him, Chu Shuisheng felt deeply touched. His master had remembered him, and if he could enter the Thunder Pool again, his Thunder body would surely coalesce to 80%, making his ascension trials much smoother. What a magnificent resolve the Thunder Sacred Master possesses. The Wujia's Sacred Master expressed his admiration. In that case, I shall follow suit and offer a chance to select a sword from the Sword Tomb. As soon as these words left his lips, the astonishment among the crowd surpassed even that of the Thunderpool announcement. Unlike the latter, anyone affiliated with the Wujia's Sacred Land could enter the Sword Tomb once based on their identity. However, that was not the most important aspect. The crucial point was that the Sword Tomb housed sacred artifacts. Yet, what greater sword one could extract from the Sword Tomb would depend on sheer luck. With your generous offers, this Sacred Master feels a bit hesitant to casually present something. The Fengshua's Sacred Master jested, then added, I shall present a fragment of 10,000-year-old spiritual ice marrow. The Huanshu Sacred Land does not possess such wealth. I shall present a high-grade immortal technique as an addition for everyone. The Huanshu Sacred Master contemplated, aware that his sect, being a newly ascended sacred land, could not compete with the established ones. An immortal technique is worth its weight in gold, yet in comparison to the other rewards, it appeared less precious. The spirit fire cultivated within the Burning Heaven Sacred Land can be offered. The Burning Heaven Sacred Master remained as succinct as ever, valuing brevity. The Chiefing Sacred Land has a meager foundation. The only thing we can offer are our female disciples, that if they win and are not yet married, they are welcome to take their pick. The only female saint among the 7 sacred lands, the Chiefing Sacred Master, made this remark, albeit rather frivolously, and added, Saintesses are also welcome. The other sacred masters exchanged glances. Rendered speechless by her remarks, such rewards seemed better left unspoken. Finally, it was the Qingxian Sacred Master's turn. After a moment of deliberation, he made a striking announcement. I shall offer a sacred method, available for comprehension and practice until mastery is achieved. As the pearls and jade led the way, the remaining leaders of the top sects also produced representative rewards, elevating the fervor of this grand competition to new heights. Among the most unadorned of offerings was Lan Tao of Beihai Pavilion, who directly presented 100,000 celestial crystals, stating, currently, Beihai Pavilion lacks other resources, but we have plenty of celestial crystals. Then, at the behest of the Thunder Sacred Master, Chu Shuaisheng took the lead and leaped onto the high platform, facing the direction of the Qingxian Sacred Land, cupping his fists as he proclaimed loudly, I, Chu Shuaisheng of the Thunder Sacred Land, wish to learn from the esteemed Lu Zhenchuan. Before Lu Qinghe could respond, other sacred sons and daughters from the various sacred lands had already ascended the stage. The sacred son of the Wujia's Sacred Land, Ji Yuan, held his sword and performed a sword salute to Chu Shuaisheng, saying, I too wish to learn from the esteemed Lu Zhenchuan. I hope Brother Ji will grant me the favor to go first. Ji Yuan, having been personally brought forth by the Wujia's Sacred Master, donned a simple white robe, his hair secured with a wooden hairpin, embodying a refined demeanor. Hold on. May I go first? The Burning Heaven Sacred Son, Xiao Chun, clad in a fiery red robe, had an appearance enhanced by faint fiery patterns on either side of his handsome face, adding a touch of intensity that I'm afraid I must insist on going first. I can help weaken some of your strength, spoke the Huanshu Sacred Son, Luo Bin, whose deep-colored mark on his forehead was more pronounced than that of other disciples. Why should men quarrel? Let a young lady have a turn. I wish to experience the might of Lu Zhenchuan. The Chiefing Saintess, Hua Xiaorong, adorned in a delicate pink veil, spoke enticingly, stealing glances at Lu Qinghe as she did so. Vixen, beside Lu Qinghe, Lizzie noticed this woman casting her gaze upon her young master, and her alluring demeanor incited a secret curse within her. Even as she begrudgingly admired the woman's figure, she glanced down at her own form and felt a twinge of dismay. But she reminded herself that she was still young and would continue to grow. Qing Long cast a glance and then returned his gaze. This was far inferior to the Xianhua Tower. She only had a face worth mentioning. But did a distinguished sacred son truly judge by appearances? He favored legs. Lu Qinghe, too, understood the importance of decorum in such a formal setting. Even though he was no paragon of seriousness, the expressions of the sacred masters and the various sect leaders were far from pleasant, clearly disapproving of such frivolity in such a serious occasion. Yet given that it came from a major sacred land, they could only turn a blind eye. The Chiefing Sacred Master chuckled softly. Apologizing, please forgive me. Ronger does not usually behave this way. Perhaps it is due to Lu Jinchuan's charm that she has acted thus, that in truth, the female disciples of the Qifeng Sacred Land did not generally behave in such a manner. However, Hua Xiaorong was somewhat exceptional. She was a disciple sent by the subordinate sect of the Sacred Land, by Hua Tower, a place notorious for its indulgence and beauty, having been influenced by such an environment since childhood. Hua Xiaorong was not entirely aware of how to attract attention. Yet, she was well aware of how to capture the attention of men. Upon hearing the Qifeng Sacred Master's words, Lu Qinghe felt unworthy of such attention. The 6 sacred sons and daughters, including Miao Shuyan, expressed their desire to challenge Lu Qinghe first, each unwilling to fall behind. The disciples of the top sects present observed that figures of the sacred sun level all unanimously chose to challenge a true disciple, leading them to wonder if the world had turned upside down. Did the Qingxian sacred land lack its own sacred sons? The various sect leaders also exhibited intrigue, their statuses allowing them insight into the underlying dynamics. It was evident that this was orchestrated by the sacred masters behind the scenes. This was an effort to reclaim their prestige. The 6 sacred masters cast their gazes toward the Qingxian sacred master, all eager to see whom he would choose first. However, regardless of his selection, it would convey a certain stance toward the remaining 5 that the Qingxian sacred master had his own means of resolution. He slightly turned his head and addressed Lu Qinghe. They all wish to challenge you first. What shall we do? Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghe stepped forward. What difficulty could there be? Then, he leaped onto the high platform, positioning himself directly across from the 6 challengers, extending his hand to gesture toward them. You may all come at once. As these words echoed, the majority of onlookers exhibited a range of expressions. 6 figures of sacred sun caliber, and he dares to ask them to come together. Should one say he is unaware of his own limits, or has his strength inflated? Ha ha ha! Only the Qingxian sacred master burst into hearty laughter. This lad, indeed, is quite remarkable, resolving this formidable dilemma with effortless ease. Should any one of the 6 sacred lands be selected, the remaining 5 will undoubtedly harbor grievances. All 6 aspire to partake, thus let them unite. With no favoritism shown. Upon hearing this, the 6 exchanged glances, reaching a consensus. Since no one could claim precedence, they would compete to deliver the final blow to Lu Qinghe. Instantly, 6 formidable auras surged forth, and they unleashed their strongest techniques, as the holy monarch had instructed them to go all out. Ji Yuan brandished his sword, and with a mere thought, a colossal sword energy surged alongside his spiritual force, coalescing into a long sword that emanated a sharp and intimidating aura, causing pain to those who dared to gaze upon it. With the long sword fully formed, Ji Yuan swung it with conviction, and the sword that stood in the void moved in tandem, delivering a simple yet profound strike that was only in the eyes of sword cultivators that the true power contained within this seemingly mundane blow could be appreciated. This ordinary strike from the sun of the season had ascended to a new level. The true disciples of the infinite sacred land could not help but murmur in astonishment. This was a sword technique of celestial caliber. Once mastered, the sword energy would merge with the sword itself, allowing a single swing to cleave through 100,000 mountains and sever the depths of the seas. Upon witnessing the initial strike being a sword, Lu Qinghe couldn't help but smirk. How fitting to let the sword intent take the stage and astonish the world. Buzz. Though Lu Qinghe held no sword, his finger pointed skyward, causing the void to resonate with a mysterious hum as an ethereal power radiated from him. Formless yet razor-sharp, the infinite sacred monarch's gaze sharpened suddenly, astonished, as he murmured, "Sword intent." The Qingxian sacred monarch's smile deepened. What a clever lad! He has truly grasped the sword intent, unlike the shock displayed by others. Qinglong's eyes widened momentarily, quickly replaced by a grin of satisfaction. The Qifeng sacred monarch's expression sparkled with excitement. This son-in-law was a treasure they must claim for the Qifeng sacred land. Unbeknownst to Lu Qinghe, his mere display had piqued the diverse interests of many. With a flick of his finger, he effortlessly parried Ji Yuan's ordinary strike. Did I ask that all you've got? Do you possess any stronger sword techniques? Lu Qinghe, with a look of innocence, gazed at Ji Yuan and inquired. For him, the power of the sword intent had yet to be tested, and indeed, this move felt weak. However, for Ji Yuan, it was his strongest initial strike. The remaining techniques would require him to gather strength. Now that the advantage had slipped away, the outcome rested in their hands. After Lu Qinghe spoke, he suddenly felt the temperature around him drop, accompanied by encroaching white mist at his feet. It was only then that he turned to observe the others. His gaze shifted. It momentarily met that of Luo Bin, and he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Chapter 51. Illusion Manipulation Illusions. Luo Xingzi has made his move. The disciples of the illusory ruined sacred land noticed Lu Qinghe's sudden daze and understood that he had fallen victim to Luo Bin's illusion. It seemed that Lu's true disciple had never encountered the intricacies of illusions before. The illusory ruined sacred monarch chuckled with satisfaction, his expression revealing pride in his illusionary arts. The other sacred monarchs beside him did not dispute this. Indeed, anyone who had experienced it would regard illusions with utmost seriousness. After all, one fleeting moment of being caught could pull you silently into the illusory realm created by such magic that I end one-on-one situations. Evading it was no easy feat, let alone in a scenario where one faced multiple opponents. Just a single exchanged glance, and one could be ensnared in an illusion. Wouldn't you agree, my friends? I concede. The illusory ruined sacred monarch declared with an air of finality. Not so fast. This is merely a contest to see who can deliver the final blow. Being caught in an illusion does not equate to being defeated. The infinite sacred monarch retorted dismissively. Then let us sit back and watch the unfolding events, he added. The illusory ruined sacred monarch, unperturbed, allowed everyone to observe. Yet, no one noticed that the Qingxian sacred monarch maintained a serene demeanor throughout. Even as his disciples murmured in response to the illusion, that he simply urged them to silence their chatter. The broken illusion void eyes were trained on Lu Qinghe, for to him, the illusion resembled a mundane circus act. Merely a playful diversion, in truth. As Lu Qinghe regained his focus amidst the illusion, he employed the broken illusion void eyes to see through it, though he did not extricate himself from its grasp. Previously, the dreaming weasel had ensnared them in its illusion upon entering the cave, and that required merely a fleeting glance to trigger. This inferior illusion, when compared to the dreaming weasels, was as different as night and day. During the time Lu Qinghe was ensnared in the illusion, it presented itself as an opportunity to others. The first to act was Miao Xuan, summoning her extreme winter ice domain, though her current cultivation level was insufficient to wield even a fraction of the holy law's might. The invocation of her holy technique summoned mist that enveloped the entire arena, transforming it into a frozen domain entirely under her control. Mist and ice spikes. Miao Xuan raised her fair hand, and white mist surged before Lu Qinghe, shimmering with glimmers of cold light. Umph! At that moment, a cold huff resounded, followed by flames sweeping in from the void, crashing into the white mist that a series of sizzling sounds echoed as the mist thinned, rising into the air until it vanished without a trace. Xiao Xingzi, what is the meaning of this? Miao Xuan glared at Xiao Chun, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she confronted him. Isn't it obvious? Xiao Chun replied, surrounded by flames of red, gray, and purple, his handsome visage carrying a hint of defiance. This opportunity is not one I intend to relinquish to you. With that, the gray flames coalesced before him, transforming into a blazing pillar that surged towards Lu Qinghe, evaporating the ice formed by the extreme winter ice domain into mere pools of water, which were swiftly vaporized by the intense heat. Miao Xuan's anger flared, her expression momentarily stunned as she struggled to articulate her next words. Boom! A resounding thunderclap echoed as the gray flames surged halfway, only to be cleaved apart by a bolt of blue-gray lightning that struck from the void, instantly dismantling the fiery assault. Now it was Xiao Chen's turn to be enraged, glaring at Chu Shuaisheng. What is the meaning of this, Chu Xingzi? Are you intervening for a pretty face? Maintaining his stance. Chu Shuaisheng's fingertips flickered with lightning. Clearly, that bolt of lightning had emanated from him. With an impassive expression, he replied, to borrow your words, I too do not wish to cede this opportunity to you. I say, have you all rejoiced too soon? Luo Bin interjected, his expression one of disbelief. Lu Qinghe is still under the sway of my illusion, and yet each of you is eager to seize the moment and act. Your illusion merely serves to control. To defeat him, you will need to rely on your own strength. But here, do you truly believe you have a chance? Chu Shuaisheng remarked, avoiding Luo Bin's gaze to prevent falling prey to the illusion's grasp. His master had warned him that the illusory ruined sacred land was filled with treachery. Indeed, my illusion serves only to control, Luo Bin conceded, his fingers splayed towards Lu Qinghe. But how can you fathom the profundity of the illusions of the illusory ruined sacred land? As he spoke, a smile crept across his lips that in the past, those ensnared by his illusions had been too weak, rendering such measures unnecessary. Today, however, he would demonstrate the true power of illusions. Lu Qinghe, draw your sword. At his command, the previously silent Lu Qinghe felt his body move of its own accord, unbidden and somewhat stiff. Let us play along, shall we? With this thought, Lu Qinghe chose to synchronize his will with his movements, resulting in a newfound fluidity in his actions. This left Luo Bin momentarily taken aback. Had his illusion advanced further? However, he did not dwell on it. The stronger the control, the better. He intended to use Lu Qinghe's hand to eliminate these contenders. Lu Qinghe, unleash your strongest strike. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghe was intrigued by the prospect, but he had no intention of holding back. With a firm grip, he summoned his spirit sword, its energy vibrating through the void as his spiritual force surged like a torrential flood. The collision of these two powers infused the atmosphere with a wild intensity. Simultaneously, Lu Qinghe's cultivation level was fully revealed. The mid-stage of the tribulation crossing realm astonished several sacred sons and daughters, surpassing that of ordinary true disciples, leaving them a mere thread apart. That my heavens, must the Qingxian sacred land be so favored? They already have one Qinglong. Yet now, they were adversaries, and any further musings would have to wait. In an instant, the sacred sons and daughters braced themselves, though amidst this tension, two figures stealthily approached Lu Qinghe from behind. Luo Bin stared in shock at Hua Xiaorong. Hua Xiaorong smiled charmingly. This little girl does not wish to be struck. Such matters are better handled discreetly. Luo Bin felt speechless at her response, that if you wish to hide, so be it. I will utilize Lu Qinghe's sword intent to dispatch these fellows. Eliminate him, and then command Lu Qinghe to take his own life. The one who remains will claim all the rewards. The mere thought of it sent waves of excitement through him, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lu Qinghe slowly ascended into the air, the sword intent surrounding him growing increasingly formidable. Ji Yuan's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Let us strike together. This sword intent is something we cannot withstand individually." Having spoken, he gripped his long sword tightly, beginning to gather his momentum. The few who had heard his words temporarily set aside their previous conflicts, each preparing their signature move. That Lu Qinghe raised his spiritual sword in midair, the sword intent coalescing before him, manifesting various sword forms in the next moment, as the spiritual energy surged forth like a long rainbow, piercing through the void, creating ripples in the air. Suddenly, the eyes of the Qingxian Saint Lord sparkled with excitement. The Qingxian sword technique was in motion. According to records, every sword form of the Qingxian sword technique possesses formidable power, yet why was it not Lu Qinghe himself who wielded it? The spiritual sword detached from Lu Qinghe's grasp, and then he extended his hand, flicking his fingers at the nearest sword form to him. In the next instant, the spiritual sword aligned itself with his command and darted forth with such speed that onlookers could only catch a fleeting glimpse of its brilliance. Chapter 52. The sword astonishes. All thunder roared with blinding speed. Swirling flames danced. Ice shards pierced through the white mist, and sword lights shattered the air. The combined assault of Chu Suixing and his three companions surged forth, merging into a torrent. However, when Lu Qinghe's sword light made contact, it effortlessly cleaved through their four attacks, the ensuing spiritual energy and sword intent shredding the remnants into oblivion. This is bad. Chu Suixing and the others, witnessing the unyielding might of the sword light advancing towards them, were taken aback, their expressions shifting as they hastily retreated like lightning. Bang! As the sword light descended, a cloud of dust erupted from the high platform. When the dust settled, a deep sword mark, nearly a foot deep, was starkly visible to all. The disciples gasped in astonishment. This strike had actually carved a breach into the platform. It was known that this high platform had endured countless attacks without a single scar. Yet now, with just one strike from Lu Qinghe, such conspicuous damage had been inflicted. The several saint lords and sect leaders present could not help but reveal solemn expressions. They were acutely aware of the material composition of this platform and its degree of hardness. No cultivator beneath the Ascension realm could possibly chip its edges to exaggerate. Even an Earth Immortal could inflict such damage only with significant effort. In other words, Lu Qing's strike was on par with the might of an Earth Immortal. There is something amiss with this sword technique. The Wujie Saint Lord stated solemnly that Liu Qinghe is merely a small cultivator undergoing tribulation. It is impossible for him to unleash such power, even with the enhancement of sword intent. Therefore, the form of sword intent just now must have been the sword technique. Upon hearing his words, almost in unison, the Saint Lords and sect leaders turned their gazes towards the Qingxian Saint Lord, seeking answers from his serene demeanor. Indeed, it is due to the sword technique. The Qingxian Saint Lord did not conceal the truth, responding leisurely. That is the secret technique of our Qingxian sacred land. The Qingxian sword technique. Boom! Upon hearing this, it felt as though a heavy hammer had struck in the hearts of all present, resonating painfully in their ears. The minds of all disciples echoed with a single thought: a sacred technique. It is indeed a sacred technique. Heaven bears witness. They each held esteemed positions within their respective sects, yet even a mere celestial art was a luxury beyond their reach. Now to be informed that among their peers, someone had already obtained a sacred technique. Qinglong observed Lu Qinghe suspended in midair. A flicker of darkness crossing his eyes, the To gained recognition from a sacred technique. It could not be easily swayed by illusions. Could it? So, this is how it is, the Qingxian sword technique. The Wujie Saint Lord, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "No wonder. Only those endowed with the talent recognized by a sacred technique could comprehend sword intent at such a cultivation level. Logically speaking, once one reaches the sage level, one should not exhibit such intense emotional fluctuations. This relates to a long-buried secret from the past. The first Qingxian Saint Lord, relying solely on the Qingxian sword technique, ascended to the Wujie sacred land, single-handedly overwhelming the sacred land and bringing back its signature sacred technique, the Wujie sword formation, to the Qingxian sacred land. That history has been buried by the Wujie sacred land. Yet every succeeding Saint Lord must be aware of this matter. Truly, no matter the time, it seems that the heavenly Tao is always favoring the Qingxian sacred land. As the excitement subsided, the Wujie Saint Lord could not help but sigh deeply, echoing the sentiments of several other Saint Lords. How come their sacred land has no disciple of such caliber? If Lu Qinghe were to hear this lamentation, he would surely retort that the favoritism towards villains, if possible, should be discarded. This fortune, under normal circumstances, is reserved for the destined child of the future. Once he and Qinglong are defeated by the destined child, this fortune will be transferred to him. In light of this, let us withdraw lest we suffer unintended harm. The Fengxue Saint Lord proposed. Having learned of Lu Qinghe inheriting the Qingxian sword technique, he instantly abandoned his previous thoughts. Such a person, unless Mioxuan could unleash half the power of the extreme winter ice domain, would be an impossible opponent. Moreover, with him under the control of an illusion, it would be unwise to act recklessly. It is better to retreat, undergo further training, and strive to surpass him in the future. As his words fell, he immediately transmitted a message to Mioxuan, instructing her to concede. Meanwhile, the Wujie Saint Lord and the others also summoned their disciples back. With the exception of the Huanshu Saint Lord and the Qifeng Saint Lord. Qifeng Saint Lord, do you truly believe your disciple can contend with Lu Qinghe? The Huanshu Saint Lord, seeing that Hua Xiaorong had no intention of stepping down, smugly remarked, "My disciple will not be swayed by your trifling charms and illusions. Controlling Lu Qinghe to act without discernment is impossible." Qifeng Saint Lord chuckled softly. "I believe such a prodigy cannot be easily controlled by mere illusions." Qingxian Saint Lord, what say you? The Huanshu Saint Lord scoffed, uttering, "Nonsense. Qifeng Saint Lord, do not deceive yourself. This is something even an onlooker can discern. The illusion indeed has no effect on him at that moment." The Qingxian Saint Lord interjected. The broken illusion I is also present within him. Any illusion, mirage, or formation is but a fantasy before him. Then he is still under control. The Wujie Saint Lord could not help but exclaim. He probably intends to play around while eliminating others. The Qingxian Saint Lord continued, confirming the thoughts in everyone's minds. The Huanshu Saint Lord felt as if a slap had resounded across his face. loud and clear. The Chiefing Saint Lord, in good spirits, cast a charming glance towards the Huanshu Saint Lord, saying, "So, how does it feel, Huanshu Saint Lord? Does it sting?" "Umph." The Huanshu Saint Lord naturally would not admit to being slapped in the face. Snorting coldly, "What are you so pleased about? It is merely being eliminated together, allowing Lu Qinghe to emerge victorious." The Chiefing Saint Lord beamed even brighter, unbothered, saying, "Ultimately, the victor can select any individual from the Chiefing Sacred Land as a partner. I have noted that our saintess seems quite taken with Lu Jinchuan. Perhaps the two sacred lands could form a familial bond." The Huanshu Saint Lord. How careless. This woman is not to be underestimated. She has been plotting from the start. The Qingxian Saint Lord gazed intently at Lu Qinghe, murmuring, "Lu Qinghe, do not win, whatever you do." On the platform, Lu Qinghe noticed that several had chosen to withdraw voluntarily. Realizing that it was the Saint Lords behind them who had spoken, that he then freed himself from the illusion, now only needing to eliminate these two to claim the rewards promised by the Saint Lords. The 100,000 marvelous crystals from the Beehive Pavilion were within his grasp. Luo Bin, still caught up in the moment, believed victory was beckoning him. Without hesitation, he pointed at Hua Xiaorong, exclaiming, "Lu Qinghe, eliminate her for me." Yet upon issuing the command, he noticed Lu Qinghe remained unresponsive. "Lu Qinghe, what is the matter? Why aren't you moving?" He saw Lu Qinghe turn to him, saying, "Buddy, are you enjoying controlling me?" Before Luo Bin could react to the shock, the Huanshu Saint Lord's voice thundered in his ear. "Immediately concede and withdraw." Receiving the directive, he raised his hand, saying, "I concede." Before he could finish, he had already retreated smoothly. Lu Qinghe shifted his gaze from him to Hua Xiaorong, raising his sword and pointing at her. "It's your turn." Chapter 53. A costly proposition. What then, Lu Jinchuan? How will you deal with this young lady? Hua Xiaorong tilted her head slightly. Her demeanor playful, and the anticipation in her expression left Lu Qinghe speechless. This woman is not right. Exceedingly not right. Moreover, from her eyes, Lu Qinghe discerned not a trace of combat intent. She clearly had no desire to fight him. You might as well concede that Lu Qinghe descended from the air, wary that this woman might have some peculiar fascination. Engaging her might inadvertently satisfy her. Is Lu Jinchuan reluctant to harm a lady like me? Hua Xiaorong's delicate fingers traced her red lips, her dazed expression radiating an air of innocence that Lu Qinghe thought, "I would love to give her a strike, yet fear it might bring her pleasure." "Speak. What is your aim?" Though she did not wish to battle, her refusal to leave the platform must surely have a reason. Lu Jinchuan, would you consider becoming my partner?" Hua Xiaorong smiled, her brows lifting in delight. Exuding sincerity that was palpable, Lu Qinghe stiffened. Those words felt oddly familiar. This is not good. Without a moment's hesitation, he rejected her. "Saintess Hua, please seek another." "Why not?" Hua Xiaorong inquired, puzzled. She had clearly heard from her fellow disciples within the sacred land that if she announced her desire for a partner, suitors would line up from the entrance of the Chiefing Sacred Land to the extreme, northern, snowy wind sacred land. Yet why did the Lu Jinchuan before her seem to avoid her like the plague? I find Lu Jinchuan to be quite different. He seems unimpressed by other men. But alas, I am not worthy of such fortune and cannot bear it. To be the Tao companion of a disciple from the Chiefing Sacred Land means one must become a son-in-law. And such a trivial pursuit, forsaking greater gains, is beyond his character. Moreover, any hint of such thoughts would certainly draw the ire of the Qingxian Holy Master. The saints possess abilities that transcend the ordinary. Naturally, every word spoken by the two on stage is captured in their ears without exception. Lan Tao chuckled heartily. "Chiefing Holy Master, your saintess has been raised with quite an intriguing disposition, at times alluring, at others innocent. For an average man, she is utterly captivating. Some of my disciples here have already fallen under her spell." Despite seeming to jest, his final remark carried a hint of saintly authority that reverberated among the disciples of Beehive Pavilion. Those enchanted male disciples, realizing their master's dissatisfaction with their weak will, could not help but lower their heads in shame. "Lord of the Blue Pavilion, you jest. Xiaorong has indeed grown up in a unique environment. After her enchanting physique was discovered, she was sent to the sacred land and raised beside our holy master. Although she has cultivated some techniques to conceal her nature, leakage is inevitable. The Chiefing Holy Master casually revealed the innate, enchanting nature of Hua Xiaorong, surprising the saints gathered. Who would have thought she possessed an innate, enchanting physique? The fortune of the Chiefing Sacred Land is indeed commendable, the Wujia Holy Master graciously commended. However, the Chiefing Holy Master merely chuckled softly. Casting a glance at the Qingxian Sacred Land, it is merely a recorded special physique. Compared to others, it may offer some advantages, but in the presence of true prodigies, it is still lacking. The implication of her words was clear to everyone present, and thus, no one dared to respond. Yet, the Huanshu Holy Master, who had been deep in thought since the Qingxian Holy Master mentioned the broken illusion eye, suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. The broken illusion eye is the nemesis of all illusions." This declaration left the saints momentarily speechless. In such times, to dwell on the past was perplexing, especially since the Qingxian Holy Master had already stated that the broken illusion eye was a lost sacred technique. Why, then, did it appear in the Qingxian Sacred Land? Compared to the sacred technique, the Huanshu Holy Master seemed more concerned about the inexplicable reappearance of something long thought lost, without the broken illusion eye. The illusionary arts of the Huanshu Sacred Land still stood unique, causing countless cultivators headaches. Conversely, the emergence of such a weakness within the Huanshu Sacred Land was alarming. The other saints were even more focused on the fact that this was a sacred technique, lost to the world, yet not entirely vanished. The Qingxian Holy Master waved his hand dismissively. Sacred techniques possess spirits. They can choose their own heirs. Otherwise, we, like ourselves, would have to force them into submission after achieving the status of saints. Before an heir is chosen, the broken illusion eye remained comfortably within the Qingxian Sacred Land. This statement not only acknowledged that the broken illusion eye was indeed a sacred technique, but also inadvertently revealed a glimpse of the Qingxian Sacred Land's depth. The Chiefing Holy Master's eyes sparkled with brilliance. With Lu Qinghe possessing a sacred technique, the future indeed holds great promise. With two sacred techniques, Lu Qinghe's future was already destined. He could rise to prominence or retreat to sanctity. The future of the Holy Xiaoyu domain would undoubtedly be led by Lu Qinghe and Qing Tian. Such a potential asset must be captured by the Chiefing Sacred Land, even if it meant marrying the Saintess. Indeed, upon learning of Lu Qinghe's possession of two sacred techniques, the Chiefing Holy Master's mindset shifted again. As long as they could establish a connection, it would suffice. With this thought, she directly transmitted a message to Hua Xiaorong, instructing her to do whatever it took to get close to Lu Qinghe and forge a relationship. Upon receiving the transmission, Hua Xiaorong's eyes flickered with contemplation, puzzled as to why her master suddenly urged her so, though she felt no aversion to the idea. However, the current predicament was that Lu Zhenchuan showed no interest in her, even seeming to avoid her presence. Was it due to her identity as the saintess of the Chiefing Sacred Land? Lu Zhenchuan, if my identity as a saintess bothers you, I can renounce it. Hua Xiaorong's expression was earnest, so sincere that one could not doubt the authenticity of her words. That Lu Qinghe, perplexed, shook his head and replied, "What is it about me that you fancy? I can change." A blush colored Hua Xiaorong's cheeks, but this was love at first sight. Nonsense. Love at first sight. Lu Qinghe has not yet reached a level of self-worth where he could inspire such immediate affection, especially from someone as outstanding as Hua Xiaorong. Fine, if it doesn't work, I concede that Lu Qinghe surrendered, having intended to cultivate an image, only to encounter such a character. This will not do. Upon hearing Lu Qinghe's intent to concede, Hua Xiaorong felt a sudden urgency. Lu Zhenchuan was the one who held her heart. Perhaps she had pursued too fervently this time, but she resolved to reconsider her approach for the next opportunity. With that, Hua Xiaorong declared her defeat and withdrew from the platform that Lu Qinghe's side. He had won, yet felt no joy in the outcome. The challenge concluded, marking the end of the third phase. The 7 holy masters jointly announced the conclusion of the 7 saints competition. Yet they could not leave immediately, as the rewards were yet to be distributed. Considering various factors, this segment was postponed until the following day. Chapter 54, A Night Visit to the Separate Courtyard that night. The Chiefing Holy Master summoned Hua Xiaorong before her with a serious expression, inquiring, "Xiaorong, do you truly have feelings for that Lu Qinghe of the Qingxian Sacred Land?" Initially curious as to why she had been called at night, Hua Xiaorong, upon hearing the question, felt as if she were a child whose secret had been discovered by her parents, shyly nodding in affirmation. "Master, I have fallen for Lu Jinchuan at first sight. Seeing her earnest demeanor, which appeared genuine, the Chiefing Holy Master nodded slightly. It seemed she had developed true feelings. Although he was not a holy son, his position was comparable, and his identity was fitting. However, Hua Xiaorong now bore a troubled expression, for Lu Jinchuan seemed indifferent to her, and he was quite reticent about her identity as a saintess. What's so difficult about it? The Chiefing Holy Master suddenly rose and approached Hua Xiaorong, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Disciples of the Chiefing Sacred Land have always dared to love and hate. If you like him, express your feelings. That if he does not accept you, pursue him relentlessly. If all else fails, resort to more drastic measures. Now, I entrust you with a task. When over Lu Qinghe, startled, Hua Xiaorong exclaimed, "But how should I proceed, Master? Why are you being so foolish now?" The Chiefing Holy Master spoke with a tone of affectionate exasperation, gently tapping her snow-white forehead. His reluctance to accept you is likely due to the customs of the Chiefing Sacred Land. You merely need to inform him that for his sake, you are willing to give up everything. And there is no need for you to become a son-in-law. Da-da. Hua Xiaorong's expression shifted to one of shock. Does that mean I must marry into the Qingxian Sacred Land? The Chiefing Holy Master smiled knowingly. Marrying in is acceptable, as long as it binds the Qingxian Sacred Land to us. Time is of the essence. Tonight, you shall go. I will provide cover for you. Your actions will not attract any attention. Hua Xiaorong was momentarily stunned, then lowered her head shyly. With the meaning of her master's words now unmistakable, she had not anticipated such swift progress. That I will employ all my skills, Hua Xiaorong declared earnestly. As if to bolster her own courage, the Chiefing Holy Master nodded in satisfaction. Go, your innate physique is your greatest weapon. Make good use of it. Lu Qinghe resided in a separate courtyard, enjoying unique privileges as the foremost disciple. Originally intended solely for Qing Tian, his presence there seemed entirely appropriate, and none found it amiss. While Lu Qinghe was engrossed in his meditations, he was suddenly interrupted by a series of persistent knocks at the door. Initially reluctant to respond, he soon found that the knocking would not cease until he opened the door. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he opened the door and exclaimed, "Who is it?" Yet the sight before him caused all his pent-up frustration to evaporate in an instant, not from anger, but from sheer astonishment. Before him stood Hua Xiaorong, clad in an alluring sheer garment, her delicate arms visible beneath the translucent fabric, radiating an irresistible charm that Lu Qinghe had to admit for a fleeting moment. He was utterly captivated, only to be jolted back to reality, his gaze sharpening. "What do you want? Why not let me in to speak? It would be rather embarrassing if someone were to see us here." Hua Xiaorong replied with a charming smile. "Embarrassing? That would be splendid." Lu Qinghe's spirits lifted. In the dead of night, a lone man and woman alone together would undoubtedly enhance his reputation as a roguish charmer. "No need. Whatever it is, just say it here." Hua Xiaorong hesitated, knowing that the Chiefing Holy Master had already sealed off the area. Any commotion would go unnoticed. However, many matters could not proceed without entering. "Must we do this outside? Speak now, or I shall take my leave." That Lu Qinghe raised an eyebrow, deliberately provoking her. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Hua Xiaorong became flustered and spoke hurriedly, immediately channeling her innate charm. A rosy aura gradually filled the air, as if it had taken on a sweet fragrance. Hua Xiaorong slightly parted her crimson lips, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Lu Jinchuan, do you think I am beautiful?" Having been prepared, Lu Qinghe was naturally not swayed by her allure. He had just learned from Qinglong that Hua Xiaorong was, in fact, a natural charm body, easily capable of enchanting those unprepared. Thus, he deliberately withheld his answer, keeping her in suspense, which made her anxious within. However, before Lu Qinghe could respond, Qinglong suddenly emerged from the room. "Qinghe, who has arrived?" At the sound, Lu Qinghe turned slightly, revealing Hua Xiaorong's figure. Noticing her, Qinglong's eyes brightened, and he quickened his pace toward her. Lu Qinghe found it peculiar. Qinglong did not seem like the type easily enchanted. Following Qinglong's gaze, Lu Qinghe lowered his eyes, and upon seeing Hua Xiaorong, he felt a sudden realization. It was not that Hua Xiaorong was unattractive. Her pure, fair face occasionally revealed a hint of softness, invoking a deep-seated desire to hold her close and cherish her. Generally speaking, few could resist such an allure. But Lu Qinghe and Qinglong clearly did not fall into that category. Their attention was drawn elsewhere. Those legs should not be wasted on the specially made socks from Xianyue Tower. What a pity. They are perfectly shaped, straight, and quite alluring. Lu Qinghe and Qinglong exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their shared thoughts. What is going on here? Qinglong asked, a hint of confusion in his expression. After all, to outsiders, he still appeared as a serious saint. And his image needed to be carefully maintained. That I have seen Saint Sun Qinglong, Hua Xiaorong said with a slight bow, a gesture of respect, given their equal status, though it was not strictly necessary to do so. Years of upbringing compelled her. Qinglong merely inclined his head slightly in response. What is the matter? Qinglong looked between the two and inquired again to Lu Qinghe shrugged, indicating he was unaware. Hua Xiaorong had not anticipated that these two resided in the same place. By convention, individuals of saintly status should enjoy the privilege of independent living. The Chiefing Saint Lord had shielded the entire courtyard, yet it was unexpected that two individuals would reside within it. Nevertheless, what was there to be embarrassed about? They were cultivators. She had come to pursue Lu Qinghe. Upon hearing the reason, Qinglong raised an eyebrow and chided Lu Qinghe. Now that she has come, why did you not invite her in to sit? If word got out, it would surely reflect poorly on the hospitality of Qingxian. With that, Qinglong stepped aside. Saint Hua, please come in. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaorong smiled. This saint son of Qingxian was quite amiable. Then I shall impose, she replied, bowing again before stepping inside. Unbeknownst to her, behind her, Qinglong nudged Lu Qinghe with a knowing look. What a fortunate encounter. The latter could not help but facepalm, lamenting that the boomerang from half a year ago had finally come back to strike him. The next day, Hua Xiaorong rushed out of the courtyard in a state of despair. She had never expected that Lu Qinghe would cling to her for the entire night, and with Qinglong no less. But do not misunderstand. It was merely a night of changing clothes, outfits, and socks that as a young maiden, to be with two vigorous young men who exhibited no desire whatsoever. They simply engaged her in a dress-up game. After mustering her courage once, she had lost so thoroughly. At the courtyard entrance, Lu Qinghe and Qinglong watched the flustered figure, the former crossing his arms. Now she should know when to retreat and abandon those unrealistic fantasies. You should say that the one behind her ought to give up, Qinglong retorted, hands clasped behind his back, that Tio have a lady disregard her modesty and come here in the dead of night. I find it hard to believe she has no support. Having recognized Lu Qinghe's value, she had promptly arranged for someone to come that very night. With this thought, a mischievous smile crept into Qinglong's eyes as he glanced at Lu Qinghe. If I had not been here tonight, who knows if someone would have succumbed entirely. Speak no nonsense. Lu Qinghe rolled his eyes. I was not the one who let her in, but you seemed quite comfortable with it. Qinglong remarked, though there was a hint of intentionality in it. Was there? Lu Qinghe replied noncommittally. Was there a hint? Qinglong pressed out 3/10. Lu Qinghe responded. With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles before turning back toward the courtyard. Before long, they emerged together once more, for it was time to distribute rewards. During the grand competition, disciples who had achieved rankings in the ordinary disciple segment would receive unified rewards from the sect and the Holy Land. And the true disciples who had participated in the second segment would also receive their due. After all, they had safeguarded the current positions of the Holy Land, and the 7 great Holy Lands would each provide their own rewards. As for the third segment, the final round of rewards, it was undoubtedly the most highly anticipated, as the rewards this time reached an unprecedented level. The items produced by the 7 great Holy Lands were all exclusive to those of saintly status. With the exception of Chiefing Holy Land, the other top sects were no less formidable, offering rewards of a caliber only accessible to top disciples. And all these rewards would belong to one person alone. Thus, under the gaze of the multitude, Lu Qinghe received these rewards one by one, simultaneously accepting the goodwill expressed by the Holy Lord and sect master that Lu Qinghe's background, talent, and learnings were all top tier. And he was destined to become a saint in the future. Of course, this did not imply that the disciples of his sect were without hope. It merely suggested that for a considerable time to come, Lu Qinghe would cast a shadow over the heads of their disciples. Visible, yet insurmountable. Striving to surpass him in the future was just a comforting sentiment offered to the disciples that in light of the rewards and goodwill, they at least hoped not to make things too difficult for their disciples. When it was time for chiefing Holy Land to distribute rewards, an amusing incident occurred. The chiefing Saint Lord publicly mentioned Hua Xiaorong's late-night visit to Lu Qinghe, and even expounded upon it the following morning, adding with a hint of depth, "So it turns out you enjoy this sort of thing," that it was as if he had said something while simultaneously saying nothing at all. Yet, it was enough to spark a whirlwind of speculation among the crowd that Lu Qinghe was left speechless. He had lost all face. Meanwhile, the face of the Qingxian Saint Lord turned pale. This had transpired right under his nose, and he had been utterly oblivious. Now, in the eyes of outsiders, it seemed as if their two holy lands had formed a myriad of connections. This woman is truly not to be trifled with. This silent grievance could only be swallowed down. When Lu Qinghe finally approached him, the Qingxian Saint Lord shot him a fierce glare that Lu Qinghe could only chuckle awkwardly, his heart heavy with despair. Whom could he turn to for justice? Thus, after receiving his rewards, he returned and shot a glare at Qing Long, blaming him for allowing this entire debacle to unfold. Qing Long, however, remained unfazed, having never mentioned his name. With that, the Seven Saints' grand competition came to a close. The exit of the secret realm opened a vortex in the void, and the cloud ships of the seven great holy lands emerged in unison. Followed by the top sections upon arrival, they placed their ships upon a vast ocean, emerging from the secret realm characterized by diverse terrains, only to encounter an endless sea devoid of land, evoking a sense of transience and the passage of time. As Lu Qinghe gazed at the trajectory of the sun, he looked toward the south, where beyond this boundless sea lay the beast domain, the realm of countless spirit beasts. Even at this great distance, within the waters beneath their cloud ship, there lurked innumerable powerful sea spirit beasts that he felt a profound sense that he would inevitably tread upon the southern beast domain in the future, just as everyone prepared to exchange greetings and depart. Numerous water columns suddenly erupted from the sea surface, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy that drew near to them. "Are the sea spirit beasts hunting?" A disciple raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Peering curiously in such regions, if not for the secret realm, some individuals might never set foot here in their lifetimes, akin to a desolate wilderness. Only Lu Qinghe's expression turned grave, for after a long absence, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "The destined child has appeared. Devise a way to suppress the great antagonist. Take heed, do not directly eliminate the destined child, or you shall provoke the wrath of the heavenly path." Lu Qinghe found it both amusing and exasperating. Without any reason, he was to have Qing Long suppress a person he had just met. Such absurdity is unfathomable with the discerning eyes of the sages. It is immediately apparent that a solitary human is being pursued relentlessly by a throng of sea spirit beasts. Among these creatures, there are those at the pinnacle of transformation, while the human is merely at the initial stage of transformation. Yet, astonishingly, he manages to evade the encircling onslaught. Initially, the sages could have chosen to remain indifferent, considering the human insignificant. However, for reasons unknown, they all inexplicably paused to observe as the man fled towards them. As he drew closer, they beheld a figure with a resolute countenance, who, despite the formidable foes behind him, displayed no sign of faltering. This unwavering demeanor seemed to pique the interest of many, prompting animated discussions among them. Lu Qinghe, upon hearing the whispers, could not help but inwardly marvel, is this the fortune that accompanies the child of destiny? Beside him, Qing Long furrowed his brow involuntarily, muttering to himself, "Strange, though this is my first encounter with this man. Why does a sense of unease stir within me?" At this, Lu Qinghe was taken aback, pondering whether this was the connection between the arch-villain and the child of destiny. Yet, this also presented an opportunity. With a sly grin, Lu Qinghe leaned closer, jesting, "Could it be that this individual is an enemy from your past life? One whose vengeance you could not exact, thus leaving you in such disquiet?" Qing Long nodded gravely in response, stating, "As cultivators, we believe in the cycles of past and present, in the laws of cause and effect. Therefore, this individual must indeed have some connection to me." Chapter 56. The Sword Technique of No Self from a Considerable Distance. Yi Xian beheld the cloud boats suspended in the air, each one far more luxurious than any he had previously encountered. They must belong to a great power, should they choose to intervene. This crisis could be averted that a voice resonated in Yi Xian's mind, illuminating his path. Individuals hailing from such influential backgrounds are notoriously haughty. Seeking their assistance may not yield favorable results, that Yi Xian scoffed, seemingly dismissive of those in high positions. How much longer can one evade the truth without revealing one's trump cards? The voice in his mind sighed in resignation. Precisely, you are in dire need of a higher platform. This opportunity may allow you to become a disciple of one of them. Perhaps these words resonated with Yi Xian, causing him to furrow his brow in contemplation. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in not soliciting help from those aboard the cloud boats. He possessed his own integrity. Those willing to assist him would do so without his prompting, while those disinclined would not be swayed by his pleas, that as he approached within clearer sight of the occupants of the cloud boats. He abruptly halted, turning to face the pursuing sea spirit beasts. Upon witnessing his cessation, the beasts assumed he had surrendered and halted their advance. One particularly large eel-like spirit beast surfaced, opening its mouth to reveal rows of sharp teeth, threateningly stating, "Human, surrender the sacred object you have stolen and accompany us back. Otherwise, you shall become sustenance for the denizens of this sea." These spirit beasts were larger than ordinary sea creatures and exuded a palpable aura of pressure. Even as the eel spoke, the surrounding waters were enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. Yi Xian chuckled derisively, summoning a spirit sword with a wave of his hand, that if you desire it, come and take it. The eel screeched in outrage, proclaiming, "You are ungrateful. Lord Barbarian King intends to spare your life and offer you servitude." Such tiresome prattle. Yi Xian spat, unleashing his sword energy and charging forward. "Fools," the eel roared, unleashing torrents of water as various sea beasts leapt from the depths, converging on Yi Xian from all directions with spirit energy-infused attacks. "Childish tricks." Yi Xian scoffed, dismissing their efforts with ease. Behind him, Lu Qinghe remarked, "It appears to be a seafood medley." The once edible seafood had now swollen to monstrous proportions, appearing rather fearsome. Should we lend him a hand? Finally, someone expressed a sentiment of compassion. But the moment the words left their lips, they attracted the attention of onlookers. "Are you familiar with him? Why suggest assistance?" Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the individual felt pressured and sheepishly retorted, "I merely wish to understand what he possesses that warrants such a pursuit." "Then do not assist him." Meanwhile, Yi Xian faced a barrage of attacks from beasts of nearly equal realm, effortlessly dispelling their offensives with his sword techniques. The brilliance of his sword drew the interest of the Infinite Saint Lord, who raised an eyebrow, contemplating. This sword strike, executed at the transformation stage, holds some merit. Should he advance further, I might be compelled to intervene and claim him. Yet it appeared that Yi Xian was nearing his limits. After neutralizing the attacks, Yi Xian felt an overwhelming sense of alarm and ascended into the air, slashing downward at the ocean's surface. The eel observed his actions, laughing maniacally. "You realize too late. Bind him." The sword energy struck the sea, causing no immediate disturbance. Yet moments later, a net woven from water surged forth, ensnaring Yi Xian, formed by 3 peak transformation practitioners in unison. "How will you escape this time?" The eel exuded confidence, recalling its initial underestimation of this human. Vowing not to repeat the same mistake, as Yi Xian struggled, he realized the net possessed the ability to absorb spirit energy. If he could not escape swiftly, he would soon be drained of his vitality. However, overcoming the collaborative effort of peak transformation practitioners would not be an easy feat, Master. I am prepared to employ that technique. Yi Xian resolutely declared in his mind. That a voice responded, "Are you ready?" "Yes," Yi Xian affirmed, determination etched on his features that if he did not demonstrate sufficient strength, those observing would remain unmoved and would not intervene. Moreover, considering the current situation, he had no choice but to utilize that technique. After a brief silence, the voice solemnly stated, "Very well. I shall assist you with all my might, that if you break free and those present refuse to help, I shall facilitate your escape. However, the price will be my slumber, and thereafter, you must rely solely on yourself." Yi Xian closed his eyes, understanding the gravity of this sacrifice. "That I comprehend. Thank you, Master." Upon taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, he reopened his eyes, which now gleamed with an intense sharpness. His aura transformed dramatically as he positioned his left hand, fingers poised like a sword, gliding across the blade before pointing skyward. Did I end that instant? An enigmatic sword intent began to emanate from Yi Xian, albeit fleetingly, resembling water without roots. Yet, this mere glimpse was enough to catch the infinite Saint Lord's attention, his eyes glinting with intrigue. The sword intent, albeit nascent, was undeniably genuine. With such prowess exhibited by a practitioner at the initial transformation stage, could it not imply that his talent surpassed even Lu Qinghe, with the wind and snow sacred land acquiring a divine body? The Qi Feng sacred land aligning with the Qing Xian sacred land, and the emergence of both Qing Long and Lu Qinghe as prodigies. Could it be that the future of the seven sacred lands would be dictated by the three? To alter this trajectory, the only course of action was to join their ranks. The Yi Xian's display ignited such thoughts within him. Technique of no self, break. Yi Xian shouted, summoning countless swords in the air above him. Their coverage vast, even encompassing himself within the attack's radius. Fall. With unwavering resolve, Yi Xian unleashed his assault upon himself, the cage that contained him, and the surrounding sea spirit beasts. The eel's eyes widened in human-like terror as it shouted, "Get away!" Yet it was too late. The power of this technique proved insurmountable for the sea spirit beasts at the initial transformation stage, who were effortlessly pierced by the swords. The peak transformation beasts could only brace themselves against the onslaught. Once the barrage ceased, only the eel and 3 other peak transformation beasts remained, the rest having been cleaved asunder, their remains littering the sea, mingling with various fluids, such terrifying power in a single strike. The eel, still trembling from the encounter, turned its gaze towards Yi Xian, who had shattered his prison, his garments tattered and revealing numerous wounds. The technique of no self lived up to its name, indiscriminately striking friend and foe alike. He must be exhausted. Let us capture him, the eel commanded, taking to the surface to personally intervene. However, at that moment, an overwhelming presence descended, enveloping Yi Xian entirely. The infinite Saint Lord spoke calmly. Stop. Chapter 57. On what grounds? Who? The eel gasped in astonishment, sensing the oppressive force emanating from this presence, more fearsome than that of its own lord. I am the infinite Saint Lord. The unperturbed voice from the direction of the cloud boats immediately commanded the attention of all present. Yi Xian struggled to force a smile, realizing he had hit the jackpot. Yet he had not anticipated that it would be a sage. Truly a sage. The sea eel, upon hearing the sound, became increasingly terrified. To call oneself a saint surely indicates the presence of a revered figure. Yet why would a human saint appear here? The Supreme Saint Master stepped forward, alighting from the cloud vessel, ensuring that the several sea spirit beasts could see him. Although the disciples of the Supreme Holy Land were bewildered, they nonetheless followed suit, emerging from the cloud vessel to hover in the air behind the Supreme Saint Master. Esteemed Saint, what is your intention? The sea eel lowered its head respectfully, daring not to gaze directly at the saint's visage without permission. While some saints might be indifferent, those who were not could extinguish you with a mere wave of their hand. I need to explain myself to you. The calm words of the Supreme Saint Master sent a shiver through the sea eel, which hastily replied, "No, I dare not. However, this human is my lord, who has expressly commanded that I bring him back. If I fail to do so, I will have no way to account for it. And what concern is that of mine?" The Supreme Saint Master placed his hands behind his back, utterly unconcerned. This matter was inherently one of their beast clan and had no bearing on the human clan. The sea eel's heart brimmed with despair. If it failed to return the human, it would surely meet its demise. Esteemed saint, if I may be so bold, let me take back what he has acquired, so that I may fulfill my lord's wishes. The Supreme Saint Master narrowed his eyes slightly. Why should he return what was obtained by merit? It appeared that this saint was indeed protective of his own. A voice echoed in Yi Xian's mind, remarking that he had yet to agree to join, but was already being defended as if he were one of their own. This saint's influence would be invaluable to join. Yi Xian felt a wave of exasperation. Master, you were once a saint yourself. Isn't it inappropriate to hold another saint in such high regard? The voice dismissed his concern with a scoff. I am a saint of the previous generation. He belongs to this one, that does not diminish my admiration for him. Moreover, to refer to oneself as a saint clearly indicates one holds power, and by that measure, he surpasses your teacher. Yi Xian was further taken aback. When had his teacher begun to elevate others? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Master, you wouldn't want me to find a way to take this saint as my mentor, would you? To his surprise, the voice responded with a mocking laugh. You flatter yourself that a saint takes only one disciple, intended to be a successor. Do you see the one behind him at the peak of tribulation? I suspect he is the saint's heir, while those in the later stages are likely true disciples. And the last group merely ordinary disciples, all of whom surpass you in cultivation. Were it not for the Wuqing sword art, you would be dead here today, and they would remain indifferent. Wai Yixian smirked. So I wagered correctly. Enough. The crisis has passed. I shall take my leave now. There will be one more test for you, but I cannot appear before the saint. You must rely on yourself, the voice concluded. Fading into silence as if it had never existed, Wai Yixian smiled slightly and replied, I understand. Thank you, master. The sea eel felt like crying, yet no tears came forth. Before the saint, it was but a speck of sand. Should it continue to court death by provoking the saint's might, it would perish at the saint's hands, or should it return to face the wrath of the barbarian king? Either way, death awaited. Saint, I dare to plead once more. In that moment, the sea eel felt that dying by any hand would be the same. With this thought, it bravely raised its head to meet the saint's gaze directly. The Supreme Saint Master shot a piercing look, questioning whether he had been too lenient. How could a mere peak transformation spirit beast dare to make demands before him, time and again? I boldly request. Esteemed Saint, to erase our lives. This utterance left the previously fuming Supreme Saint Master momentarily stunned. How could such a request be made? The sea eel's eyes revealed a hint of human-like sorrow as it spoke bitterly. If I fail to fulfill the barbarian king's command, the only fate awaiting me upon my return is death. That if that is the case, dying by any hand is the same, seeing that the sea eel had resigned itself to death. The Supreme Saint Master contemplated granting its request. However, just as he prepared to act, a voice rang out, halting him. Turning, he saw Lu Qing stepping forth from the cloud vessel, approaching him with a respectful bow. What do you intend, young man? The disciple cannot bear to remain silent and wishes to speak a word of justice. Lu Qinghe replied with a playful grin. Upon hearing this, the onlookers couldn't help but mutter to themselves, questioning why he hadn't spoken up before. The Supreme Saint Master had intervened out of recognition of the individual's worth, but what was Lu Qinghe's motive? Speak your mind, commanded the Supreme Saint Master, skeptical yet granting him the opportunity. Thank you, Supreme Saint Master. Lu Qinghe bowed again before turning his gaze towards Yixian. The latter felt a sudden tension, an inexplicable stirring within, as if fate itself had collided with him. This sensation was too profound for Yixian to decipher. Lu Qinghe continued. Though we each serve our own masters, and our ideals and interests may conflict, at the end of the day, we are all but lives. To extinguish one so casually seems a desecration of life. His words were soft yet resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Throughout my cultivation journey, countless lives have been lost at my hands. Discussing life feels absurd, muttered Yu Hinyu dismissively. I am the realm of cultivation. Human life is the least valued commodity. Hush. Regardless of what this young man says, your duty is to support him, came the unyielding voice of the Qingxian Saint Master, causing all within the Qingxian Holy Land to tense up in acknowledgement. Interesting, mused the Supreme Saint Master, folding his arms in amusement. Here is a beast that seeks death, and yet you stand to advocate for its survival. I am curious to see what you might say. Do you believe it should be spared, allowing it to return only to be eradicated later? Of course not. Lu Qinghe shook his head. This matter is quite simple. Let them return and disclose the entire sequence of events, presenting evidence to substantiate their claims. That not sufficient. The Supreme Saint Master chuckled lightly, shaking his head. That is indeed a clever approach. But you overlook one critical point. Why should I take action to provide proof? How could a young man dare to think such thoughts? The Supreme Saint Master mused that a saint stands at the pinnacle of existence, always looked up to by those below. It is not their place to gaze down. With a grin, Lu Qinghe replied, because, esteemed Supreme Saint Master, you have taken away their chance at survival. Chapter 58. Observing the tribulation, what a silver-tongued fellow. The Supreme Saint Master chuckled, not angered by such trivial matters. However, in the realm of cultivation, the strong prey upon the weak. Today, he was indeed stronger than them. There was no obligation to acquiesce to such requests. Lu Qinghe shrugged, smiling. Whether you accept or not is irrelevant. I merely express my compassionate thoughts that if you say yes, no one would dare contradict. Seemingly relinquishing his stance, Lu Qinghe bowed and returned to the vessel of the Qingxian Holy Land. Upon reaching the deck, Lu Qinghe felt the curious gazes of those around him. Qinglong glanced sideways. Why are you so invested in matters that do not concern you? Are you not afraid the Supreme Saint Master will be enraged and deal with you as well? Lu Qinghe flashed a grin. Our saint is here. What is there to fear? At that moment, he received a disdainful glance from his own saint, prompting a sheepish smile in return. What was your true intention? Qinglong pressed. No one here believes your altruistic words. Just stirring the waters a bit. Lu Qinghe shrugged. If the Supreme Saint Master is swayed by my words to spare these sea spirit beasts and allow them a chance at survival, then a seed of consequence has been sown. While it may seem trivial, it could also bear substantial fruit, for the spirit beasts are connected to the realms that lie behind them. Even a saint would not take lightly the consequences of such actions. The Supreme Saint Master bore no grudge against him and would not conspire in such a manner. The root of it lay with Yi Xian. The to smoothly incorporate Yi Xian into the Supreme Holy Land would also suffice. However, the system had instructed him to find ways to suppress. Participating in this process might be deemed sufficient. Regardless, Yi Xian's joining the Supreme Holy Land was a certainty, beyond dispute. Qinglong regarded Lu Qinghe with a knowing gaze. Sensing an inexplicable connection to the unfolding events, yet unable to articulate why. Ultimately, the Supreme Saint Master remained unmoved, as he had asserted. Those involved in this affair were absolute powers, holding dominion over life and death at a mere thought. Was a choice between the alien and human needed? The sea eel and its companions had long since accepted their fate, yet they were grateful that Lu Qinghe had spoken on their behalf. After casting grateful glances at him, the Supreme Saint Master waved his sleeve, and the space around them erupted with a torrent of sword intent, annihilating the sea spirit beasts along with the surrounding space and water into nothingness. This display left the sword cultivators of the Supreme Holy Land awestruck. This was the very essence of what they pursued as cultivators of the sword. Subsequently, the Supreme Master of Wuji publicly inquired of Yi Xian whether he would be willing to join the Wuji Holy Land, to which the latter naturally consented. With this matter concluded, various factions began their journey homeward. Aboard the cloud vessel of Wuji Holy Land, Yi Xian turned to the disciple beside him and asked, "Who was that senior brother who spoke with the Supreme Master earlier?" "Oh, that is Lu Qinghe, the foremost true disciple of the Qingxian Holy Land," came the reply. Why? Yi Xian nodded, somewhat puzzled. He felt an inexplicable sense of hostility emanating from this top disciple of Qingxian Holy Land. Despite it being their first meeting, unable to comprehend this sensation, he resolved to dismiss it, thinking that perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. Perhaps that individual was simply endowed with great compassion, unable to bear witness to the demise of the sea spirit beast before him, which prompted him to stand forth. This notion easily convinced him, and soon after, he settled down in meditation upon the cloud vessel to cultivate. Upon witnessing what true genius looked like, he realized how far he still had to go. He needed to elevate himself to be worthy of the title of disciple of the Wuji Holy Land. Meanwhile, aboard the cloud vessel of Qingxian Holy Land, the conversation gradually shifted towards the rewards that Lu Qinghe had received at Liu Jinchuan. You have acquired such bountiful rewards. Have you decided which holy land you will visit first? Zhang Xiang inquired with a smile. Hearing himself the subject of discussion, Lu Qinghe pondered briefly and replied, I shall first visit the Wuji Holy Land. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted somewhat. It felt as though this fellow had developed a rivalry with Wuji Holy Land. Upon your return, focus on seclusion. The rewards from the other holy lands will not be of much assistance to you at this time. Came the voice of the Qingxian Supreme Master. Once you break through to the Ascension Realm, you may visit them one by one. That the words of the Qingxian Supreme Master were akin to divine decree. After a pause, he shifted his attention to Qinglong and remarked, upon your return, you should also strive for a breakthrough to the Ascension Realm, correct? Qinglong clasped his hands in salute, replying, yes, Master, that I shall commence my breakthrough upon returning. The Qingxian Supreme Master nodded slightly, acknowledging, you have endured suppression for so many years. You have worked hard. Upon hearing this, Qinglong hesitated for a moment, then pursed his lips and stated, for the sake of the Holy Land. It is not hard. Unexpectedly, the tone of the Qingxian Supreme Master shifted abruptly. Had I known earlier that another Lu Qinghe would emerge, I would never have allowed you to suppress your realm for so many years. The historical records of the cultivation world would be rewritten to declare Lu Qinghe as the youngest cultivator to ascend to the immortal realm. Upon hearing this, everyone chuckled awkwardly, realizing that this was the crux of their earlier dilemma. However, even now, the title of the youngest cultivator to achieve immortality should still belong to Qinglong, right? Perhaps the allure of being inscribed in the annals of history prompted the Qingxian Supreme Master to directly intervene, altering the speed of the cloud vessel's journey, having the time it took to return. Upon arriving at the Qingxian Holy Land, the Qingxian Supreme Master addressed all disciples except for Qinglong, saying, "You have all worked hard for the 7 holy competitions. Return and rest for now. The rewards from the Holy Land will be delivered to each of you in due time." With that, he departed with Qinglong, and everyone understood that he was eager to prepare for Qinglong's breakthrough. Thus they had no objections. 3 days later, a heavy, oppressive aura enveloped a large portion of the Qingxian Holy Land, startling many disciples who were in closed-door cultivation. As they gazed at the starry sky of Qingxian Holy Land, now shrouded in ominous clouds, the oppressive atmosphere instilled a sense of unease among the disciples. This heavy sensation was accompanied by an alarming pressure to an elder breaking through. The unprecedented tribulation clouds left everyone momentarily at a loss. Atop the sacred mountain of Qingxian Holy Land, the majestic palace still gleamed with divine radiance despite the thick, dark clouds above it. At the apex of the dome, Qinglong sat cross-legged in midair, directly beneath the center of the tribulation clouds. The Qingxian Supreme Master hovered in the air, observing the tribulation clouds with a contemplative expression, and then used his authority to transmit a voice to every ear within the Qingxian Holy Land. All who belong to Qingxian, retreat 1,000 miles beyond the bounds of ascension, within the bounds of tribulation, observe from a distance of 100 miles. The distance of 100 miles was designated as the minimum safe zone, free from the influence of the thunder tribulation. This allowed those who met the requirements to remain and observe, which would be beneficial for their future experiences. As the thunder tribulation continued to brew, it grew increasingly oppressive, enveloping the entirety of Qingxian Holy Land. Rumbling resonated throughout the atmosphere. Visible bolts of thunder rolled within the clouds, changing colors within their tumultuous dance. Soon, the once pure white lightning transformed into a myriad of hues, indicating that the power of the tribulation would escalate further. The Qingxian Supreme Master stood in an isolated space, observing Qinglong as he gathered his strength. That a flicker of emotion crossed his otherwise calm demeanor. After 10 years of honing a blade, today he would present it to the world. "Qinglong, today you shall draw your sword. Will it astonish the heavens as it once did?" Buzz! A flash of spirit light flickered at Qinglong's wrist, and a deep crimson long sword materialized upon his legs, particularly marked by a dark red line that ran the length of the blade. This was his sword, Longxie, as he infused it with spiritual energy. The Longxie sword slowly levitated, emanating an almost sinister crimson aura. Qinglong seemed to sense something. Opening his eyes to behold the Longxie hovering before him, he smiled faintly, raising his hand to grasp the hilt, saying, "Longxie, you feel it too, don't you?" Buzzing, the sword trembled lightly, as if in response. "Ha!" Qinglong laughed heartily, rising to his full height, pointing the sword towards the heavens. "Let us see just how high the threshold between mortals and immortals truly is." Clang boom! In an instant, the sword sang, and the heavens erupted with thunder, the clouds torn asunder, as orange lightning descended without warning. Qinglong's gaze sharpened, and with a flourish of Longxie, he unleashed a sword technique imbued with sword energy that cleaved through the air, colliding violently with the tribulation lightning. In that moment, lightning scattered like stars, the sword energy piercing through the tribulation, cleaving the orange lightning in two, dissipating it into the void. Good. 100 miles away, the true disciples cheered as they witnessed Qinglong effortlessly shatter the thunder. It appeared that he would easily transcend the tribulation and achieve immortality. Yet, would it truly be so effortless? The Qingxian Supreme Master observed this scene without a trace of a smile. After all, this was merely the beginning. In every sense, This was but a mere test of the tribulation, and the power of each subsequent bolt would escalate significantly. The immortal tribulation consisted of a total of 99 levels. With 81 bolts, the impending lightning would carry greater power than the previous, shifting towards deeper hues, even changing color. For this day, Qinglong had accumulated strength for a long time. Facing these tribulations would not be overly difficult. After the 45th bolt of lightning, the dark clouds roiling above had transformed into a fully crimson hue, indicating that the power of the tribulation had once again changed. At this stage, the quantity of lightning bolts that descended would also vary. But the most significant issue was that regardless of the number, each would count as a single trial. Qinglong tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Perhaps the pressure was about to increase. Rumbling, the thunder rolled, enveloping an expansive area, instantly painted in crimson. Concurrently, 3 sinuous red lightning bolts descended, leaving no time for reaction. That 100 miles away, the true disciples gasped as they saw Qinglong engulfed in the red lightning in an instant. It was far too sudden, so much so that even they could not react before the tribulation struck. Lu Qinghe narrowed his eyes. It was not that he worried for Qinglong. If he were to perish beneath such a bolt, he would not have been chosen as the great antagonist by the heavenly Tao. He marveled at the tribulation, which clearly possessed greater energy, yet still fell in 81 stages. Moreover, the immortal tribulation also consisted of 81 bolts. Yet after entering the Ascension realm, there was still this additional immortal tribulation to face. What was the significance of this? He pondered whether the simultaneous unleashing of the 7 holy techniques could shatter these 81 tribulation clouds. As Lu Qinghe rubbed his chin in contemplation, the crimson lightning slowly dissipated, revealing Qinglong, who was enveloped in a crimson barrier, Longxie held horizontally before him. Evidently, this barrier emanated from the Longxie sword. That as the red light faded, Qinglong dismissed the barrier, gazing up at the sky with a glint in his eye, a cold aura sweeping over him, and sword energy swirling around him, imbued with a profound essence. This essence was familiar to Lu Qinghe. It was the sword intent. Qinglong's ability to comprehend sword intent did not surprise him. Rather, it would have been strange had he not grasped it. But was it not said that this fellow frequently visited the Immortal Delight Pavilion? How did he find the time to cultivate? Qinglong, now entirely enveloped in sword intent, wielding Longxie, soared into the sky, his target clear. The tribulation clouds, perhaps witnessing someone daring enough to approach him, so closely provoked the tribulation. As the thunder resonated with even greater intensity from within the clouds, without warning, the lightning descended once more, but this time it was more densely packed, and some bolts did not even seem to target Qinglong directly. They fell indiscriminately, striking various peaks of the Qingxian Holy Land, decimating a significant portion of them. That must be Junior Brother Qing's peak. Zhang Xiang beheld a celestial mountain struck by a bolt of thunder, its formidable energy instantaneously shattering the mountain structure, leaving it standing forlornly in a diminished state. But he could not help but remark that the junior brother he referred to as Qing was one with whom he shared a close bond. Yet upon his return, the sight of his cultivation abode in ruins would surely evoke a profound expression of dismay. As the tribulation neared its conclusion, the color of the thunder had shifted to a deep crimson violet. Approaching the hue of purple, the swirling clouds above, imbued with this eerie violet, appeared extraordinarily otherworldly, and the energy they contained was unparalleled. This was evident from the damage inflicted upon the Qingxian sacred land. In the sky, Qinglong had begun to breathe heavily. Maintaining the sword intent for an extended duration while employing celestial-level sword techniques to combat the onslaught of tribulation thunder had indeed left him somewhat fatigued. The remaining bolts of tribulation lightning were undoubtedly charged with the most potent energy, and dealing with them one by one presented a considerable challenge. Qinglong mused quietly to himself, casting a sidelong glance at the crowd outside the Qingxian sacred land, his gaze lingering on Lu Qinghe with a hint of profound meaning. The latter, caught off guard by this look, momentarily faltered, pondering its significance. That in the next moment, Qinglong's sword intent receded, replaced by 2 swirling streams of energy, one black and one white, encircling his form, maintaining their distance as they revolved around him. That was the essence of yin and yang. Lu Qinghe felt a jolt within. Being the bearer of the great yin-yang formation, he was intimately familiar with these energies. Indeed, Qinglong, with his privileged access to the Upper Xian Peak and his innate prowess, could not have possibly evaded the recognition of the sacred laws. However, had it not been stated that the 7 foundational sacred laws of the Qing Xian Sacred Land were all within his grasp. Given the resonance of the yin-yang formation emanating from within him, it was clear that Qing Long's manifestation of yin-yang energy was indeed of sacred law caliber. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was not an outsider, and concern over origins held no significance to Liu Qing'e chuckled softly, observing as Qing Long enveloped himself in the yin-yang energies, effortlessly dispelling a bolt of tribulation lightning before plunging directly into the storm of calamity.